Book 2, Chapter 12 of Robert Elsmere by Mary Augusta Ward. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Book 2, Chapter 12. Meanwhile, downstairs, a curious little scene was passing, watched by Langham, who, in his usual antisocial way, had retreated into a corner of his own as soon as another visitor appeared. Beside Catherine sat a ritualist clergyman in cassock and long cloak, a saint clearly, though perhaps, to judge from the slight restlessness of movement that seemed to quiver through him perpetually, an irritable one. But he had the saint's wasted, unearthly look, the ascetic brow high and narrow, the veins showing through the skin, and a personality as magnetic as it was strong. Catherine listened to the newcomer, and gave him his tea, with an aloofness of manner which was not lost on Langham. "'Tis the 39 articles in the flesh," he said to himself. "For her there must neither be too much nor too little. How can Elsmere stand it?" Elsmere apparently was not perfectly happy. He sat balancing his long person over the arm of a chair, listening to the recital of some of the High Churchman's parish troubles with a slight, half-embarrassed smile. The vicar of Nottingham was always in trouble. The narrative he was pouring out took shape in Langham's sarcastic sense as a sort of classical epic, with the High Churchman as a new champion of Christendom, harassed on all sides by pagan parishioners, crass churchwardens, and treacherous bishops. Catherine's fine face grew more and more set, nay, disdainful. Mr. Newcombe was quite blind to it. Women never entered into his calculations except as sisters or as penitents. At a certain diocesan conference he had discovered a sympathetic fibre in the young rector of Murewell, which had been to the imperious persecuted zealot like water to the thirsty. He had come to-day drawn by the same quality in Elsmere as had originally attracted Langham to the St. Anselm's undergraduate, and he sat pouring himself out with as much freedom as if all his companions had been as ready as he was to die for an alb, or to spend half their days impiously circumventing a bishop. But presently the conversation had slid, no one knew how, from Nottingham and its intrigues to London and its teeming East. Robert was leading, his eye now on the apostolic-looking priest, now on his wife. Mr. Newcombe resisted, but Robert had his way. Then it came out that behind these battles of kites and crows at Mottringham there lay an heroic period, when the pale ascetic had wrestled 10 years with London poverty, leaving health and youth and nerves behind him in the melee. Robert dragged it out at last, that struggle, into open view, but with difficulty. The ritualist made glory in the discomfiture of an Erastian bishop. What Christian dare parade 10 years of love to God and man? And presently round Elsmere's lip there dawned a little smile of triumph. Catherine had shaken off her cold silence, her Puritan aloofness, was bending forward eagerly, listening. Stroke by stroke, as the words and facts were beguiled from him, all that was futile and quarrelsome in the sharp-featured priest sank out of sight. The face glowed with inward light. The stature of the man seemed to rise. The angel in him unsheathed its wings. Suddenly, a story of the slums that Mr. Newcombe was telling, a story of the purest Christian heroism told in the simplest way, came to an end, and Catherine leaned towards him with a long, quivering breath. "Oh, thank you, thank you! That must have been a joy, a privilege." Mr. Newcombe turned and looked at her with surprise. "Yes, it was a privilege," he said slowly. The story had been an account of the rescue of a young country lad from a London den of thieves and profligates. "You are right, it was just that." And then some sensitive inner fibre of the man was set vibrating, and he would talk no more of himself or his past, do what they would. So Robert had hastily to provide another subject, and he fell upon that of the squire. Mr. Newcombe's eyes flashed. "He's coming back. I am sorry for you, Elsmere. Woe is me that I am constrained to dwell with Masek, and have to have my habitation among the tents of Kedar." And he fell back in his chair, his lips tightening, his thin long hand lying along the arm of it, answering to that general impression of combat of the spiritual athlete that hung about him. "I don't know," said Robert brightly, as he leant against the mantelpiece looking curiously at his visitor. "The squire is a man of strong character, of vast learning. His library is one of the finest in England, and it is at my service. I am not concerned with his opinions." "I see," said Newcombe, in his driest voice, but sadly. "You're one of the people who believe in what you call tolerance. I remember." "Yes, that is an impeachment to which I plead guilty," said Robert, perhaps with equal dryness. "And you? Have your worries driven you to throw tolerance overboard?" Newcombe bent forward quickly. Strange glow and intensity of the fanatical eyes, strange beauty of the wasted, persecuting lips. "Tolerance," he said with irritable vehemence. "Tolerance. Simply another name for betrayal, cowardice, desertion, nothing else. God, heaven, salvation on the one side, the devil and hell on the other, and one miserable life, one wretched sin-stained will to win the battle with. And in such a state of things you—" he drooped his voice, throwing out every word with a scornful, sibilant emphasis, "you would have us behave as though our friends were our enemies and our enemies our friends, as though eternal misery were a bagatelle and our faith a mere alternative. I stand for Christ, and his foes are mine." "By which I suppose you mean," said Robert quietly, "that you would shut your door on the writer of The Idols of the Market-Place?" "Certainly." And the priest rose, his whole attention concentrated on Robert, as though some deeper lying motive were suddenly brought into play than any suggested by the conversation itself. "Certainly. Judge not, so long as a man has not judged himself, only till then. As to an open enemy, the Christian's path is clear. We are but soldiers under orders. What business have we to be truce-making on our own account? The war is not ours, but God's." Robert's eyes had kindled. He was about to indulge himself in such a quick passage of arms as all such natures as his delight in, when his look travelled past the gaunt figure of the ritualist vicar to his wife. A sudden pang smote, silenced him. She was sitting with her face raised to Newcombe, and her beautiful grey eyes were full of a secret passion of sympathy. It was like the sudden re-emergence of something repressed, the satisfaction of something hungry. Robert moved closer to her, and the colour flushed over all his young, boyish face. "To me," he said in a low voice, his eyes fixed rather on her than on Newcombe, "a clergyman has enough to do with those foes of Christ he cannot choose but recognise. There is no making truce with vice or cruelty. Why should we complicate our task and spend in needless struggle the energies we might give to love and to our brother?" His wife turned to him. There was trouble in her look, then a swift, lovely dawn of something indescribable. Newcombe moved away with a gesture that was half bitterness, half weariness. "Wait, my friend," he said slowly, "till you have watched that man's books eating the very heart out of a poor creature as I have. When you have once seen Christ robbed of a soul that might have been his by the infidel of genius, you will loathe all this Laodicean cant of tolerance, as I do." There was an awkward pause. Langham, with his eyeglass on, was carefully examining the make of a carved paper-knife lying near him. The strange, preoccupied mind of the High Churchman had never taken the smallest account of his presence, of which Robert had been keenly, not to say humorously, conscious throughout. But after a minute or so the tutor got up, strolled forward, and addressed Robert on some Oxford topic of common interest. Newcombe, in a kind of dream which seemed to have suddenly descended on him, stood near them, his priestly cloak falling in long folds about him, his ascetic face grave and rapt. Gradually, however, the talk of the two men dissipated the mystical cloud about him. He began to listen, to catch the savour of Langham's modes of speech, and of his languid, indifferent personality. "I must go," he said abruptly, after a minute or two, breaking in upon the friends' conversation. "I shall hardly get home before dark." He took a cold, punctilious leave of Catherine, and a still colder and slighter leave of Langham. Elsmere accompanied him to the gate. On the way the older man suddenly caught him by the arm. "Elsmere, I am the elder by so many years. Let me speak to you. My heart goes out to you." And the eagle face softened. The harsh, commanding presence became enveloping, magnetic. Robert paused and looked down upon him, a quick light of foresight in his eye. He felt what was coming. And down it swept upon him, a hurricane of words hot from Newcombe's inmost being, a protest winged by the gathered passion of years against certain dangerous tendencies the elder priest discerned in the younger, against the worship of intellect and science as such which appeared in Elsmere's talk, in Elsmere's choice of friends. It was the eternal cry of the mystic of all ages. "Scholarship? Learning?" Eyes and lips flashed into a vehement scorn. "You allow them a value in themselves, apart from the Christian's test. It is the modern canker, the modern curse. Thank God my years in London burnt it out of me. Oh, my friend, what have you and I to do with all these curious triflings which lead men oftener to rebellion than to worship? Is this a time for wholesale trust, for a maudlin universal sympathy? Nay, rather a day of suspicion, a day of repression, a time for trampling on the lusts of the mind no less than the lusts of the body, a time when it is better to believe than to know, to pray than to understand." Robert was silent for a moment, and they stood together, Newcome's gaze of fiery appeal fixed upon him. "We are differently made, you and I," said the young rector at last with difficulty. "Where you see temptation, I see opportunity. I cannot conceive of God as the arch-plotter against his own creation." Newcome dropped his hold abruptly. "A groundless optimism," he said with harshness. "On the track of the soul from birth to death there are two sleuth-hounds, sin and Satan. Mankind for ever flies them, is for ever vanquished and devoured. I see life always as a thread-like path between abysses, along which man creeps," and his gesture illustrated the words, "with bleeding hands and feet towards one narrow, solitary outlet. Woe to him if he turn to the right hand or the left. I will repay, saith the Lord." Elsmere drew himself up suddenly. The words seemed to him a blasphemy. Then something stayed the vehement answer on his lips. It was a sense of profound, intolerable pity. What a maimed life! What an indomitable soul! Husbandhood, fatherhood, and all the sacred education that flows from human joy, for ever self-forbidden, and this grim creed for recompense. He caught Newcome's hand with a kind of filial eagerness. "You are a perpetual lesson to me," he said most gently. "When the world is too much for me, I think of you, and am rebuked. God bless you. But I know myself. If I could see life and God as you see them for 1 hour, I should cease to be a Christian in the next." A flush of something like sombre resentment passed over Newcome's face. There is a tyrannical element in all fanaticism, an element which makes opposition a torment. He turned abruptly away, and Robert was left alone. It was a still, clear evening, rich in the languid softness and balm which marked the first approaches of autumn. Elsmere walked back to the house, his head uplifted to the sky which lay beyond the cornfield, his whole being wrought into a passionate protest, a passionate invocation of all things beautiful and strong and free, a clinging to life and nature as to something wronged and outraged. Suddenly his wife stood beside him. She had come down to warn him that it was late and that Langham had gone to dress. But she stood lingering by his side after her message was given, and he made no movement to go in. He turned to her, the exultation gradually dying out of his face, and at last he stooped and kissed her with a kind of timidity unlike him. She clasped both hands on his arm and stood pressing towards him as though to make amends, for she knew not what. Some sharp momentary sense of difference, of antagonism, had hurt that inmost fibre which is the conscience of true passion. She did the most generous, the most ample penance for it, as she stood there talking to him of half-indifferent things, but with a magic, a significance of eye and voice, which seemed to take all the severity from her beauty, and make her womanhood itself. At the evening meal, Rose appeared in pale blue, and it seemed to Langham, fresh from the absolute seclusion of college rooms in vacation, that everything looked flat and stale beside her, beside the flash of her white arms, the gleam of her hair, the confident grace of every movement. He thought her much too self-conscious and self-satisfied, and she certainly did not make herself agreeable to him, but for all that he could hardly take his eyes off her, and it occurred to him once or twice to envy Robert the easy, childish friendliness she showed to him, and to him alone, of the party. The lack of real sympathy between her and Catherine was evident to the stranger at once. What indeed could the two have in common? He saw that Catherine was constantly on the point of blaming, and Rose constantly on the point of rebelling. He caught the wrinkling of Catherine's brow, as Rose, presently, in emulation apparently of some acquaintances she had been making in London, let slip the names of some of her male friends without the Mr., or launched into some bolder affectation than usual of a comprehensive knowledge of London society. The girl, in spite of all her beauty, and her fashion, and the little studied details of her dress, was in reality so crude, so much of a child under it all, that it made her audacities and assumptions the more absurd, and he could see that Robert was vastly amused by them. But Langham was not merely amused by her. She was too beautiful and too full of character. It astonished him to find himself afterwards edging over to the corner where she sat with the rectory cat on her knee, an inferior animal, but the best substitute for Chatty available. So it was, however, and once in her neighbourhood he made another serious effort to get her to talk to him. The Elsmeres had never seen him so conversational. He dropped his paradoxical melancholy, he roared as gently as any sucking dove, and Robert, catching from the pessimist of St. Anselm's as the evening went on some hesitating commonplaces worthy of a bashful undergraduate on the subject of the boats and commemoration, had to beat a hasty retreat, so greatly did the situation tickle his sense of humour. But the tutor made his various ventures under a discouraging sense of failure. What a capricious, ambiguous creature it was! How fearless! How disagreeably alive to all his own damaging peculiarities! Never had he been so piqued for years, and as he floundered about trying to find some common ground where he and she might be at ease, he was conscious throughout of her mocking, indifferent eyes, which seemed to be saying to him all the time, "You're not interesting. No, not a bit. You're tiresome, and I see through you. But I must talk to you, I suppose, faute de mieux." Long before the little party separated for the night, Langham had given it up, and had betaken himself to Catherine, reminding himself with some sharpness that he had come down to study his friend's life, rather than the humours of a provoking girl. How still the summer night was round the isolated rectory! How fresh and spotless were all the appointments of the house! What a Quaker neatness and refinement everywhere! He drank in the scent of air and flowers with which the rooms were filled. For the first time his fastidious sense was pleasantly conscious of Catherine's grave beauty, and even the mystic ceremonies of family prayer had a certain charm for him, pagan as he was. How much dignity and persuasiveness it has still, he thought to himself, this commonplace country life of ours, on its best sides. 10:30 arrived. Rose just let him touch her hand. Catherine gave him a quiet good night, with various hospitable wishes for his nocturnal comfort, and the ladies withdrew. He saw Robert open the door for his wife, and catch her thin white fingers as she passed him with all the secrecy and passion of a lover. Then they plunged into the study, he and Robert, and smoked their fill. The study was an astonishing medley. Books, natural history specimens, a half-written sermon, fishing rods, cricket bats, a huge medicine cupboard. All the main elements of Elsmere's new existence were represented there. In the drawing-room with his wife and his sister-in-law he had been as much a boy as ever. Here, clearly, he was a man, very much in earnest. What about? What did it all come to? Can the English country clergyman do much with his life and his energies? Langham approached the subject with his usual scepticism. Robert, for a while, however, did not help him to solve it. He fell at once to talking about the squire, as though it cleared his mind to talk out his difficulties even to so ineffective a counsellor as Langham. Langham, indeed, was but faintly interested in the squire's crimes as a landlord, but there was a certain interest to be got out of the struggle in Elsmere's mind between the attractiveness of the squire, as one of the most difficult and original personalities of English letters, and the moral condemnation of him as a man of possessions and ordinary human responsibilities, with which the young reforming rector was clearly penetrated. So that, as long as he could smoke under it, he was content to let his companion describe to him Mr. Wendover's connection with the property, his accession to it in middle life after a long residence in Germany, his ineffectual attempts to play the English country gentleman, and his subsequent complete withdrawal from the life about him. "You have no idea what a queer sort of existence he lives in that huge place," said Robert with energy. "He's not unpopular exactly with the poor down here. When they want to belabour anybody they lay on at the agent, Henslow. On the whole, I've come to the conclusion the poor like a mystery. They never see him. When he's here the park is shut up. The common report is that he walks at night. and he lives alone in that enormous house with his books. The county folk have all quarrelled with him, or nearly. It pleases him to get a few of the humbler people about, clergy, professional men, and so on, to dine with him sometimes, and he often fills the hall, I am told, with London people for a day or two. But otherwise he knows no one, and nobody knows him. But you say he has a widowed sister. How does she relish the kind of life? Oh, by all accounts, said the rector with a shrug, she is as little like other people as himself. A queer, elfish little creature, they say, as fond of solitude down here as the squire, and full of hobbies. In her youth she was about the court. Then she married a canon of Warham, one of the popular preachers, I believe, of the day. There is a bright little cousin of hers, a certain Lady Helen Varley, who lives near here, and tells me stories of her. She must be the most whimsical little aristocrat imaginable. She liked her husband, apparently, but she never got over leaving London and the fashionable world, and is as hungry now, after her long fast, for titles and bigwigs, as though she were the purest parvenue. The squire, of course, makes mock of her, and she has no influence with him. However, there is something naive in the stories they tell of her. I feel as if I might get on with her, but the squire— And the rector, having laid down his pipe, took to studying his boots with a certain dolefulness. Langham, however, who always treated the subjects of conversation presented to him as an epicure treats foods, felt at this point that he'd had enough of the Wendovers, and started something else. "So you physic bodies as well as minds," he said, pointing to the medicine cupboard. "I should think so," cried Robert, brightening at once. "Last winter I causticed all the diphtheritic throats in the place with my own hand. Our parish doctor is an infirm old noodle, and I just had to do it. And if the state of part of the parish remains what it is, it's a pleasure I may promise myself most years. But it shan't remain what it is." And the rector reached out his hand again for his pipe, and gave one or two energetic puffs to it as he surveyed his friend stretched before him in the depths of an arm-chair. "I will make myself a public nuisance, but the people shall have their drains." "It seems to me," said Langham, musing, "that in my youth people talked about Ruskin. Now they talk about drains." "And quite right too. Dirt and drains. Catherine says I've gone mad upon them. It's all very well, but they are the foundations of a sound religion." "Dirt, drains, and Darwin," said Langham meditatively, taking up Darwin's Earthworms, which lay on the study table beside him, side by side with a volume of Grant Allen's sketches. "I didn't know you cared for this sort of thing." Robert did not answer for a moment, and a faint flush stole into his face. "Imagine, Langham," he said presently, "I'd never read even The Origin of the Species before I came here. We used to take the thing half for granted, I remember, at Oxford, in a more or less modified sense. But to drive the mind through all the details of the evidence, to force oneself to understand the whole hypothesis and the grounds for it, is a very different matter. It is a revelation." "Yes," said Langham, could not forbear adding, "but it is a revelation, my friend, that has not always been held to square with other revelations." In general, these two kept carefully off the religious ground. The man who is religious by nature tends to keep his treasure hid from the man who is critical by nature, and Langham was much more interested in other things. But still, it had always been understood that each was free to say what he would. "There was a natural panic," said Robert, throwing back his head at the challenge. "Men shrank, and will always shrink, say what you will, from what seems to touch things dearer to them than life. But the panic is passing, the smoke is clearing away, and we see that the battlefield is falling into new lines. But the old truth remains the same. Where and when and how you will, but somewhere and somehow God created the heavens and the earth." Langham said nothing. It had seemed to him for long that the clergy were becoming dangerously ready to throw the Old Testament overboard, and all that it appeared to him to imply was that men's logical sense is easily benumbed where their hearts are concerned. "Not that everyone need be troubled with the new facts," resumed Robert after a while, going back to his pipe. "Why should they? We're not saved by Darwinism. I should never press them on my wife, for instance, with all her clearness and courage of mind." His voice altered as he mentioned his wife, grew extraordinarily soft, even reverential. "It would distress her?" said Langham interrogatively, and inwardly conscious of pursuing investigations begun a year before. Yes, it would distress her. She holds the old ideas as she was taught them. It is all beautiful to her, what may seem doubtful or grotesque to others. And why should I or anyone else trouble her? I above all, who am not fit to tie her shoestrings. The young husband's face seemed to gleam in the dim light which fell upon it. Langham involuntarily put up his hand in silence and touched his sleeve. Robert gave him a quiet, friendly look, and the two men instantly plunged into some quite trivial and commonplace subject. Langham entered his room that night with a renewed sense of pleasure in the country quiet, the peaceful, flower-scented house. Catherine, who was an admirable housewife, had put out her best guest sheets for his benefit, and the tutor, accustomed for long years to the second best of college service, looked at their shining surfaces and frilled edges, at the freshly matted floor, at the flowers on the dressing-table, at the spotlessness of everything in the room, with a distinct sense that matrimony had its advantages. He had come down to visit the Elsmeres, sustained by a considerable sense of virtue. He still loved Elsmere, and cared to see him. It was a much colder love, no doubt, than that which he had given to the undergraduate. But the man altogether was a colder creature, who for years had been drawing in tentacle after tentacle, and becoming more and more content to live without his kind. Robert's parsonage, however, and Robert's wife had no attractions for him, and it was with an effort that he made up his mind to accept the invitation which Catherine had made an effort to write. And after all, the experience promised to be pleasant. His fastidious love for the quieter, subtler sorts of beauty was touched by the Elsmere surroundings. And whatever Miss Leyburn might be, she was not commonplace. The demon of convention had no large part in her. Langham lay awake for a time, analysing his impressions of her with some gusto, and meditating, with a whimsical candour which seldom tailed him, on the manner in which she had trampled on him, and the reasons why. He woke up, however, in a totally different frame of mind. He was preeminently a person of mood, dependent probably, as all moods are, on certain obscure physical variations. And his mental temperature had run down in the night. The house, the people who had been fresh and interesting to him 12 hours before, were now the burden he had more than half expected them to be. He lay and thought of the unbroken solitude of his college rooms, of Senancour's flight from humankind, of the uselessness of all friendship, the absurdity of all effort, and could hardly persuade himself to get up and face a futile world, which had, moreover, the enormous disadvantage for the moment of being a new one. Convention, however, is master even of an Obermann. That prototype of all the disillusioned had to cut him adrift from the society of the eagles on the Nord du Midi, to go and hang like any other ridiculous mortal on the parish law courts. Langham, whether he liked it or no, had to face the parsonic breakfast and the parsonic day. He just finished dressing when the sound of a girl's voice drew him to the window, which was open. In the garden stood Rose, on the edge of the sunk fence dividing the rectory domain from the cornfield. She was stooping forward, playing with Robert's dandy Dimbont. In one hand she held a mass of poppies, which showed a vivid scarlet against her blue dress. The other was stretched out seductively to the dog leaping round her. A crystal buckle flashed at her waist. The sunshine caught the curls of auburn hair, the pink cheek, the white moving hand, the lace ruffles at her throat and wrist. The little glittering figure stood thrown out against the heavy woods behind, the gold of the cornfield, the blues of the distance. All the gaiety and colour which is as truly representative of autumn as the grey languor of a September mist has passed into it. Langham stood and watched, hidden, as he thought, by the curtain, till a gust of wind shook the casement window beside him and threatened to blow it in upon him. He put out his hand perforce to save it, and the slight noise caught Rose's ear. She looked up. Her smile vanished. "Go down, Dandy," she said severely, and walked quickly into the house with as much dignity as 19 is capable of. At breakfast, the Elsmeres found their guest a difficulty. But they also, as we know, had expected it. He was languor itself. None of their conversational efforts succeeded, and Rose, studying him out of the corners of her eyes, felt that it would have been no use even to torment so strange and impenetrable a being. Why on earth should people come and visit their friends if they could not keep up even the ordinary decent pretences of society? Robert had to go off to some clerical business afterwards, and Langham wandered out into the garden by himself. As he thought of his Greek texts and his untenanted Oxford rooms, he had the same sort of craving that an opium-eater has cut off from his drugs. How was he to get through? Presently he walked back into the study, secured an armful of volumes, and carried them out. True to himself in the smallest things, he could never in his life be content with the companionship of one book. To cut off the possibility of choice and change in anything whatever was repugnant to him. He sat himself down under the shade of a great chestnut near the house, and an hour glided pleasantly away. As it happened, however, he did not open one of the books he had brought with him. A thought had struck him as he sat down, and he went groping in his pockets in search of a yellow-covered brochure, which, when found, proved to be a new play by Dumas, just about to be produced by a French company in London. Langham, whose passion for the French theatre supplied him, as we know, with a great deal of life without the trouble of living, was going to see it, and always made a point of reading the piece beforehand. The play turned upon a typical French situation, treated in a manner rather more French than usual. The reader shrugged his shoulders a good deal as he read on. "Strange nation," he muttered to himself after an act or two. "How they do revel in mud." Presently, just as the fifth act was beginning to get hold of him with that force which, after all, only a French playwright is master of, he looked up and saw the two sisters coming round the corner of the house from the great kitchen garden, which stretched its grass paths and tangled flower masses down the further slope of the hill. The transition was sharp from Dumas' heated atmosphere of passion and crime to the quiet English rectory, its rural surroundings, and the figures of the two Englishwomen advancing towards him. Catherine was in a loose white dress, with a black lace scarf draped about her head and form. Her look hardly suggested youth, and there was certainly no touch of age in it. Ripeness, maturity, serenity, these were the chief ideas which seemed to rise in the mind at sight of her. "Are you amusing yourself, Mr. Langham?" she said, stopping beside him, and retaining with slight imperceptible force Rose's hand, which threatened to slip away. "Very much. I've been skimming through a play which I hoped to see next week, by way of preparation." Rose turned involuntarily. Not wishing to discuss Marianne with either Catherine or her sister, Langham had just closed the book and was returning it to his pocket. But she caught sight of it. "You're reading Marianne!" she exclaimed, the slightest possible touch of wonder in her tone. "Yes, it is Marianne," said Langham, surprised in his turn. He had very old-fashioned notions about the limits of a girl's acquaintance with the world, knowing nothing, therefore, as may be supposed, about the modern young woman, and he was a trifle scandalized by Rose's accent of knowledge. "I read it last week," she said carelessly, "and the Pearsons," turning to her sister, "have promised to take me to see it next winter if Desforêts comes again, as everyone expects." "Who wrote it?" asked Catherine innocently. The theatre not only gave her little pleasure, but wounded in her 100 deep, unconquerable instincts. But she had long ago given up in despair the hope of protesting against Rose's dramatic instincts with success. "Dumas file," said Langham dryly. He was distinctly a good deal astonished. Rose looked at him, and something brought a sudden flame into her cheek. "It is one of the best of his," she said defiantly. "I've read a good many others. Mrs. Pearson lent me a volume, and when I was introduced to Madame Desforêts last week, she agreed with me that Marianne is nearly the best of all." All this, of course, with the delicate nose well in air. "You were introduced to Madame Desforêts?" cried Langham, surprised this time quite out of discretion. Catherine looked at him with anxiety. The reputation of the black-eyed little French actress, who had been for a year or two the idol of the theatrical public of Paris and London, had reached even to her, and the tone of Langham's exclamation struck her painfully. "I was," said Rose proudly. "Other people may think it a disgrace. I thought it an honour." Langham could not help smiling. The girl's naivety was so evident. It was clear that, if she had read Marianne, she had never understood it. "Rose, you don't know," exclaimed Catherine, turning to her sister with a sudden trouble in her eyes. I don't think Mrs. Pearson ought to have done that, without consulting Mamma especially." "Why not?" cried Rose vehemently. Her face was burning, and her heart was full of something like hatred of Langham, but she tried hard to be calm. "I think," she said, with a desperate attempt at crushing dignity, "that the way in which all sorts of stories are believed against a woman just because she is an actress is disgraceful. Just because a woman is on the stage, everybody thinks they may throw stones at her." "I know, because she told me," cried the speaker, growing, however, half embarrassed as she spoke, "that she feels the things that are said of her deeply. She's been ill, very ill, and one of her friends said to me, 'You know it isn't her work, or a cold, or anything else that's made her ill. It's calumny.' And so it is." The speaker flashed an angry glance at Langham. She was sitting on the arm of the cane chair into which Catherine had fallen, one hand grasping the back of the chair for support, one pointed foot beating the ground restlessly in front of her, her small full mouth pursed indignantly, the greenish-grey eyes flashing and brilliant. As for Langham, the cynic within him was on the point of uncontrollable laughter. Madame de Forêt complaining of calumny to this little Westmoreland maiden! But his eyes involuntarily met Catherine's, and the expression of both fused into a common wonderment, amused on his side, anxious on hers. "What a child, what an infant it is!" they seemed to confide to one another. Catherine laid her hand softly on Rose's, and was about to say something soothing, which might secure her an opening for some sisterly advice later on, when there was a sound of calling from the gate. She looked up and saw Robert waving to her. Evidently he had just run up from the school to deliver a message. She hurried across the drive to him, and afterwards into the house, while he disappeared. Rose got up from her perch on the armchair and would have followed, but a movement of obstinacy or quixotic wrath, or both, detained her. "At any rate, Mr. Langham," she said, drawing herself up and speaking with the most lofty accent, "if you don't know anything personally about Madame de Forêt, I think it would be much fairer to say nothing, and not to assume at once that all you hear is true." Langham had rarely felt more awkward than he did then, as he sat leaning forward under the tree, this slim, indignant creature standing over him, and his consciousness about equally divided between a sense of her absurdity and a sense of her prettiness. "You are an advocate worth having, Miss Leyburn," he said at last, an enigmatical smile he could not restrain playing about his mouth. "I could not argue with you. I better not try." Rose looked at him, at his dark, regular face, at the black eyes, which were much vivider than usual, perhaps because they could not help reflecting some of the irrepressible memories of Madame de Forêt and her cause célèbre which were coursing through the brain behind him, and with a momentary impression of rawness, defeat, and yet involuntary attraction, which galled her intolerably. She turned away and left him. In the afternoon Robert was still unavailable, to his own great chagrin, and Langham summoned up all his resignation and walked with the ladies. The general impression left upon his mind by the performance was, first, that the dust of an English August is intolerable, and secondly, that women's society ought only to be ventured on by the men who are made for it. The views of Catherine and Rose may be deduced from his with tolerable certainty. But in the late afternoon, when they thought they had done their duty by him, and he was again alone in the garden reading, he suddenly heard the sound of music. Who was playing, and in that way? He got up and strolled past the drawing-room window to find out. Rose had got hold of an accompanist, the timid, dowdy daughter of a local solicitor, with some capacity for reading, and was now, in her lavish, impetuous fashion, rushing through a quantity of new music, the accumulations of her visit to London. She stood up beside the piano, her hair gleaming in the shadow of the drawing-room, her white brow hanging forward over her violin as she peered her way through the music, her whole soul absorbed in what she was doing. Langham passed unnoticed. What astonishing playing! Why had no one warned him of the presence of such a gift in this dazzling, prickly, unripe creature? He sat down against the wall of the house, as close as possible, but out of sight, and listened. All the romance of his spoilt and solitary life had come to him so far through music, and through such music as this. for she was playing Wagner, Brahms, and Rubinstein, interpreting all those passionate voices of the subtlest moderns, through which the heart of our own day has expressed itself even more freely and exactly than through the voice of literature. Hans Sachs' immortal song, echoes from the love duets in Tristan and Isolde, fragments from a wild and alien dance music. They rippled over him in a warm, intoxicating stream of sound, stirring association after association, and rousing from sleep 100 bygone moods of feeling. What magic and mastery in the girl's touch! What power of divination and of rendering! Ah, she too was floating in passion and romance, but of a different sort altogether from the conscious, reflected product of the man's nature. She was not thinking of the past, but of the future. She was weaving her story that was to be into the flying notes, playing to the unknown of her Windale dreams, the strong, ardent unknown. Insufferable if he pleases to all the world besides, but to me heaven. She caught no breath yet of his coming, but her heart was ready for him. Suddenly, as she put down her violin, the French window opened, and Langham stood before her. She looked at him with a quick stiffening of the face which a minute before had been all quivering and relaxed, and his instant perception of it chilled the impulse which had brought him there. He said something banal about his enjoyment, something totally different from what he had meant to say. The moment presented itself, but he could not seize it or her. "I had no notion you cared for music," she said carelessly, as she shut the piano, and then she went away. Langham felt a strange, fierce pang of disappointment. What had he meant to do or say? Idiot! What common ground was there between him and any such exquisite youth? What girl would ever see in him anything but the dull remains of what once had been a man? End of Book 2, Chapter 12. Book 2, Chapter 13 of Robert Elsmere by Mary Augusta Ward. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Book 2, Chapter 13. The next day was Sunday. Langham, who was as depressed and homesick as ever, with a certain new spice of restlessness not altogether intelligible to himself thrown in, could only brace himself to the prospect by the determination to take the English Rural Sunday as the subject of severe scientific investigation. He would do it thoroughly. So he donned a black coat and went to church with the rest. There, in spite of his boredom with the whole proceeding, Robert's old tutor was a good deal more interested by Robert's sermon than he had expected to be. It was on the character of David, and there was a note in it, a note of historical imagination, a power of sketching in a background of circumstance and of biting into the mind of the listener, as it were, by a detail or an epithet, which struck Langham as something new in his experience of Elsmere. He followed it at first as one might watch a game of skill, enjoying the intellectual form of it and counting the good points, but by the end he was not a little carried away. The peroration was undoubtedly very moving, very intimate, very modern, and Langham, up to a certain point, was extremely susceptible to oratory, as he was to music and to acting. The critical judgment, however, at the root of him, kept coolly repeating as he stood watching the people defile out of the church, "This sort of thing will go down, will make a mark. Elsmere is at the beginning of a career." In the afternoon, Robert, who was feeling deeply guilty towards his wife in that he had been forced to leave so much of the entertainment of Langham to her, asked his old friend to come for him to the school at 4 o'clock and take him for a walk between two engagements. Langham was punctual, and Robert carried him off first to see the Sunday cricket, which was in full swing. During the past year the young rector had been developing a number of outdoor capacities which were probably always dormant in his Elsmere blood, the blood of generations of country gentlemen which had never had full opportunity before. He talked of fishing, as Kingsley might have talked of it, and indeed with constant quotations from Kingsley, and his cricket, which had been good enough at Oxford to get him into his college 11, had stood him in specially good stead with the Millwall villagers. That his play was not elegant they were not likely to find out. His bowling they set small store by, but his batting was of a fine, slashing, superior sort, which soon carried the Millwall club to a much higher position among the clubs of the neighbourhood than it had ever yet aspired to occupy. The rector had no time to play on Sundays, however, and after they had hung about the green a little while, he took his friend over to the Workmen's Institute, which stood at the edge of it. He explained that the Institute had been the last achievement of the agent before Henslow, a man who had done his duty to the estate according to his lights, and to whom it was owing that those parts of it, at any rate, which were most in the public eye, were still in fair condition. The Institute was now in bad repair, and too small for the place. "But catch that man doing anything for us!" exclaimed Robert hotly. "He would hardly mend the roof now, merely, I believe, to spite me. But come and see my new Naturalists' Club." And he opened the Institute's door. Langham followed, in the temper of one getting up a subject for examination. Poor Robert! His labour and his enthusiasm deserved a more appreciative eye. He was wrapped up in his club, which had been the great success of his first year, and he dragged Langham through it all, not indeed, sympathetic creature that he was, without occasional qualms. But after all, he would say to himself indignantly, I must do something with him. Langham, indeed, behaved with resignation. He looked at the collections for the year, and was quite ready to take it for granted that they were extremely creditable. Into the old-fashioned window-sills glazed compartments had been fitted, and these were now fairly filled with specimens, with eggs, butterflies, moths, beetles, fossils, and what not. A case of stuffed tropical birds, presented by Robert, stood in the centre of the room. Another, containing the birds of the district, was close by. On a table farther on stood 2 large open books, which served as records of observations on the part of members of the club. In one, which was scrawled over with mysterious hieroglyphs, any one might write what he would. In the other, only such facts and remarks as had passed the gauntlet of a club meeting were recorded in Robert's neatest hand. On the same table stood jars full of strange creatures, tadpoles and water larvae of all kinds, over which Robert hung now absorbed, poking among them with a straw, while Langham, to whom only the generalizations of science were congenial, stood by and mildly scoffed. As they came out, a great loutish boy, who had evidently been hanging about waiting for the rector, came up to him, boorishly touched his cap, and then, taking a cardboard box out of his pocket, opened it with infinite caution, something like a tremor of emotion passing over his gnarled countenance. The rector's eyes glistened. "Hello! I say, Owen, where the name of fortune did you get that? You lucky fellow! Come in and let's look it out." And the two plunged back into the club together, leaving Langham to the philosophic and patient contemplation of the village green, its geese, its donkeys, and its surrounding fringe of houses. He felt that, quite indisputably, life would have been better worth living if, like Robert, he could have taken a passionate interest in rare moths or common ploughboys. But nature having denied him the possibility, there was small use in grumbling. Presently the 2 naturalists came out again, and the boy went off, bearing his treasure with him. "Lucky dog," said Robert, turning his friend into a country road leading out of the village. "He's found one of the rarest moths of the district. Such a hero he'll be in the club tomorrow night. It's extraordinary what a rational interest has done for that fellow. I nearly fought him in public last winter." And he turned to his friend with a laugh, and yet with a little quick look of feeling in the grey eyes. "Magnificent, but not war," said Langham dryly. "I wouldn't have given much for your chances against those shoulders." "Oh, I don't know. I should have had a little science on my side, which accounts for a great deal. We turned him out of the club for brutality towards the old grandmother he lives with. Turned him out in public. Such a scene. I shall never forget the boy's face. It was like a corpse, and the eyes burning out of it. He made for me, but the others closed up round, and we got him put out." "Hard lines on the grandmother," remarked Langham. "She thought so, poor old thing. She left her cottage that night, thinking he would murder her, and went to a friend. At the end of a week he came into the friend's house, where she was alone in bed. She cowered under the bedclothes, she told me, expecting him to strike her. Instead of which he threw his wages down beside her and gruffly invited her to come home. He wouldn't do her no mischief. Everybody dissuaded her, but the plucky old thing went. A week or 2 afterwards she sent for me, and I found her crying. She was sure the lad was ill. He spoke to nobody at his work. "Lord, sir," she said, "it do remind me, when he sits glowering at nights, of those folks in the Bible, when the devil's inside 'em, kept a tearing 'em. But he's like a newborn babe to me, sir, never does me no harm, and it do go to my heart, sir, to see how poorly he do take his victuals." "So I made tracks for that lad," said Robert, his eyes kindling, his whole frame dilating. I found him in the fields one morning. I have seldom lived through so much in half an hour. In the evening I walked him up to the club, and we readmitted him, and since then the boy's been like one clothed and in his right mind. If there's any trouble in the club, I set him on, and he generally puts it right. And when I was laid up with a chill in the spring, and the poor fellow came trudging up every night after his work to ask for me, well, never mind, but it gives one a good glow at one's heart to think about it. The speaker threw back his head impulsively, as though defying his own feeling. Langham looked at him curiously. The pastoral temper was a novelty to him, and the strong development of it in the undergraduate of his Oxford recollections had its interest. 6:15, said Robert, as on their return from their walk they were descending a low wooded hill above the village, and the church clock rang out. I must hurry, or I shall be late for my story-telling. Story-telling? Said Langham, with a half-exasperated shrug. What next? You clergy are too inventive by half. Robert laughed a trifle bitterly. I can't congratulate you on your epithets, he said, thrusting his hands far into his pockets. Good heavens, if we were inventive as a body, the church wouldn't be where she is in the rural districts. My story-telling is the simplest thing in the world. I began it in the winter with the object of somehow or other getting at the imagination of these rustics. Force them, for only half an hour, to live someone else's life. It's the one thing worth doing with them. That's what I've been aiming at. I told my stories all the winter. Shakespeare, Don Quixote, Dumas, heaven knows what. And on the whole it answers best. But now we're reading The Talisman. Come and inspect us, unless you're a purist about your Scott. None other of the immortals have such long ears as he, and we cut him freely. By all means, said Langham, lead on. And he followed his companion without repugnance. After all, there was something contagious in so much youth and hopefulness. The story-telling was held in the Institute. A group of men and boys were hanging round the door when they reached it. The two friends made their way through, greeted in the dumb, friendly English fashion on all sides, and Langham found himself in a room half filled with boys and youths, a few grown men who had just put their pipes out, lounging at the back. Langham not only endured, but enjoyed the first part of the hour that followed. Robert was an admirable reader, as most enthusiastic imaginative people are. He was a master of all those arts of look and gesture which make a spoken story telling and dramatic, and Langham marvelled with what energy, after his hard day's work and with another service before him, he was able to throw himself into such a hors d'oeuvre as this. He was reading tonight one of the most perfect scenes that even the Wizard of the North had ever conjured, the scene in the tent of Richard Lionheart, when the disguised slave saves the life of the king, and Richard first suspects his identity. As he read on, his arms resting on the high desk in front of him, and his eyes, full of infectious enjoyment, travelling from the book to his audience, surrounded by human beings whose confidence he had won, and whose lives he was brightening from day to day, he seemed to Langham the very type and model of a man who has found his métier, found his niche in the world, and the best means of filling it. If to attain to an adequate and masterly expression of oneself be the aim of life, Robert was fast achieving it. This parish of 1,200 souls gave him now all the scope he asked. It was evident that he felt his work to be rather above than below his deserts. He was content, more than content, to spend ability which would have distinguished him in public life, or carried him far to the front in literature, on the civilizing of a few hundred of England's rural poor. The future might bring him worldly success. Langham thought it must and would. Clergymen of Robert's stamp are rare among us. But if so, it would be in response to no conscious effort of his. Here, in the country living he had so long dreaded and put from him, lest it should tax his young energies too lightly, he was happy, deeply, abundantly happy, at peace with God, at one with man. Happy. Langham, sitting at the outer corner of one of the benches by the open door, gradually ceased to listen, started on other lines of thought by this realization, warm, stimulating, provocative, of another man's happiness. Outside, the shadows lengthened across the green. Groups of distant children or animals passed in and out of the golden light spaces. The patches of heather left here and there glowed as the sunset touched them. Every now and then his eye travelled vaguely past a cottage garden, gay with the pinks and carmines of the phloxes, into the cool browns and bluish greys of the raftered room beyond. Babies toddled across the road, with stooping mothers in their train. The whole air and scene seemed to be suffused with suggestions of the pathetic expansiveness and helplessness of human existence, which generation after generation is still so vulnerable, so confiding, so eager. Life after life flowers out from the darkness and sinks back into it again. And in the interval, what agony, what disillusion! All the apparatus of a universe that men may know what it is to hope and fail, to win and lose. Happy, in this world where men sit and hear each other groan. His friend's confidence only made Langham as melancholy as Job. What was it based on? In the first place, on Christianity, on the passionate acceptance of an exquisite fairy tale, said the dreaming spectator to himself, which at the first honest challenge of the critical sense withers in our grasp. That challenge Elsmere has never given it, and in all probability never will. No, a man sees none the straighter for having a wife he adores and a profession that suits him, between him and unpleasant facts. In the evening, Langham, with the usual reaction of his afternoon self against his morning self, felt that wild horses should not take him to church again, and with a longing for something purely mundane, he stayed at home with a volume of Montaigne, while apparently all the rest of the household went to evening service. After a warm day, the evening had turned cold and stormy. The west was streaked with jagged strips of angry cloud, the wind was rising in the trees, and the temperature had suddenly fallen so much that when Langham shut himself up in Robert's study, he did what he had been admonished to do in case of need, set a light to the fire, which blazed out merrily into the darkening room. Then he drew the curtains and threw himself down into Robert's chair with a sigh of sybaritic satisfaction. "Good. Now for something that takes the world less naively," he said to himself. "This house is too virtuous for anything." He opened his Montaigne and read on very happily for half an hour. The house seemed entirely deserted. "All the servants gone too," he said presently, looking up and listening. "Anybody who wants the spoons needn't trouble about me. I don't leave this fire." And he plunged back again into his book. At last there was a sound of the swing door which separated Robert's passage from the front hall opening and shutting. Steps came quickly towards the study. The handle was turned, and there on the threshold stood Rose. He turned quickly round in his chair with a look of astonishment. She also started as she saw him. "I did not know anyone was in," she said awkwardly, the colour spreading over her face. "I came to look for a book." She made a delicious picture as she stood framed in the darkness of the doorway, her long dress caught up round her in one hand, the other resting on the handle. A gust of some delicate perfume seemed to enter the room with her, and a thrill of pleasure passed through Langham's senses. "Can I find anything for you?" he said, springing up. She hesitated a moment, then apparently made up her mind that it would be foolish to retreat, and, coming forward, she said, with an accent as coldly polite as she could make it, "Pray don't disturb yourself. I know exactly where to find it." She went up to the shelves where Robert kept his novels, and began running her fingers over the books, with slightly knitted brows and a mouth severely shut. Langham, still standing, watched her, and presently stepped forward. "You can't reach those upper shelves," he said. "Please let me." He was already beside her, and she gave way. "I want Charles Auchester," she said, still forbiddingly. "It ought to be there." "Oh, that queer musical novel. I know it quite well. No sign of it here." And he ran over the shelves with the practised eye of one accustomed to deal with books. "Robert must have lent it," said Rose with a little sigh. "Never mind, please, it doesn't matter." And she was already moving away. "Try some other instead," he said, smiling, his arm still outstretched. "Robert has no lack of choice." His manner had an animation and ease usually quite foreign to it. Rose stopped, and her lips relaxed a little. "He's very nearly as bad as the novel-reading bishop, who was reduced at last to stealing the servant's Family Herald out of the kitchen cupboard," she said, a smile dawning. Langham laughed. "Has he such an episcopal appetite for them? That accounts for the fact that when he and I begin to talk novels, I am always nowhere." "I shouldn't have supposed you ever read them," said Rose, obeying an irresistible impulse, and biting her lip the moment afterwards. "Do you think that we poor people at Oxford are always condemned to works on the enclitic day?" he asked, his fine eyes lit up with gaiety, and his head, of which the Greek outlines were ordinarily so much disguised by his stoop and hesitating look, thrown back against the books behind him. Natures like Langham's, in which the nerves are never normal, have their moments of felicity, balancing their weeks of timidity and depression. After his melancholy of the last 2 days, the tide of reaction had been mounting within him, and the sight of Rose had carried it to its height. She gave a little involuntary stare of astonishment. What had happened to Robert's silent and finicky friend? "I know nothing of Oxford," she said, a little primly, in answer to his question. "I never was there, but I never was anywhere. I have seen nothing," she added hastily, and, as Langham thought, bitterly. "Except London, and the great world, and Madame de Forêt," he answered, laughing. "Is that so little?" She flashed a quick, defiant look at him as he mentioned Madame de Forêt, but his look was imperturbably kind and gay. She could not help softening towards him. What magic had passed over him? "Do you know," said Langham, moving, "that you are standing in a draught, and that it has turned extremely cold?" For she had left the passage door wide open behind her, and as the window was partially opened, the curtains were swaying hither and thither, and her muslin dress was being blown in coils round her feet. "So it has," said Rose, shivering. "I don't envy the church people. You haven't found me a book, Mr. Langham?" "I will find you one in a minute, if you will come and read it by the fire," he said, with his hand on the door. She glanced at the fire, and at him, irresolute. His breath quickened. She too had passed into another phase. Was it the natural effect of night, of solitude, of sex? At any rate, she sank softly into the armchair opposite to that in which he had been sitting. "Find me an exciting one, please." Langham shut the door securely, and went back to the bookcase, his hand trembling a little as it passed along the books. He found Villette and offered it to her. She took it, opened it, and appeared deep in it at once. He took the hint and went back to his Montaigne. The fire crackled cheerfully. The wind outside made every now and then a sudden gusty onslaught on their silence, dying away again as abruptly as it had risen. Rose turned the pages of her book, sitting a little stiffly in her long chair, and Langham gradually began to find Montaigne impossible to read. He became instead more and more alive to every detail of the situation into which he had fallen. At last, seeing or imagining that the fire wanted attending to, he bent forward and thrust the poker into it. A burning coal fell on the hearth, and Rose hastily withdrew her foot from the fender and looked up. "I am so sorry," he interjected. "Coals never do what you want them to do. Are you very much interested in Villette?" "Deeply," said Rose, letting the book, however, drop on her lap. She lay back her head with a little sigh, which she did her best to check half-way through. What ailed her tonight? She seemed wearied. For the moment there was no fight in her with anybody. Her music, her beauty, her mutinous, mocking gaiety, these things had all worked on the man beside her. But this new softness, this touch of childish fatigue, was adorable. "Charlotte Bronte wrote it out of her Brussels experience, didn't she?" she resumed languidly. "How sorry she must have been to come back to that dull home and that awful brother after such a break." "There were reasons more than one that must have made her sorry to come back," said Langham reflectively. "But how she pined for her wilds all through. I'm afraid you don't find your wilds as interesting as she found hers?" His question and his smile startled her. Her first impulse was to take up the book again, as a hint to him that her likings were no concern of his. But something checked it, probably the new brilliancy of that look of his, which had suddenly grown so personal, so manly. Instead, Villette slid a little farther from her hand, and her pretty head still lay lightly back against the cushion. "No, I don't find my wilds interesting at all," she said forlornly. "You are not fond of the people as your sister is?" "Fond of them?" cried Rose hastily. "I should think not. And what is more, they don't like me. It's quite intolerable since Catherine left. I've so much more to do with them. My other sister and I have to do all the work. It's dreadful to have to work after somebody who has a genius for doing just what you do worst." The young girl's hands fell across one another with a little impatient gesture. Langham had a moment of the most delightful compassion towards the petulant, childish creature. It was as though their relative positions had been in some mysterious way reversed. During their 2 days together, she had been the superior, and he had felt himself at the mercy of her scornful, sharp-eyed youth. Now, he knew not how or why, fate seemed to have restored him to something of the man's natural advantage, combined, for once, with the impulse to use it. "Your sister, I suppose, has been always happy in charity?" he said. "Dear, yes," said Rose irritably. "Anything that has 2 legs and is ill. That is all Catherine wants to make her happy." "And you want something quite different, something more exciting?" he asked, his diplomatic tone showing that he felt he dared something in thus pressing her, but dared it at least with his wits about him. Rose met his look irresolutely, a little tremor of self-consciousness creeping over her. "Yes, I want something different," she said in a low voice, and paused. Then, raising herself energetically, she clasped her hands round her knees. "But it's not idleness I want. I want to work, but at things I was born for. I can't have patience with old women, but I could slave all day and all night to play the violin." "You want to give yourself up to study, then, and live with musicians?" he said quietly. She shrugged her shoulders by way of answer, and began nervously to play with her rings. That underself, which was the work and the heritage of her father in her, and which, beneath all the wilfulnesses and defiances of the other self, held its own moral debates in its own way, well out of Catherine's sight generally, began to emerge, wooed into the light by his friendly gentleness. "But it's all so difficult, you see," she said despairingly. "Papa thought it wicked to care about anything except religion. If he had lived, of course I should never have been allowed to study music. It has been all mutiny so far, every bit of it, whatever I have been able to do." "He would have changed with the times," said Langham. "I know he would," cried Rose. "I've told Catherine so 100 times. People, good people, think quite differently about art now, don't they, Mr. Langham?" She spoke with perfect naivety. He saw more and more of the child in her, in spite of that one striking development of her art. "They call it the handmaid of religion," he answered, smiling. Rose made a little face. "I shouldn't," she said with frank brevity. "But then there's something else. You know where we live, the very ends of the earth, 7 miles from a station in the very loneliest valley of all Westmoreland. What is to be done with a fiddle in such a place? Of course, ever since Papa died, I've just been plotting and planning to get away. But there's the difficulty," and she crossed one white finger over another as she laid out her case. "That house where we live has been lived in by Leyburns ever since the flood. Horrid set they were, I know, because I can't even make Mamma or even Catherine talk about them. But still, when Papa retired, he came back and bought the old place from his brother. Such a dreadful, dreadful mistake," cried the child, letting her hands fall over her knee. "Had he been so happy there?" "Happy?" and Rose's lip curled. "His brothers used to kick and cuff him. His father was awfully unkind to him. He never had a day's peace till he went to school, and after he went to school he never came back for years and years and years, till Catherine was 15. What could have made him so fond of it?" And again, looking despondently into the fire, she pondered that far-off perversity of her father's. "Blood has strange magnetisms," said Langham, seized, as he spoke, by the pensive prettiness of the bent head and neck, "and they show themselves in the oddest ways." "Then I wish they wouldn't," she said irritably. "But that isn't all. He went there not only because he loved that place, but because he hated other places. I think he must have thought," and her voice dropped, "he wasn't going to live long. He wasn't well when he gave up the school, and then we could grow up there safe, without any chance of getting into mischief. Catherine says he thought the world was getting very wicked and dangerous and irreligious, and that it comforted him to know that we should be out of it." Then she broke off suddenly. "Do you know," she went on wistfully, raising her beautiful eyes to her companion, "after all, he gave me my first violin." Langham smiled. "I like that little inconsequence," he said. "Then of course I took to it like a duck to water, and it began to scare him that I loved it so much. He and Catherine only loved religion, and us, and the poor. But he always took it away on Sundays. Then I hated Sundays and would never be good on them. One Sunday I cried myself nearly into a fit on the dining-room floor because I mightn't have it. Then he came in and he took me up and he tied a Scotch plaid round his neck and he put me into it and carried me away right up on into the hills, and he talked to me like an angel. He asked me not to make him sad before God that he'd given me that violin. So I never screamed again on Sundays." Her companion's eyes were not quite as clear as before. "Poor little naughty child," he said, bending over her. "I think your father must have been a man to be loved." She looked at him, very near to weeping, her face all working with a soft remorse. "Oh, so he was, so he was. If he'd been hard and ugly to us, why, it would have been much easier for me. But he was so good. And there was Catherine just like him, always preaching to us what he wished. You see what a chain it's been, what a weight. And as I must struggle, because I was to get back into the world on the other side of the mountains and do what all the dear wicked people there were doing, why, I've been a criminal all my life. And that isn't exhilarating always." And she raised her arm and let it fall beside her with the quick, over-tragic emotion of 19. "I wish your father could have heard you play as I heard you play yesterday," he said gently. She started. "Did you hear me? That Wagner?" He nodded, smiling. She still looked at him, her lips slightly open. "Do you want to know what I thought? I have heard much music, you know." He laughed into her eyes, as much as to say, "I'm not quite the mummy you thought me, after all." And she coloured slightly. "I have heard every violinist of any fame in Europe play, and play often, and it seemed to me that with time and work you might play as well as any of them." The slight flush became a glow that spread from brow to chin. Then she gave a long breath and turned away, her face resting on her hand. "And I can't help thinking," he went on, marvelling inwardly at his own role of mentor, and his strange enjoyment of it, "that if your father had lived till now, and had gone with the times a little, as he must have gone, he would have learnt to take pleasure in your pleasure, and to fit your gift somehow into his scheme of things." "Catherine hasn't moved with the times?" said Rose dolefully. Langham was silent. Gaucherie seized him again when it became a question of discussing Mrs. Elsmere. His own view was so inconveniently emphatic. "And you think," she went on, "you really think, without being too ungrateful to papa and too unkind to the old Leyburn ghosts," and the little laugh danced through the vibrating voice, "I might try and get them to give up Burwood? I might struggle to have my way? I shall, of course I shall. I never was a meek martyr, and never shall be. But one can't help having qualms, though one doesn't tell them to one's sisters and cousins and aunts. And sometimes—" she turned her chin round on her hand and looked at him with a delicious shy impulsiveness, "sometimes a stranger sees clearer. Do you think me a monster, as Catherine does?" Even as she spoke her own words startled her, the confidence, the abandonment of them. But she held to them bravely, only her eyelids quivered. She had absurdly misjudged this man, and there was a warm penitence in her heart. How kind he had been, how sympathetic! He rose with her last words, and stood leaning against the mantelpiece, looking down upon her gravely, with the air, as it seemed to her, of her friend, her confessor. Her white childish brow, the little curls of bright hair upon her temples, her parted lips, the pretty folds of her muslin dress, the little foot on the fender, every detail of the picture impressed itself once for all. Langham will carry it with him to his grave. "Tell me," she said again, smiling divinely as though to encourage him, "tell me quite frankly, down to the bottom, what you think." The harsh noise of an opening door in the distance, and a gust of wind sweeping through the house, voices and steps approaching. Rose sprang up, and for the first time during all the latter part of their conversation felt a sharp sense of embarrassment. "How early you are, Robert!" she exclaimed, as the study door opened, and Robert's wind-blown head and tall form, wrapped in an Inverness cape, appeared on the threshold. "Is Catherine tired?" "Rather," said Robert, the slightest gleam of surprise betraying itself on his face. She's gone to bed and told me to ask you to come and say good night to her." "You got my message about not coming from old Martha?" asked Rose. "I met her on the common." "Yes, she gave it to us at the church door." He went out again into the passage to hang up his greatcoat. She followed, longing to tell him that it was pure accident that took her to the study, but she could not find words in which to do it, and could only say good night a little abruptly. "How tempting that fire looks," said Robert, re-entering the study. "Were you very cold, Langham, before you lit it?" "Very," said Langham, smiling, his arm behind his head, his eyes fixed on the blaze. "But I have been delightfully warm and happy since." End of Book 2, Chapter 13. Book 2, Chapter 14 of Robert Elsmere by Mary Augusta Ward. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Book 2, Chapter 14. Catherine stopped beside the drawing-room window with a start, caught by something she saw outside. It was nothing, however, but the figure of Rose and Langham strolling round the garden. A bystander would have been puzzled by the sudden knitting of Catherine's brows over it. Rose held a red parasol, which gleamed against the trees. Dandy leapt about her, but she was too busy talking to take much notice of him. Talking, chattering, to that cold cynic of a man for whom only yesterday she had scarcely had a civil word. Catherine felt herself a prey to all sorts of vague, unreasonable alarms. Robert had said to her the night before with an odd look, "Wifey, when I came in I found Langham and Rose had been spending the evening together in the study, and I don't know when I've seen Langham so brilliant or so alive as in our smoking talk just now." Catherine had laughed him to scorn, but all the same she had been a little longer going to sleep than usual. She felt herself almost as much as ever the guardian of her sisters, and the old sensitive nerve was set quivering. And now there could be no question about it. Rose had changed her ground towards Mr. Langham altogether. Her manner at breakfast was evidence enough of it. Catherine's self-torturing mind leapt on for an instant to all sorts of horrors. That man? And she and Robert responsible to her mother and her dead father? Never! Then she scolded herself back to common sense. Rose and he had discovered a common subject in music and musicians. That would be quite enough to account for the newborn friendship on Rose's part. And in 5 more days, the limit of Langham's stay, nothing very dreadful could happen, argued the reserved Catherine. But she was uneasy, and after a bit, as that tete-a-tete in the garden still went on, she could not, for the life of her, help interfering. She strolled out to meet them with some woollen stuff hanging over her arm, and made a plaintive and smiling appeal to Rose to come and help her with some preparations for a mothers' meeting to be held that afternoon. Rose, who was supposed by the family to be taking care of her sister at a critical time, had a moment's prick of conscience, and went off with a good grace. Langham felt vaguely that he owed Mrs. Elsmere another grudge, but he resigned himself and took out a cigarette, wherewith to console himself for the loss of his companion. Presently, as he stood for a moment turning over some new books on the drawing-room table, Rose came in. She held an armful of blue serge, and, going up to a table in the window, she took from it a little work-case, and was about to vanish again when Langham went up to her. "You're looking terribly busy," he said to her discontentedly. 6 dresses, 10 cloaks, 8 petticoats to cut out by luncheon-time," she answered demurely, with a countenance of most Dorcas-like seriousness, "and if I spoil them I shall have to pay for the stuff." He shrugged his shoulders and looked at her, smiling, still master of himself and of his words. "And no music? None at all? Perhaps you don't know that I too can accompany." "You play?" she exclaimed, incredulous. "Try me." The light of his fine black eyes seemed to encompass her. She moved backward a little, shaking her head. "Not this morning," she said. "Oh dear, no, not this morning. I'm afraid you don't know anything about tacking or fixing or the abominable time they take. Well, it could hardly be expected. There is nothing in the world," and she shook her serge vindictively, "that I hate so much." "And not this afternoon, for Robert and I go fishing. But this evening?" he said, detaining her. She nodded lightly, dropped her lovely eyes with a sudden embarrassment, and went away with lightning quickness. A minute or two later Elsmere laid a hand on his friend's shoulder. "Come and see the hall, old fellow. "It would be our last chance, for the squire and his sister come back this afternoon. I must parochialise a bit afterwards, but you shan't be much victimised." Langham submitted, and they sallied forth. It was a soft, rainy morning, one of the first heralds of autumn. Grey mists were drifting silently across the woods and the wide stubbles of the now shaven cornfield, where white lines of reapers were at work as the morning cleared, making and stacking the sheaves. After a stormy night the garden was strewn with debris, and here and there noiseless prophetic showers of leaves were dropping on the lawn. Elsmere took his guest along a bit of common, where great black junipers stood up like magnets in council above the motley undergrowth of fern and heather, and then they turned into the park. A great stretch of dimpled land it was, falling softly towards the south and west, bounded by a shining, twisted river, and commanding from all its highest points a heathery world of distance, now turned a stormy purple under the drooping fringes of the rain-clouds. They walked downwards from the moment of entering it, till at last, when they reached a wooded plateau about 100 feet above the river, the house itself came suddenly into view. That was a house of houses. The large main building, as distinguished from the lower stone portions to the north, which represent a fragment of the older Elizabethan house, had been in its day the crown and boast of Jacobean house architecture. It was fretted and jewelled with Renaissance terracotta work from end to end. Each gable had its lacework, each window its carved setting. And yet the lines of the whole were so noble, genius had hit the general proportions so finely, that no effect of stateliness or grandeur had been missed through all the accumulation of ornament. Majestic relic of a vanished England, the house rose amid the August woods, rich in every beauty that sight and wealth and centuries could give to it. The river ran about it as though it loved it. The cedars which had kept it company for well-nigh 2 centuries gathered proudly round it. The deer grouped themselves in the park beneath it, as though they were conscious elements in a great whole of loveliness. The two friends were admitted by a housemaid who happened to be busy in the hall, and whose red cheeks and general breathlessness bore witness to the energy of the storm of preparation now sweeping through the house. The famous hall to which Elsmere at once drew Langham's attention was, however, in no way remarkable for size or height. It told comparatively little of seigneurial dignity, but it was as though generation after generation had employed upon its perfecting the craft of its most delicate fingers, the love of its most fanciful and ingenious spirits. Overhead, the stucco-work ceiling, covered with stags and birds and strange heraldic creatures unknown to science, had the deep creamy tint, the consistency and surface of antique ivory. From the white and gilt frieze beneath, untouched, so Robert explained, since the Jacobean days when it was first executed, hung Renaissance tapestries which would have made the heart's delight of any romantic child, so rich they were, in groves of marvellous trees hung with red and golden fruits, in far-reaching palaces and rock-built citadels, in flying shepherdesses and pursuing shepherds. Between the tapestries, again, there were breadths of carved panelling, crowded with all things round and sweet, with fruits and flowers and strange musical instruments, with flying cherubs and fair faces and laurel-wreath medallions, while in the middle of the wall a great oriel window broke the dim venerable surfaces of wood and tapestry with stretches of jewelled light. Tables crowded with antiques, with Tanagra figures or Greek vases, with Florentine bronzes or specimens of the wilful vivacious wood-carving of 17th-century Spain, stood scattered on the Persian carpets. And to complete the whole, the gardeners had just been at work on the corners of the hall and of the great window, so that the hard-won subtleties of man's bygone handiwork, with which the splendid room was encrusted from top to bottom, were masked and relieved here and there by the careless easy splendour of flowers, which had but to bloom in order to eclipse them all. Robert was at home in the great pile, where for many months he had gone freely in and out on his way to the library, and the housekeeper only met him to make an apology for her working dress, and to hand over to him the keys of the library bookcases, with a fretful comment that seemed to have in it the ghostly voice of generations of housemaids. "Oh, Lord, sir, they are a trouble, them books." From the drawing-rooms, full of a more modern and less poetical magnificence, where Langham turned restless and refractory, Elsmere, with a smile, took his guest silently back into the hall, and opened a carved door behind a curtain. Passing through, they found themselves in a long passage lighted by small windows on the left-hand side. "This passage, please notice," said Robert, "leads to nothing but the wing containing the library, or rather libraries, which is the oldest part of the house. I always enter it with a kind of pleasing awe. Consider these carpets which keep out every sound, and look how everything gets older as we go on." For halfway down the passage the ceiling seemed to descend upon their heads. The flooring became uneven, and woodwork and walls showed that they had passed from the Jacobean house into the much older Tudor building. Presently Robert led the way up a few shallow steps, pushed open a heavy door, also covered by curtains, and bade his companion enter. They found themselves in a low, immense room, running at right angles to the passage they had just quitted. The long diamond-paned window, filling almost half of the opposite wall, faced the door by which they had come in. The heavy carved mantelpiece was to their right. An open door on their left, closed at present by tapestry hangings, seemed to lead into yet other rooms. The walls of this one were completely covered from floor to ceiling with latticed bookcases, enclosed throughout in a frame of oak carved in light classical relief by what appeared to be a French hand of the 16th century. The checkered bindings of the books, in which the creamy tints of vellum predominated, lined the whole surface of the wall with a delicate sobriety of colour. Over the mantelpiece the picture of the founder of the house, a Holbein portrait, glorious in red robes and fur and golden necklace, seemed to gather up and give voice to all the dignity and impressiveness of the room beneath him, while on the window side the book-lined wall was, as it were, replaced by the wooden face of a hill clothed in dark lines of trimmed yews, which rose abruptly about 100 yards from the house and overshadowed the whole library wing. Between the window and the hill, however, was a small old English garden, closely hedged round with yew hedges, and blazing now with every flower that an English August knows, with sunflowers, tiger lilies, and dahlias white and red. The window was low, so that the flowers seemed to be actually in the room, challenging the pale tints of the books, the tawny browns and blues of the Persian carpet, and the scarlet splendours of the courtier over the mantelpiece. The room was lit up, besides, by a few gleaming casts from the antique, by the Diane Chasseresse of the Louvre, by the Hermes of Praxiteles smiling with immortal kindness on the child enthroned upon his arm, and by a Donatello figure of a woman in marble, its subtle, sweet austerity contrasting with the Greek frankness and blitheness of its companions. Langham was penetrated at once by the smell of this strange and beautiful place. The fastidious instincts which had been half revolted by the costly accumulations, the overblown splendours of the drawing-room, were abundantly satisfied here. "So it was here," he said, looking round him, "that man wrote the Idylls of the Market-place." "I imagine so," said Robert. "If so, he might well have felt a little more charity towards the human race in writing it. The race cannot be said to have treated him badly on the whole. But now look, Langham, look at these books. The most precious things are here." And he turned the key of a particular section of the wall, which was not only latticed but glazed. "Here is A Mirror for Magistrates. Look at the title page. You will find Gabriel Harvey's name on it. Here is a first edition of Astrophel and Stella, another of the Arcadia. They may very well be presentation copies, for the Wendover of that day is known to have been a wit and a writer. Imagine finding them in situ like this in the same room, perhaps on the same shelves as at the beginning. The other rooms on this floor have been annexed since, but this room was always a library." Langham took the volumes reverently from Robert's hands into his own, the scholar's passion hot within him. That glazed case was indeed a storehouse of treasures. Ben Jonson's Underwoods, with his own corrections, a presentation copy of Andrew Marvell's poems with autograph notes, manuscript volumes of letters containing almost every famous name known to English literature in the 17th and 18th centuries, the literary cream, in fact, of all the vast collection which filled the muniment room upstairs. Books which had belonged to Addison, to Sir William Temple, to Swift, to Horace Walpole, the first 4 folios of Shakespeare, all perfect, and most of the quartos. Everything that the heart of the English collector could most desire was there. And the charm of it was that only a small proportion of these precious things represented conscious and deliberate acquisition. The great majority of them had, as it were, drifted thither, one by one, carried there by the tide of English letters as to a warm and natural resting-place. But Robert grew impatient, and hurried on his guest to other things, to the shelves of French rarities, ranging from Du Bellai's Vision, with his autograph, down to the copy of Les Mémoires d'Outre-Tombe presented by Chateaubriand to Madame Récamier, or to a dainty manuscript volume in the fine writing of Lamartine. These, Robert explained, were collected, I believe, by the squire's father. He was not in the least literary, so they say, but it has always been a point of honour to carry on the library, and as he had learnt French well in his youth, he bought French things, taking advice, but without knowing much about them, I imagine. It was in the room overhead, said Robert, laying down the book he held, and speaking in a lower key. So the old doctor of the house told me a few weeks ago that the same poor soul put an end to himself 20 years ago. What in the name of fortune did he do that for? Mania, said Robert quietly. Phew, said the other, lifting his eyebrows. Is that the skeleton in this very magnificent cupboard? It has been the Wendover scourge from the beginning, so I hear. Everyone about here, of course, explains this man's eccentricities by the family history. But I don't know, said Robert, his lip hardening. It may be extremely convenient sometimes to have a tradition of the kind. A man who knew how to work it might very well enjoy all the advantages of sanity and the privileges of insanity at the same time. The poor old doctor I was telling you of, old Merrick, who has known the squire since his boyhood and has a dog-like attachment to him, is always hinting at mysterious excuses. Whenever I let out to him, as I do sometimes, as to the state of the property, he talks of inherited melancholy, rash judgments, and so forth. I like the good old soul, but I don't believe much of it. A man who is sane enough to make a great name for himself in letters is sane enough to provide his estate with a decent agent. It doesn't follow, said Langham, who was, however, so deep in a collection of Spanish romances and chronicles that the squire's mental history did not seem to make much impression upon him. Most men of letters are mad, and I should be inclined, he added with a sudden and fretful emphasis, to argue much worse things for the sanity of your squire, Elsmere, from the fact that this room is undoubtedly allowed to get damps sometimes, than from any of those absurd parochial tests of yours. And he held up a couple of priceless books, of which the Spanish sheepskin bindings showed traces here and there of moisture. It's no use, I know, expecting you to preserve a moral sense when you get among books, said Robert with a shrug. I will reserve my remarks on that subject. But you must really tear yourself away from this room, Langham, if you wanted to see the rest of the squire's quarters. Here you have what we may call the ornamental sensational part of the library, that part of it which would make a stir at Sotheby's. The working parts are all to come. Langham reluctantly allowed himself to be dragged away. Robert held back the hangings over the doorway leading into the rest of the wing, and, passing through, they found themselves in a continuation of the library totally different in character from the magnificent room they had just left. The walls were no longer latticed and carved. They were closely packed, in the most business-like way, with books which represented the squire's own collection, and were in fact a chart of his own intellectual history. "This is how I interpret this room," said Robert, looking round it. "Here are the books he collected at Oxford in the Tractarian movement and afterwards. Look here." And he pulled out a volume of St. Basil. Langham looked, and saw on the title page a note in faded characters. "Given to me by Newman at Oxford in 1845. "Ah, of course, he was one of them in 45. He must have left them very soon after," said Langham reflectively. Robert nodded. "But look at them. There are the tracts, all the fathers, all the councils, and masses, as you see, of Anglican theology. Now look at the next case, nothing but 18th century. I see, from the fathers to the philosophers, from Hooker to Hume. How history repeats itself in the individual." "And there again," said Robert, pointing to the other side of the room, "are the results of his life as a German student." "Germany? Ah, I remember. How long was he there?" 10 years, at Berlin and Heidelberg. According to old Merrick, he buried his last chance of living like other men at Berlin. His years of extravagant labour there have left marks upon him physically that can never be effaced. But that bookcase fascinates me. Half the great names of modern thoughts are in those books." And so they were. The first Langham opened had a Latin dedication in a quavering old man's hand. Amico et discipulo meo, signed Fredericus Gulielmus Schelling. The next bore the autograph of Alexander von Humboldt, the next that of Book, the famous classic, and so on. Close by was Niebuhr's history, in the title page of which a few lines in the historian's handwriting bore witness to much pleasant discourse between the writer and Robert Wendover at Bonn in the summer of 1847. Judging from other shelves farther down, he must also have spent some time, perhaps an academic year, at Tübingen, for here were most of the early editions of the Leben Jesu, with some correction from Strauss's hand, and similar records of Bauer, Ewald, and other members or opponents of the Tübingen school. And so on, through the whole bookcase. Something of everything was there: philosophy, theology, history, philology. The collection was a medley, and made almost a spot of disorder in the exquisite neatness and system of the vast gathering of which it formed part. Its bond of union was simply that it represented the forces of an epoch, the thoughts, the men, the occupations which had absorbed the energies of 10 golden years. Every book seemed to be full of paper marks. Almost every title page was covered with minute writing, which, when examined, proved to contain a record of lectures or conversations with the author of the volume, sometimes a string of anecdotes or a short biography, rapidly sketched out of the fullness of personal knowledge, and often seasoned with a subtle causticity and wit. A history of modern thinking Germany, of that unextinguished hearth whence the mind of Europe had been kindled for 3 generations, might almost have been evolved from that bookcase and its contents alone. Langham, as he stood peering among the ugly, vilely printed German volumes, felt suddenly a kind of magnetic influence creeping over him. The room seemed instinct with a harsh, commanding presence. The history of a mind and soul was written upon the face of it. Every shelf, as it were, was an autobiographical fragment, an apologia pro vita mea. He drew away from the books at last with the uneasy feeling of one who surprises a confidence, and looked for Robert. Robert was at the end of the room, a couple of volumes under his arm, another which he was reading in his hand. "This is my corner," he said, smiling and flushing a little as his friend moved up to him. "Perhaps you don't know that I too am engaged upon a great work." "A great work, you?" Langham looked at his companion, as though to find out whether his remark was meant seriously, or whether he might venture to be cynical. Elsmere writing? Why should everybody write books? It was absurd. The scholar who knows what toll scholarship takes of life is always apt to resent the intrusion of the man of action into his domains. It looks to him like a kind of ridiculous assumption that anyone d'un cœur léger can do what has cost him his heart's blood. Robert understood something of the meaning of his tone, and replied almost apologetically. He was always singularly modest about himself on the intellectual side. "Well, Gray is responsible. He gave me such a homily before I left Oxford on the absolute necessity of keeping up with books, that I could do nothing less than set up a subject at once. Half the day, he used to say to me, you will be king of your world. The other half, be the slave of something which will take you out of your world into the general world. And then he would quote to me that saying he was always bringing into lectures, I forget whose it is: the decisive events of the world take place in the intellect. It is the mission of books that they help one to remember it. Altogether it was striking, coming from one who has always had such a tremendous respect for practical life and work, and I was much impressed by it. So blame him." Langham was silent. Elsmere had noticed that any allusion to Gray found Langham less and less responsive. "Well, what is the great work?" he said at last, abruptly. "Historical. Oh, I should have written something without Gray. I've always had a term for it since I was a child. But he was clear that history was especially valuable, especially necessary to a clergyman. I felt he was right, entirely right. So I took my final school's history for a basis and started on the Empire, especially the decay of the Empire. Some day I mean to take up one of the episodes in the great birth of Europe, the makings of France, I think, most likely. It seems to lead farthest and tell most. I've been at work now 9 months." "And are just getting into it?" "Oh, just about. I've got down below the surface, and beginning to feel the joys of digging." And Robert threw back his head with one of his most brilliant, enthusiastic smiles. "I've been shy about boring you with the thing, but the fact is I'm very keen indeed, and this library has been a godsend." "So I should think." Langham sat down on one of the carved wooden stools, placed at intervals along the bookcases, and looked at his friend, his psychological curiosity rising a little. "Tell me," he said presently, "tell me what interests you specially, what seizes you, in a subject like the making of France, for instance." "Do you really want to know?" said Robert, incredulously. The other nodded. Robert left his place, and began to walk up and down, trying to answer Langham's question, and at the same time to fix in speech a number of sentiments and impressions bred in him by the work of the past few months. After a while, Langham began to see his way. Evidently the forces at the bottom of this new historical interest were precisely the same forces at work in Elsmere's parish plans, in his sermons, in his dealings with the poor and the young, forces of imagination and sympathy. What was enchaining him to this new study was not, to begin with, that patient love of ingenious accumulation which is the learned temper proper, the temper in short of science. It was simply a passionate sense of the human problems which underline all the dry and dusty detail of history and give it tone and colour, a passionate desire to rescue something more of human life from the drowning, submerging past, to realize for himself and others the solidarity and continuity of mankind's long struggle from the beginning until now. Langham had had much experience of Elsmere's versatility and pliancy, but he never realized it so much as now, while he sat listening to the vivid, many-coloured speech getting quicker and quicker, and more telling and original, as Robert got more absorbed and excited by what he had to say. He was endeavouring to describe to Langham the sort of book he thought might be written on the rise of modern society in Gaul, dwelling first of all on the outward spectacle of the blood-stained Frankish world, as it was, say, in the days of Gregory the Great, on its savage kings, its fiendish women, its bishops and its saints, and then on the conflict of ideas going on behind all the fierce incoherence of the empire's decay, the struggle of Roman order and of German freedom, of Roman luxury and of German hardness. Above all, the war of orthodoxy and heresy, with its strange political complications. And then, discontented still, as though the heart of the matter was still untouched, he went on, restlessly wandering the while, with his long arms linked behind him, throwing out words at an object in his mind, trying to grasp and analyze that strange sense which haunts the student of Rome's decline as it once overshadowed the infancy of Europe, that sense of a slowly departing majesty, of a great presence just withdrawn and still incalculably potent, traceable throughout in that humbling consciousness of Goth or Frank, that they were but beggars hunting in a palace, the place that had harboured greater men than they. "There is one thing," Langham said presently, in his slow, nonchalant voice, when the tide of Robert's ardour ebbed for a moment, "that doesn't seem to have touched you yet, but you will come to it. To my mind it makes almost the chief interest of history. It is just this. History depends on testimony. What is the nature and the value of testimony at given times? In other words, did the man of the 3rd century understand or report or interpret facts in the same way as the man of the 16th or the 19th? And if not, what are the differences, and what are the deductions to be made from them, if any?" He fixed his keen look on Robert, who was now lounging against the books, as though his harangue had taken it out of him a little. "Ah, well," said the rector, smiling, "I am only just coming to that. As I told you, I am only now beginning to dig for myself. Till now it has all been work at second hand. I have been getting a general survey of the ground as quickly as I could with the help of other men's labours. Now I must go to work inch by inch and find out what the ground is made of. I won't forget your point. It is enormously important, I grant." "Enormously," he repeated reflectively. "I should think it is," said Langham to himself as he rose. "The whole of Orthodox Christianity is in it, for instance." There was not much more to be seen. A little wooden staircase led from the second library to the upper rooms, curious old rooms which had been annexed one by one as the squire wanted them, and in which there was nothing at all, neither chair, nor table, nor carpet, but books only. All the doors leading from room to room had been taken off. The old worm-eaten boards had been roughly stained. A few old French engravings had been hung there and there, where the encroaching books left an opening, but otherwise all was bare. There was a curious charm in the space and air of these empty rooms, with their lattice windows opening onto the hill, and letting in day by day the summer sunrisings or the winter dawns which had shone upon them for more than 3 centuries. "This is my last day of privilege," said Robert. "Everybody is shut out when once he appears from this wing and this part of the grounds." "This was his father's room," said the rector, leading the way into the last of the series. "And through there," pointing to a door on the right, "lies the way to his own sleeping room, which is of course connected with the more modern side of the house. "So this is where that old man ventured what Cato did and Addison approved," murmured Langham, standing in the middle of the room and looking round him. This particular room was now used as a sort of lumber place, a receptacle for the superfluous or useless books gradually thrown off by the great collection all around. There were innumerable volumes in frayed or broken bindings lying on the ground. A musty smell hung over it all. The grey light from outside, which seemed to give only an added subtlety and charm to the other portions of the ancient building through which they had been moving, seemed here triste and dreary, or Langham fancied it. He passed the threshold again with a little sigh, and saw suddenly before him at the end of the suite of rooms, and framed in the doorways facing him, an engraving of a Gros picture. A girl's face turned over her shoulder, the hair waving about her temples, the lips parted, the teeth gleaming, mirth and provocation and tender yielding in every line. Langham started, and the blood rushed to his heart. It was as though Rose herself stood there and beckoned to him. End of Book 2, Chapter 14. Book 2, Chapter 15 of Robert Elsmere by Mary Augusta Ward. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Book 2, Chapter 15. "Now, having seen our sight," said Robert, as they left the great mass of Murewell behind them, "come and see our scandal. Both run by the same proprietor, if you please. There is a hamlet down there in the hollow," and he pointed to a grey speck in the distance, "which deserves a royal commission all to itself, which is a disgrace," and his tone warmed, "to any country, any owner, any agent. It is owned by Mr. Wendover, and I see the pleasing prospect straight before me of beginning my acquaintance with him by a fight over it. You will admit that it is a little hard on a man who wants to live on good terms with the possessor of the Murewell library to have to open relations with him by a fierce attack on his drains and his pigsties." He turned to his companion with a half-rueful spark of laughter in his grey eyes. Langham hardly caught what he said. He was far away in meditations of his own. "An attack?" he repeated vaguely. "Why an attack?" Robert plunged again into the great topic of which his quick mind was evidently full. Langham tried to listen, but was conscious that his friend's social enthusiasms bored him a great deal. And, side by side with the consciousness, there slid in a little stinging reflection that 4 years ago no talk of Elsmere's could have bored him. "What's the matter with this particular place?" he asked languidly, at last, raising his eyes towards the group of houses now beginning to emerge from the distance. An angry red mounted in Robert's cheek. "What isn't the matter with it? The houses, which were built on a swamp originally, are falling into ruin. The roofs, the drains, the accommodation per head are all about equally scandalous. The place is harried with illness. Since I came there has been both fever and diphtheria there. They are all crippled with rheumatism, but that they think nothing of. The English labourer takes rheumatism as quite in the day's bargain. And as to vice, the vice that comes of mere endless persecuting opportunity, I can tell you one's ideas of personal responsibility get a good deal shaken up by a place like this. And I can do nothing. I brought over Henslow to see the place, and he behaved like a brute. He scoffed at all my complaints, said that no landlord would be such a fool as to build fresh cottages on such a site, that the old ones must just be allowed to go to ruin, that people might live in them if they chose, or turn out of them if they chose. Nobody forced them to do either. It was their own look-out. "That was true," said Langham, "wasn't it?" Robert turned upon him fiercely. "Ah, you think it's so easy for those poor creatures to leave their homes, their working places. Some of them have been there 30 years. They are close to the 2 or 3 farms that employ them, close to the osier beds which give them extra earnings in the spring. If they were turned out, there is nothing nearer than Murewell, and not a single cottage to be found there. I don't say it is a landlord's duty to provide more cottages that are wanted, but if the labour is wanted, the labourer should be decently housed. He's worthy of his hire, and woe to the man who neglects or ill-treats him." Langham could not help smiling, partly at the vehemence of the speech, partly at the lack of adjustment between his friend's mood and his own. He braced himself to take the matter more seriously, but meanwhile Robert had caught the smile, and his angry eyes melted at once into laughter. "There I am, ranting as usual," he said penitently. "Took you for Henslow, I suppose. Ah, well, never mind. I hear the Provost has another book on the stocks." So they diverged into other things, talking politics and new books, public men and what not, till at the end of a long and gradual descent through wooded grounds, some 2 miles to the northwest of the park, they emerged from the trees beneath which they had been walking, and found themselves on a bridge, a grey sluggish stream flowing beneath them, and the hamlet they sought rising among the river flats on the farther side. "There," said Robert, stopping, "we are at our journey's end. Now then, what sort of a place of human habitation do you call that?" The bridge whereon they stood crossed the main channel of the river, which just at that point, however, parted into several branches, and came meandering slowly down through a little bottom or valley, filled with osier beds, long since robbed of that year's growth of shoots. On the other side of the river, on ground all but level with the osier beds, which interposed between them and the stream, rose a miserable group of houses, huddled together as though their bulging walls and rotten roofs could only maintain themselves at all by the help and support which each wretched hovel gave to its neighbour. The mud walls were stained with yellow patches of lichen. The palings round the little gardens were broken and ruinous. Close beside them all was a sort of open drain or watercourse, stagnant and noisome, which dribbled into the river a little above the bridge. Behind them rose a high gravel bank edged by firs, and a line of oak trees against the sky. The houses stood in the shadow of the bank looking north, and on this grey, lowering day the dreariness, the gloom, the squalor of the place were indescribable. "Well, that is a God-forsaken hole," said Langham, studying it, his interest roused at last, rather perhaps by the royster-like melancholy and picturesqueness of the scene than by its human suggestiveness. "I could hardly have imagined such a place existed in southern England. It's more like a bit of Ireland." "If it were Ireland, it might be to somebody's interest to ferret it out," said Robert bitterly. "But these poor folks are out of the world. They may be brutalized with impunity. Oh, such a case as I had here last autumn, a young girl of 16 or 17 who would have been healthy and happy anywhere else, stricken by the damp and the poison of the place, dying in 6 weeks of complications due to nothing in the world but preventable cruelty and neglect. It was a sight that burnt into my mind, once and for all, what is meant by a landlord's responsibility. I tried, of course, to move her, but neither she nor her parents, elderly folk, had energy enough for a change. They only prayed to be let alone. I came over the last evening of her life to give her the communion." "Ah, sir," said the mother to me, not bitterly, "that is the strange thing, they have so little bitterness. If Mr. Enslow would just have mended that bit of roof of ours last winter, Bessie needn't have laid in the wet so many nights as she did, and she coughing fit to break your heart, for all the things you could have put over her." Robert paused, his strong young face, so vehemently angry a few minutes before, tremulous with feeling. "Ah, well," he said at last, with a long breath, moving away from the parapet of the bridge on which he had been leaning. "Better be oppressed than oppressor any day. Now then, I must deliver my stores. There's a child here Catherine and I have been doing our best to pull through typhoid." They crossed the bridge and turned down the track leading to the hamlet. Some planks carried them across the ditch, the main sewer of the community, as Robert pointed out, and they made their way through the filth surrounding one of the nearest cottages. A feeble, elderly man, whose shaking limbs and sallow, bloodless skin made him look much older than he actually was, opened the door and invited them to come in. Robert passed on into an inner room, conducted thither by a woman who had been sitting working over the fire. Langham stood irresolute, but the old man's quavering, "Can't you take a chair, sir? You've come a long way," decided him, and he stepped in. Inside, the hovel was miserable indeed. It belonged to that old and evil type which the efforts of the last 20 years have done so much all over England to sweep away. 4 mud walls, enclosing an oblong space about 8 yards long, divided into 2 unequal portions by a lath and plaster partition, with no upper story, a thatched roof, now entirely out of repair, and letting in the rain in several places, and a paved floor little better than the earth itself, so large and cavernous were the gaps between the stones. The dismal place had no small adornings, none of those little superfluities which, however ugly and trivial, are still so precious in the dwellings of the poor, as showing the existence of some instinct or passion which is not the creation of the sheerest physical need. and Langham, as he sat down, caught the sickening marsh smell which the Oxford man, accustomed to the odours of damp meadows in times of ebbing flood and festering sun, knows so well. As old Milsom began to talk to him in his weak, tremulous voice, the visitor's attention was irresistibly held by the details about him. Fresh as he was from all the delicate sights, the harmonious colours and delightful forms of the squire's house, they made an unusually sharp impression on his fastidious senses. What does human life become, lived on reeking floors and under stifling roofs like these? What strange abnormal deteriorations, physical and spiritual, must it not inevitably undergo? Langham felt a sudden inward movement of disgust and repulsion. "For heaven's sake, keep your superstitions," he could have cried to the whole human race, "or any other narcotic that a grinding fate has left you. What does anything matter to the mass of mankind but a little ease, a little lightening of pressure on this side or on that?" Meanwhile the old man went maundering on, talking of the weather and of his sick child and Mr. Elsmere, with a kind of listless incoherence which hardly demanded an answer, though Langham threw in a word or two here and there. Among other things he began to ask a question or two about Robert's predecessor, a certain Mr. Preston, who had left behind him a memory of amiable evangelical indolence. "Did you see much of him?" he asked. "Oh, Lord, no, sir," replied the man, surprised into something like energy. "Never seed him more than once a year, and sometimes not that." "Was he liked here?" "Well, sir, it's like this, you see. My wife, she's north country, she is, coming from Yorkshire. Sometimes she used to say to me, 'Parson, he ain't much good, and parson, he ain't much harm. He's no more good nor more harm, so far as I can see, nor a chip in a basin of pottage.'" "And that was just about it, sir," said the old man, pleased for the 100th time with his wife's bygone flight of metaphor and his own exact memory of it. As to the rector's tendance of his child, his tone was very cool and guarded. "It do seem strange, sir, as nor he nor Dr. Grimes will let her have anything to put a bit of flesh on her. Nothing but the messy things as he brings, milk and that. And the beef jelly, lor, such a trouble. Mrs. Elsmere, he tells my wife, strains all the stuff through a cloth, she do. I never seed anything like it, nor my wife neither. People is clever nowadays," said the speaker dubiously. Langham realized that, in this quarter of his parish at any rate, his friend's pastoral vanity, if he had any, would not find much to feed on. Nothing, to judge from this specimen at least, greatly affected an inhabitant of Mile End. Gratitude, responsiveness, implied health and energy, past or present. The only constant defence which the poor have against such physical conditions as those which prevailed at Mile End is apathy. As they came down the dilapidated steps at the cottage door, Robert drew in with avidity a long draught of the outer air. "Huh!" he said with a sort of groan. "That bedroom! Nothing gives one such a sense of the toughness of human life as to see a child actually recovering, in such a pestilential den. Father, mother, grown-up son, girl of 13, and grandchild, all huddled in a space just 14 feet square. Langham," and he turned passionately on his companion, "what defence can be found for a man who lives in a place like Murewell Hall, and can take money from human beings for the use of a sty like that?" "Gently, my friend. Probably the squire, being the sort of recluse he is, has never seen the place, or at any rate not for years, and knows nothing about it." "More shame for him." "True, in a sense," said Langham a little dryly. "But as you may want hereafter to make excuses for your man, and in the end he may give you occasion, I wouldn't begin by painting him to yourself any blacker than need be." Robert laughed, sighed, and acquiesced. "I'm a hot-headed, impatient kind of creature at the best of times," he confessed. "They tell me that great things have been done for the poor round here in the last 20 years. Something has been done, certainly. But why are the old ways, the old evil, neglect, and apathy so long, so terribly long, in dying? This social progress of ours we are so proud of is a clumsy, limping jade at best." They prowled a little more about the hamlet, every step almost revealing some new source of poison and disease. Of their various visits, however, Langham remembered nothing afterwards but a little scene in a miserable cottage, where they found a whole family party gathered round the midday meal. A band of puny, black-eyed children were standing or sitting at the table. The wife, confined to twins 3 weeks before, sat by the fire, deathly pale, a bad leg stretched out before her on some improvised support, one baby on her lap, and another dark-haired bundle asleep in a cradle beside her. There was a pathetic, pinched beauty about the whole family. Even the tiny twins were comparatively shapely. All the other children had delicate, transparent skins, large eyes, and small, colourless mouths. The father, a picturesque, handsome fellow, looking as though he had gypsy blood in his veins, had opened the door to their knock. Robert, seeing the meal, would have retreated at once, in spite of the children's shy, inviting looks, but a glance past them at the mother's face checked the word of refusal and apology on his lips, and he stepped in. In after years, Langham was always apt to see him in imagination as he saw him then, standing beside the bent figure of the mother, his quick, pitiful eyes taking in the pallor and exhaustion of the face and frame, his hand resting instinctively on the head of a small creature that had crept up beside him, his look all attention and softness as the woman feebly told him some of the main facts of her state. The young rector at the moment might have stood for the modern man of feeling, as sensitive, as impressionable, and as free from the burden of self as his 18th-century prototype. On the way home, Robert suddenly remarked to his companion, "Have you heard my sister-in-law play yet, Langham? What did you think of it?" "Extraordinary," said Langham briefly. "The most considerable gift I ever came across in an amateur." His olive cheek flushed a little involuntarily. Robert threw a quick, observant look at him. "The difficulty," he exclaimed, "is to know what to do with it." "Why do you make the difficulty? I gather she wants to study abroad. What is there to prevent it?" Langham turned to his companion with a touch of asperity. He could not stand it that Elsmere should be so much narrowed and warped by that wife of his and her prejudices. Why should that gifted creature be cribbed, cabined, and confined in this way? "I grant you," said Robert with a look of perplexity, "there is not much to prevent it." And he was silent a moment, thinking on his side, very tenderly, of all the antecedents and explanations of that old-world distrust of art and the artistic life so deeply rooted in his wife, even though in practice and under his influence she had made concession after concession. "The great solution of all," he said presently, brightening, "would be to get her married. I don't wonder her belongings dislike the notion of anything so pretty and so flighty going off to live by itself. And to break up the home in Windale would be to undo everything their father did for them, to defy his most solemn last wishes." "To talk of a father's wishes in a case of this kind 10 years after his death is surely excessive," said Langham with dry interrogation. Then, suddenly recollecting himself, "I beg your pardon, Elsmere, I'm interfering." "Nonsense," said Robert brightly. "I don't wonder it seems like a difficulty of our own making. Like so many difficulties, it depends on character, present character, bygone character." And again he fell musing on his Westmoreland experiences, and on the intensity of that Puritan type it had revealed to him. "However, as I said, marriage would be the natural way out of it." "An easy way, I should think," said Langham, after a pause. "It won't be easy to find the right man. She's a young person with a future, is Miss Rose. She wants somebody in the stream, somebody with a strong hand who will keep her in order and yet give her a wide range. A rich man, I think. She hasn't the ways of a poor man's wife. But at any rate, someone who will be proud of her and yet have a full life of his own in which she may share." "Your views are extremely clear," said Langham, and his smile had a touch of bitterness in it. "If hers agree, I prophesy you won't have long to wait. She has beauty, talent, charm, everything that rich and important men like." There was the slightest sarcastic note in the voice. Robert winced. It was borne in upon one of the least worldly of mortals that he had been talking like the veriest schemer. What vague, quick impulse had driven him on? By the time they emerged again upon the Muirwell Green, the rain had cleared altogether away, and the autumnal morning had broken into sunshine, which played mistily on the sleeping woods, on the white fronts of the cottages, and the wide green where the rain-pools glistened. On the hill leading to the rectory there was the flutter of a woman's dress. As they hurried on, afraid of being late for luncheon, they saw that it was Rose in front of them. Langham stared at the slender figure suddenly defined itself against the road. A tumult within, half rage, half feeling, showed itself only in an added rigidity of the finely cut features. Rose turned directly she heard the steps and voices, and over the dreaminess of her face there flashed a sudden brightness. "You have been a long time," she exclaimed, saying the first thing that came into her head, joyously, rashly, like the child she in reality was. "How many halt and maimed has Robert taken you to see, Mr. Langham?" "We went to Milmel first. The library was well worth seeing. Since then we've been a parish round, distributing stores." Rose's look changed in an instant. The words were spoken by the Langham of her earliest acquaintance. The man who that morning had asked her to play to him had gone, vanished away. "How exhilarating!" she said scornfully. "Don't you wonder how anyone can ever tear themselves away from the country?" "Rose, don't be abusive," said Robert, opening his eyes at her tone. Then, passing his arm through hers, he looked banteringly down upon her. "For the first time since you left the metropolis you have walked yourself into a colour. It's becoming, and it's mural, so be civil." "Oh, nobody denies you a high place in milkmaids," she said, with her head in the air, and they went off into a minute's sparring. Meanwhile, Langham, on the other side of the road, walked up slowly, his eyes on the ground. Once, when Rose's eyes caught him, a shock ran through her. There was already a look of slovenly age about his stooping bookworm's gait. Her companion of the night before, handsome, animated, human, where was he? The girl's heart felt a singular contraction. Then she turned and rent herself, and Robert found her more mocking and sprightly than ever. At the rectory gate, Robert ran on to overtake a farmer on the road. Rose stooped to open the latch. Langham mechanically made a quick movement forwards to anticipate her. Their fingers touched. She drew hers hastily away and passed in, an erect and dignified figure in her curving garden hat. Langham went straight up to his room, shut the door, and stood before the open window, deaf and blind to everything save an inward storm of sensation. "Fool! Idiot!" he said to himself at last, with fierce, stifled emphasis, while a kind of dumb fury with himself and circumstance swept through him. That he, the poor and solitary student whose only sources of self-respect lay in the deliberate limitations, the reasoned and reasonable renunciations he had imposed upon his life, should have needed the reminder of his old pupil not to fall in love with his brilliant ambitious sister. His irritable self-consciousness enormously magnified Elsmere's motive and Elsmere's words. That golden vagueness and softness of temper which had possessed him since his last sight of her gave place to one of bitter tension. With sardonic scorn he pointed out to himself that his imagination was still held by, his nerves were still thrilling under, the mental image of a girl looking up to him as no woman had ever looked, a girl, white-armed, white-necked, with softened eyes of appeal and confidence. He bade himself mark that during the whole of his morning walk with Robert down to its last stage his mind had been really absorbed in some preposterous dream he was now too self-contemptuous to analyse. Pretty well for a philosopher in 4 days. What a ridiculous business is life! What a contemptible creature is man! How incapable of dignity, of consistency! At luncheon he talked rather more than usual, especially on literary matters with Robert. Rose, too, was fully occupied in giving Catherine a sarcastic account of a singing lesson she had been administering in the school that morning. Catherine winced sometimes at the tone of it. That afternoon Robert, in high spirits, his rod over his shoulder, his basket at his back, carried off his guest for a lounging afternoon along the river. Elsmere enjoyed these fishing expeditions like a boy. They were his holidays, relished all the more because he kept a jealous account of them with his conscience. He sauntered along, now throwing a cunning and effectual fly, now resting, smoking, and chattering as the fancy took him. He found a great deal of the old stimulus and piquancy in Langham's society, but there was an occasional irritability in his companion, especially towards himself personally, which puzzled him. After a while, indeed, he began to feel himself the unreasonably cheerful person which he evidently appeared to his companion. a mere ignorant enthusiast, banished for ever from the realm of pure knowledge by certain original and incorrigible defects. After a few hours' talk with Langham, Robert's quick insight always showed him some image of himself resembling this in his friend's mind. At last he turned restive. He had been describing to Langham his acquaintance with the dissenting minister of the place, a strong, coarse-grained fellow of sensuous, excitable temperament, famous for his noisy conversion meetings, and for a gymnastic dexterity in the quoting and combining of texts, unrivalled in Robert's experience. Some remark on the dissenter's logic, made perhaps a little too much in the tone of the churchman conscious of university advantages, seemed to irritate Langham. "You think your Anglican logic in dealing with the Bible so superior. On the contrary, I am all for your ranter. He is your logical Protestant. Historically, you Anglican parsons are where you are and what you are because Englishmen, as a whole, like attempting the contradictory, like above all to eat their cake and have it. The nation has made you and maintains you for its own purposes, but that is another matter." Robert smoked on a moment in silence. Then he flushed and laid down his pipe. "We are all fools in your eyes, I know. À la bonne heure. I have been to the university, and talk what he is pleased to call philosophy. Therefore Mr. Coulson denies me faith. You have always, in your heart of hearts, denied me knowledge. But I cling to both in spite of you." There was a ray of defiance, of emotion in his look. Langham met it in silence. "I deny you nothing," he said at last, slowly. "On the contrary, I believe you to be the possessor of all that is best worth having in life and mind." His irritation had all died away. His tone was one of indescribable depression, and his great black eyes were fixed on Robert with a melancholy which startled his companion. By a subtle transition, Elsmere felt himself touched with a pang of profound pity for the man who an instant before had seemed to pose as his scornful superior. He stretched out his hand and laid it on his friend's shoulder. Rose spent the afternoon in helping Catherine with various parochial occupations. In the course of them, Catherine asked many questions about Long Windale. Her thoughts clung to the hills, to the grey farmhouses, the rough men and women inside them. But Rose gave her small satisfaction. "Poor old Jim Backhouse," said Catherine, sighing. "Agnes tells me he is quite bedridden now." "Well, then a good thing for John, don't you think?" said Rose briskly, covering a parish library book the while in a way which made Catherine's fingers itch to take it from her. "And for us, it's some use having a carrier now." Catherine made no reply. She thought of the noodle fading out of life in the room where Mary Backhouse died. She actually saw the white hair, the blurred eyes, the palsied hands, the poor emaciated limbs stretched along the settle. Her heart rose, but she said nothing. "And has Mrs. Thornburg been enjoying her summer?" "Oh, I suppose so," said Rose, her tone indicating a quite measureless indifference. "She had another young Oxford man staying with her in June, a missionary, and it annoyed her very much that neither Agnes nor I would intervene to prevent his resuming his profession. She seemed to think it was a question of saving him from being eaten, and apparently he would have proposed to either of us." Catherine could not help laughing. "I suppose she still thinks she married Robert and me." "Of course, so she did." Catherine coloured a little, but Rose's hard lightness of tone was unconquerable. "Or if she didn't," Rose resumed, "nobody could have the heart to rob her of the illusion. Oh, by the way, Sarah has been under warning since June. Mrs. Thornburg told her desperately that she must either throw over her young man, who was picked up drunk at the vicarage gate one night, or vacate the vicarage kitchen. Sarah cheerfully accepted her month's notice, and is still making the vicarage jams and walking out with the young man every Sunday. Mrs. Thornburg sees that it will require a convulsion of nature to get rid either of Sarah or the young man, and has succumbed." "And the Tysons? And that poor Walker girl?" "Oh, dear me, Catherine," said Rose, a strange disproportionate flash of impatience breaking through. "Everyone in Long Windale is always just where and what they were last year. I admit they are born and die, but they do nothing else of a decisive kind." Catherine's hands worked away for a while. Then she laid down her book and said, lifting her clear, large eyes on her sister, Was there never a time when you loved the valley, Rose? Never, cried Rose. Then she pushed away her work, and leaning her elbows on the table, turned her brilliant face to Catherine. There was frank mutiny in it. By the way, Catherine, are you going to prevent Mamma from letting me go to Berlin for the winter? And after Berlin, Rose? Said Catherine presently, her gaze bent upon her work. After Berlin? What next? Said Rose recklessly. Well, after Berlin I shall try to persuade Mamma, and Agnes, I suppose, to come and back me up in London. We could still be some months of the year at Burwood. Now she had said it out. But there was something else surely goading the girl than mere intolerance of the family tradition. The hesitancy, the moral doubt of her conversation with Langham seemed to have vanished wholly in a kind of acrid self-assertion. Catherine felt a shock sweep through her. It was as though all the pieties of life, all the sacred assumptions and self-surrenders at the root of it, were shaken, outraged by the girl's tone. "Do you ever remember," she said, looking up while her voice trembled, "what Papa wished when he was dying?" It was her last argument. To Rose she had very seldom used it in so many words. Probably it seemed to her too strong, too sacred, to be often handled. But Rose sprang up, and pacing the little workroom with her white wrists locked behind her, she met that argument with all the concentrated passion which her youth had for years been storing up against it. Catherine sat presently overwhelmed, bewildered. This language of a proud and tameless individuality, this modern gospel of the divine right of self-development, her soul loathed it. And yet, since that night in Marisdale, there had been a new yearning in her to understand. Suddenly, however, Rose stopped, lost her thread. Two figures were crossing the lawn, and their shadows were thrown far beyond them by the fast disappearing sun. She threw herself down on her chair again with an abrupt, "Do you see they've come back? We must go and dress." And as she spoke, she was conscious of a new sensation altogether, the sensation of the wild creature lassoed on the prairie, of the bird exchanging in an instant its glorious freedom of flight for the pitiless meshes of the net. It was stifling. Her whole nature seemed to fight with it. Catherine rose and began to put away the books they had been covering. She had said almost nothing in answer to Rose's tirade. When she was ready, she came and stood beside her sister a moment, her lips trembling. At last she stooped and kissed the girl, the kiss of deep suppressed feeling, and went away. Rose made no response. Unmusical as she was, Catherine pined for her sister's music that evening. Robert was busy in his study, and the hours seemed interminable. After a little difficult talk, Langham subsided into a book and a corner, but the only words of which he was conscious for long were the words of an inner dialogue. "I promised to play for her. Go and offer then. Madness. Let me keep away from her. If she asks me, of course I will go. She is much too proud. Already she thinks me guilty of a rudeness." Then, with a shrug, he would fall to his book again, abominably conscious, however, all the while of the white figure between the lamp and the open window, and of the delicate head and cheek lit up against the trees and the soft August dark. When the time came to go to bed, he got their candles for the two ladies. Rose just touched his hand with cool fingers. "Good night, Mr. Langham. You're going to smoke with Robert, I suppose?" Her bright eyes seemed to look him through. Their mocking hostility seemed to say to him as plainly as possible, "Your purgatory is over. Go, smoke, and be happy." "I will go and help him wind up his sermon," he said, with an attempt at a laugh, and moved away. Rose went upstairs, and it seemed to her that a Greek brow and a pair of wavering melancholy eyes went before her in the darkness, chased along the passages by the light she held. She gained her room, and stood by the window, seized again by that stifling sense of catastrophe, so strange, so undefined. Then she shook it off with an angry laugh, and went to work to see how far her stock of light dresses had suffered by her London dissipations. End of Book 2, Chapter 15. Book 2, Chapter 16 of Robert Elsmere by Mary Augusta Ward. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Book 2, Chapter 16. The next morning after breakfast, the rectory party were in the garden, the gentlemen smoking, Catherine and her sister strolling arm in arm among the flowers. Catherine's vague terrors of the morning before had all taken to themselves wings. It seemed to her that Rose and Mr. Langham had hardly spoken to each other since she had seen them walking about together. Robert had already made merry over his own alarms, and hers, and she admitted he was in the right. As to her talk with Rose, her deep meditative nature was slowly working upon and digesting it. Meanwhile she was all tenderness to her sister, and there was even a reaction of pity in her heart towards the lonely sceptic who had once been so good to Robert. Robert was just bethinking himself that it was time to go off to the school, when they were all startled by an unexpected visitor, a short old lady in a rusty black dress and bonnet, who entered the drive and stood staring at the rectory party, a tiny hand in a black thread glove shading the sun from a pair of wrinkled eyes. "Mrs. Darcy," exclaimed Robert to his wife after a moment's perplexity, and they walked quickly to meet her. Rose and Langham exchanged a few commonplaces till the others joined them, and then for a while the attention of everybody in the group was held by the squire's sister. She was very small, as thin and light as thistledown, ill-dressed, and as communicative as a babbling child. The face and all the features were extraordinarily minute, and moreover blanched and etherealized by age. She had the elfish look of a little withered fairy godmother, and yet through it all it was clear that she was a great lady. There were certain poses and gestures about her which made her thread gloves and rusty skirts seem a mere whim and masquerade, adopted, perhaps deliberately, from a high-bred love of congruity to suit the country lanes. She had come to ask them all to dinner at the hall on the following evening, and she either brought, or devised on the spot, the politest messages from the squire to the new rector, which pleased the sensitive Robert, and silenced for the moment his various misgivings as to Mr. Wendover's advent. Then she stayed chattering, studying Rose every now and then out of her strange little eyes, restless and glancing as a bird's, which took stock also of the garden, of the flower-beds, of Elsmere's lanky frame, and of Elsmere's handsome friend in the background. She was most odd when she was grateful, and she was grateful for the most unexpected things. She thanked Elsmere effusively for coming to live there, sacrificing yourself so nobly to us country folk, and she thanked him with an appreciative glance at Langham for having his clever friends to stay with him. "The squire will be so pleased. My brother, you know, is very clever. Oh, yes, frightfully clever." And then there was a long sigh, at which Elsmere could hardly keep his countenance. She thought it particularly considerate of them to have been to see the squire's books. It would make conversation so easy when they came to dinner. "Though I don't know anything about his books. He doesn't like women to talk about books. He says they only pretend, even the clever ones, except, of course, Madame de Stael. He can only say she was ugly, and I don't deny it. But I have about used up Madame de Stael," she added, dropping into another sigh as soft and light as a child's. Robert was charmed with her, and even Langham smiled, and as Mrs. Darcy adored clever men, ranking them, as the London of her youth had ranked them, only second to persons of birth, she stood among them beaming, becoming more and more whimsical and inconsequent, more and more deliciously incalculable as she expanded. At last she fluttered off, only, however, to come hurrying back with little short scudding steps to implore them all to come to tea with her as soon as possible in the garden that was her special hobby, and in her last new summer-house. "I build 2 or 3 every summer," she said. "Now there are 21. Roger laughs at me, and there was a momentary bitterness in the little eerie face. "But how can one live without hobbies? That's one. Then I've 2 more. My album. Oh, you will all write in my album, won't you? When I was young, when I was maid of honour," and she drew herself up slightly, "everybody had albums, even the dear Queen herself. I remember how she made Monsieur Gouzeau write in it. Something quite stupid after all. Those hobbies, the garden and the album, are quite harmless, aren't they? They hurt nobody, do they?" Her voice dropped a little, with a pathetic expostulating intonation in it, as of one accustomed to be rebuked. "Let me remind you of a saying of Bacon's," said Langham, studying her, and softened perforce into benevolence. "Yes, yes," said Mrs. Darcy in a flutter of curiosity. "God Almighty first planted a garden," he quoted, "and indeed it is the purest of all human pleasures." "Oh, but how delightful!" cried Mrs. Darcy, clasping her diminutive hands in her thread gloves. "You must write that in my album, Mr. Langham, that very sentence. Oh, how clever of you to remember it! What it is to be clever and have a brain! But then I've another hobby." Here, however, she stopped, hung her head, and looked depressed. Robert, with a little ripple of laughter, begged her to explain. "No," she said plaintively, giving a quick, uneasy look at him, as though it occurred to her that it might some day be his pastoral duty to admonish her. "No, it's wrong. I know it is. Only I can't help it. Never mind. You'll know soon." And again she turned away, when suddenly Rose attracted her attention, and she stretched out a thin white bird claw of a hand and caught the girl's arm. "There won't be much to amuse you tomorrow, my dear, and there ought to be. You're so pretty." Rose blushed furiously and tried to draw her hand away. No, don't mind. I didn't at your age. Well, we'll do our best, but your own party is so charming." And she looked round the little circle, her gaze stopping specially at Langham before it returned to Rose. "After all, you will amuse each other." Was there any malice in the tiny withered creature? Rose, unsympathetic and indifferent as youth commonly is when its own affairs absorb it, had stood coldly outside the group which was making much of the squire's sister. Was it so the strange little visitor revenged herself? At any rate, Rose was left feeling as if someone had pricked her. While Catherine and Elsmere escorted Mrs. Darcy to the gate, she turned to go in, her head thrown back stag-like, her cheek still burning. Why should it be always open to the old to annoy the young with impunity? Langham watched her mount the first step or two. His eye travelled up the slim figure so instinct with pride and will, and something in him suddenly gave way. It was like a man who feels his grip relaxing on some attacking thing he has been holding by the throat. He followed her hastily. "Must you go in? None of us has paid our respects yet to those Floxes in the back garden." Oh, woman, flighty woman! An instant before the girl, sore and bruised in every fibre, she only half knew why, was thirsting that this man might somehow offer her his neck, that she might trample on it. He offers it, and the angry instinct wavers, as a man wavers in a wrestling match when his opponent unexpectedly gives ground. She paused. She turned her white throat. His eyes, upturned, met hers. "The Floxes, did you say?" she asked coolly, redescending the steps. "Then round here, please." She led the way. He followed, conscious of an utter relaxation of nerve and will, which for the moment had something intoxicating in it. "There are your Floxes," she said, stopping before a splendid line of plants in full blossom. Her self-respect was whole again. Her spirits rose at a bound. "I don't know why you admire them so much. They have no scent, and they're only pretty in the lump." And she broke off a spike of blossom, studied it a little disdainfully, and threw it away. He stood beside her, the southern glow and life of which it was intermittently capable once more lighting up the strange face. "Give me leave to enjoy everything countrified more than usual," he said. "After this morning it will be so long before I see the true country again." He looked, smiling, round on the blue and white brilliance of the sky, clear again after a night of rain, on the sloping garden, on the village beyond, on the hedge of sweet peas close beside them, with its blooms, on tiptoe for a flight, with wings of gentle flush her delicate white. "Oh, Oxford is countrified enough," she said indifferently, moving down the broad grass path which divided the garden into two equal portions. "But I am leaving Oxford, at any rate for a year," he said quietly. "I am going to London." Her delicate eyebrows went up. "To London?" Then in a tone of mock meekness and sympathy, "How you will dislike it!" "Dislike it? Why?" "Oh, because—" She hesitated, and then laughed her daring, girlish laugh. "Because there are so many stupid people in London. The cleverer people are not all picked out like prize apples, as I suppose they are in Oxford." "At Oxford?" repeated Langham with a kind of groan. "At Oxford? You imagine that Oxford is inhabited only by clever people?" "I can only judge by what I see," she said demurely. "Every Oxford man always behaves as if he were the cream of the universe." "Oh, I don't mean to be rude," she cried, losing for a moment her defiant control over herself, as though afraid of having gone too far. "I'm not in the least disrespectful, really. When you and Robert talk, Catherine and I feel quite as humble as we ought." The words were hardly out before she could have bitten the tongue that spoke them. He made her feel her indiscretions of Sunday night as she deserved to feel them, and now, after 3 minutes' conversation, she was on the verge of fresh ones. Would she never grow up, never behave like other girls? That word humble seemed to burn her memory. Before he could possibly answer, she barred the way by a question as short and dry as possible. "What are you going to London for?" "For many reasons," he said, shrugging his shoulders. "I have told no one yet, not even Elsmere, and indeed I go back to my rooms for a while from here. But as soon as term begins, I become a Londoner." They reached the gate at the bottom of the garden, and were leaning against it. She was disturbed, conscious, slightly flushed. It struck her as another gaucherie on her part that she should have questioned him as to his plans. What did his life matter to her? He was looking away from her, studying the half-ruined, degraded manor-house spread out below them. Then suddenly he turned. "If I could imagine for a moment it would interest you to hear my reasons for leaving Oxford, I could not flatter myself you would see any sense of them. I know that Robert will think them moonshine, nay more, that they will give him pain." He smiled sadly. The tone of gentleness, the sudden breach in the man's melancholy reserve, affected the girl beside him for the second time, precisely as they had affected her the first time. The result of 24 hours' resentful meditation turned out to be precisely nil. Her breath came fast, her proud look melted, and his quick sense caught the change in an instant. "Are you tired of Oxford?" the poor child asked him, almost shyly. "Mortally," he said, still smiling. "And what is more important still, Oxford is tired of me. I've been lecturing there for 10 years. They've had more than enough of me." "Oh, but Robert said—" began Rose impetuously, then stopped, crimson, remembering many things Robert had said. "That I helped him over a few styles," returned Langham calmly. "Yes, there was a time when I was capable of that. There was a time when I could teach, and teach with pleasure." He paused. Rose could have scourged herself for the tremor she felt creeping over her. Why should it be to her so new and strange a thing that a man, especially a man of these years and this calibre, should confide in her, should speak to her intimately of himself? After all, she said to herself angrily, with a terrified sense of importance, she was a child no longer, though her mother and sisters would treat her as one. "When we were chatting the other night," he went on, turning to her again as he stood leaning on the gate, "do you know what it was struck me most?" His tone had in it the most delicate, the most friendly deference. But Rose flushed furiously. "The girls are very ready to talk about themselves, I imagine," she said scornfully. "No, not at all. Not for a moment. No, but it seemed to me so pathetic, so strange that anybody should wish for anything so much as you wished for the musician's life." "And you never wished for anything?" she cried. "When Elsmere was at college," he said, smiling, "I believe I wished he would get a first class. This year I have certainly wished to say good-bye to St. Anselm's, and to turn my back for good and all on my men. I can't remember that I have wished for anything else for 6 years. She looked at him, perplexed. Was his manner merely languid, or was it from him that the emotion she felt invading herself first started? She tried to shake it off. "And I am just a bundle of wants," she said half-mockingly. "Generally speaking, I am in the condition of being ready to barter all I have for some folly or other, one in the morning, another in the afternoon. What have you to say to such people, Mr. Langham?" Her eyes challenged him magnificently, most out of sheer nervousness. But the face they rested on seemed suddenly to turn to stone before her. The life died out of it. It grew still and rigid. "Nothing," he said quietly. "Between them and me there is a great gulf fixed. I watch them pass, and I say to myself, there are the living. That is how they look, how they speak. Realize once for all that you have nothing to do with them. Life is theirs, belongs to them. You are already outside it. Go your way and be a spectre among the active and the happy no longer." He leant his back against the gate. Did he see her? Was he conscious of her at all in this rare impulse of speech which had suddenly overtaken one of the most withdrawn and silent of human beings? All her airs dropped off her. A kind of fright seized her, and involuntarily she laid her hand on his arm. Don't, Mr. Langham. Oh, don't say such things. Why should you be so unhappy? Why should you talk so? Can no one do anything? Why do you live so much alone? Is there no one you care about?" He turned. What a vision! His artistic sense absorbed it in an instant, the beautiful tremulous lip, the drawn white brow. For a moment he drank in the pity, the emotion of those eyes. Then a movement of such self-scorn as even he had never felt swept through him. He gently moved away. Her hand dropped. "Miss Leyburn," he said, gazing at her, his olive face singularly pale, "don't waste your pity on me, for heaven's sake. Some madness made me behave as I did just now. Years ago the same sort of idiocy betrayed me to your brother. Never before or since. I ask your pardon, humbly," and his tone seemed to scorch her, "that this second fit of ranting should have seized me in your presence." But he could not keep it up. The inner upheaval had gone too far. He stopped and looked at her, piteously, the features quivering. It was as though the man's whole nature had for the moment broken up, become disorganized. She could not bear it. Some ghastly infirmity seemed to have been laid bare to her. She held out both her hands. Swiftly he caught them, stooped, kissed them, let them go. It was an extraordinary scene, to both a kind of lifetime. Then he gathered himself together by a mighty effort. "That was adorable of you," he said with a long breath. "But I stole it. I despise myself. Why should you pity me? What is there to pity me for? My troubles, such as I have, are of my own making, every one." And he laid a sort of vindictive emphasis on the words. The tears of excitement were in her eyes. "Won't you let me be your friend?" she said, trembling with a kind of reproach. "I thought the other night we were to be friends. Won't you tell me—" "More of yourself," her eyes said, but her voice failed her. And as for him, as he gazed at her, all the accidents of circumstance, of individual character, seemed to drop from her. He forgot the difference of years. He saw her no longer as she was, a girl hardly out of the schoolroom, vain, ambitious, dangerously responsive, on whose crude romantic sense he was wantonly playing. She was to him pure beauty, pure woman. For one tumultuous moment the cold critical instinct, which had been for years draining his life of all its natural energies, was powerless. It was sweet to yield, to speak, as it had never been sweet before. So, leaning over the gate, he told her the story of his life, of his cramped childhood and youth, of his brief moment of happiness and success at college, of his first attempts to make himself a power among younger men, of the gradual dismal failure of all his efforts, the dying down of desire and ambition. From the general narrative there stood out little pictures of individual persons or scenes, clear-cut and masterly, of his father, the Gainsborough churchwarden, of his methodistical mother, who had all her life lamented her own beauty as a special snare of Satan, and who since her husband's death had refused to see her son on the ground that his opinions had vexed his father, of his first ardent worship of knowledge and passion to communicate it, and of the first intuitions in lecture, face to face with an undergraduate, alone in college rooms, sometimes alone on Alpine heights, of something cold, impotent, and baffling in himself, which was to stand for ever between him and action, between him and human affection. The growth of the critical pessimist sense which laid the axe to the root of enthusiasm after enthusiasm, friendship after friendship, which made other men feel him inhuman, intangible, a skeleton at the feast. And the persistence through it all of a kind of hunger for life and its satisfactions, which the will was more and more powerless to satisfy. All these Langham put into words with an extraordinary magic and delicacy of phrase. There was something in him which found a kind of pleasure in the long analysis, which took pains that it should be infinitely well done. Rose followed him breathlessly. If she had known more of literature, she would have realized that she was witnessing a masterly dissection of one of those many morbid growths of which our 19th-century psychology is full. But she was anything but literary, and she could not analyze her excitement. The man's physical charm, his melancholy, the intensity of what he said, affected, unsteadied her, as music was apt to affect her. And through it all there was the strange girlish pride that this should have befallen her, a first crude intoxicating sense of the power over human lives which was to be hers, mingled with a desperate anxiety to be equal to the occasion, to play her part well. "So you see," said Langham at last, with a great effort, to do him justice, to climb back onto some ordinary level of conversation, "all these transcendentalisms apart, I'm about the most unfit man in the world for a college tutor. The undergraduates regard me as a shilly-shallying pedant. On my part," he added dryly, "I'm not slow to retaliate. Every term I live I've found the young man a less interesting animal. I regard the whole university system as a wretched sham. Knowledge. It has no more to do with knowledge than my boots." And for one curious instant he looked out over the village, his fastidious scholar's soul absorbed by some intellectual irritation, of which Rose understood absolutely nothing. She stood bewildered, silent, longing childishly to speak, to influence him, but not knowing what cue to take. "And then," he went on presently, was the strange being speaking to her? "So long as I stay there, worrying of those about me and eating my own heart out, I'm cut off from the only life that might be mine, that I might find the strength to live." The words were low and deliberate. After his moment of passionate speech and hers of passionate sympathy, she began to feel strangely remote from him. "Do you mean the life of the student?" she asked him, after a pause, timidly. Her voice recalled him. He turned and smiled at her. "Of the dreamer, rather." And as her eyes still questioned, as he was still moved by the spell of her responsiveness, he let the new wave of feeling break in words. Vaguely at first, and then with a growing flame and force, he fell to describe to her what the life of thought may be to the thinker, and those marvellous moments which belong to that life when the mind which has divorced itself from desire and sense sees spread out before it the vast realms of knowledge, and feels itself close to the secret springs and sources of being. And as he spoke, his language took an ampler turn. The element of smallness which attaches to all mere personal complaint vanished. His words flowed, became eloquent, inspired, till the bewildered child beside him, warm through and through as she was with youth and passion, felt for an instant by sheer fascinated sympathy the cold spell, the ineffable prestige of the thinker's voluntary death in life. But only for an instant. Then the natural sense of chill smote her to the heart. "You make me shiver," she cried, interrupting him. "Have those strange things, I don't understand them, made you happy? Can they make anyone happy? Oh, no, no. Happiness is to be got from living, seeing, experiencing, making friends, enjoying nature. Look at the world, Mr. Langham," she said, with bright cheeks, smiling at her own magniloquence, her hand waving over the view before them. "What has it done that you should hate it so? If you can't put up with people, you might love nature. I can't be content with nature because I want some life first. Up in Windale there is too much nature, not enough life. But if I had got through life, if it had disappointed me, then I should love nature. I keep saying to the mountains at home, not now, not now, I want something else. But afterwards, if I can't get it, or if I get too much of it, why then I will love you, live with you. You are my second string, my reserve. You and art and poetry." "But everything depends on feeling," he said softly but lightly, as though to keep the conversation from slipping back into those vague depths it had emerged from. "And if one has forgotten how to feel, if when one sees or hears something beautiful that used to stir one, one can only say, 'I remember it moved me once,' If feeling dies, like life, like physical force, but prematurely, long before the rest of the man? She gave a long, quivering sigh of passionate antagonism. "Oh, I cannot imagine it," she cried. "I shall feel to my last hour." Then after a pause, in another tone, "But, Mr. Langham, you say music excites you. Wagner excites you." "Yes, a sort of strange second life I can still get out of music," he admitted, smiling. "Well then," and she looked at him persuasively, "why not give yourself up to music? It is so easy, so little trouble to oneself. It just takes you and carries you away." Then, for the first time, Langham became conscious, probably through these admonitions of hers, that the situation had absurdity in it. "It is not my métier," he said hastily. "The self that enjoys music is an outer self, and can only bear with it for a short time. No, Miss Laban, I shall leave Oxford. The college will sing a Te Deum. I shall settle down in London. I shall keep a big book going, and cheat the years after all, I suppose, as well as most people." "And you will know, you will remember," she said, faltering, reddening, her womanliness forcing the words out of her, "that you have friends, Robert, my sister, all of us." He faced her with a little quick movement, and as their eyes met, each was struck once more with the personal beauty of the other. His eyes shone, their black depths seemed all tenderness. "I will never forget this visit, this garden, this hour," he said slowly, and they stood looking at each other. Rose felt herself swept off her feet into a world of tragic, mysterious emotion. She all but put her hand into his again, asking him childishly to hope, to be consoled. But the maidenly impulse restrained her, and once more he leant on the gate, burying his face in his hands. Suddenly he felt himself utterly tired, relaxed. Strong nervous reaction set in. What had all this scene, this tragedy, been about? And then in another instant was that sense of the ridiculous again clamouring to be heard. He, the man of 35, confessing himself, making a tragic scene, playing Manfred or Cain to this adorable half-fledged creature whom he had known 5 days. Supposing Elsmere had been there to hear, Elsmere with his sane eye, his laugh. As he leant over the gate he found himself quivering with impatience to be away, by himself, out of reach. The critic in him making the most bitter remorseless mock of all these heroics and despairs the other self had been indulging in. But for the life of him he could not find a word to say, a move to make. He stood hesitating, gauche as usual. "Do you know, Mr. Langham," said Rose lightly by his side, "that there is no time at all left for you to give me good advice in? That is an obligation still hanging over you. I don't mean to release you from it, but if I don't go in now and finish the covering of those library books, the youth of Muir will be left without any literature till heaven knows when." He could have blessed her for the tone, for the escape into common mundanity. "Hang literature, hang the parish library," he said with a laugh as he moved after her. Yet his real inner feeling towards that parish library was one of infinite friendliness. "Here, these men of letters," she said scornfully. But she was happy. There was a glow on her cheek. A bramble caught her dress. She stopped and laid her white hand to it, but in vain. He knelt in an instant, and between them they wrenched it away, but not till those soft, slim fingers had several times felt the neighbourhood of his brown ones, until there had flown through and through him once more, as she stooped over him, the consciousness that she was young, that she was beautiful, that she had pitied him so sweetly, that they were alone. "Rose!" It was Catherine calling. Catherine, who stood at the end of the grass path, with eyes all indignation and alarm. Langham rose quickly from the ground. He felt as though the gods had saved him, or damned him. Which? End of Book 2, Chapter 16. Book 2, Chapter 17 of Robert Elsmere by Mary Augusta Ward. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Book 2, Chapter 17. Muirmore Rectory during the next 48 hours was the scene of much that might have been of interest to a psychologist gifted with the power of divining his neighbours. In the first place, Catherine's terrors were all alive again. Robert had never seen her so moved since those days of storm and stress before their engagement. "I cannot bear it," she said to Robert at night in their room. "I cannot bear it. I hear it always in my ears. What hast thou done with thy sister?" "Oh, Robert, don't mind, dear, though he is your friend. My father would have shrunk from him with horror. An alien from the household of faith, an enemy to the cross of Christ." She flung out the words with low, intense emphasis and frowning brow, standing rigid by the window, her hands locked behind her. Robert stood by her, much perplexed, feeling himself a good deal of a culprit, but inwardly conscious that he knew a great deal more about Langham than she did. "My dear wifey," he said to her, "I am certain Langham has no intention of marrying." "Then more shame for him," cried Catherine, flushing. "They could not have looked more conscious, Robert, when I found them together, if he had just proposed." "What, in 5 days?" said Robert, more than half inclined to banter his wife. Then he fell into meditation, as Catherine made no answer. "I believe with men of that sort," he said at last, "relations to women are never more than half real, always more or less literature, acting. Langham is tasting an experience, to be bottled up for future use." It need hardly be said, however, that Catherine got small consolation out of this point of view. It seemed to her Robert did not take the matter quite rightly. "After all, darling," he said at last, kissing her, "you can act dragon splendidly. You have already. So can I. And you really cannot make me believe in anything very tragic in a week." But Catherine was conscious that she had already played the dragon hard, to very little purpose. In the 40 hours that intervened between the scene in the garden and the squire's dinner party, Robert was always wanting to carry off Langham. Catherine was always asking Rose's help in some household business or other. In vain. Langham said to himself calmly, this time, that Elsmere and his wife were making a foolish mistake in supposing that his friendship with Miss Leyburn was anything to be alarmed about, that they would soon be amply convinced of it themselves, and meanwhile he should take his own way. And as for Rose, they had no sooner turned back all three from the house to the garden than she had divined everything in Catherine's mind, and set herself against her sister with a wilful force in which many a past irritation found expression. How Catherine hated the music of that week! It seemed to her that she never opened the drawing-room door but she saw Langham at the piano, his head with its crown of glossy, curling black hair, and his eyes lit with unwonted gleams of laughter and sympathy, turned towards Rose, who was either chatting wildly to him, mimicking the airs of some professional, or taking off the ways of some famous teacher, or else, which was worse, playing with all her soul, flooding the house with sound, now as soft and delicate as first love, now as full and grand as storm waves on an angry coast. And the sister, going with compressed lip to her work-table, would recognise sorely that never had the girl looked so handsome, and never had the lightnings of a wayward genius played so finely about her. As to Langham, it may well be believed that after the scene in the garden he had rated, satirized, examined himself in the most approved introspective style. One half of him declared that scene to have been the heights of melodramatic absurdity. The other thought of it with a thrill of tender gratitude towards the young, pitiful creature who had evoked it. After all, why, because he was alone in the world and must remain so, should he feel bound to refuse this one gift of the gods, the delicate passing gift of a girl's, a child's friendship? As for her, the man's very real, though wholly morbid modesty scouted the notion of love on her side. He was a likely person for a beauty on the threshold of life and success to fall in love with, but she meant to be kind to him, and he smiled a little inward indulgent smile over her very evident compassion, her very evident intention of reforming him, reconciling him to life. And finally, he was incapable of any further resistance. He had gone too far with her. Let her do what she would with him, dear child, with the sharp tongue and the soft heart, and the touch of genius and brilliancy which made her future so interesting. He called his age and his disillusions to the rescue. He posed to himself as stooping to her in some sort of elder brotherly fashion, and if every now and then some disturbing memory of that strange scene between them would come to make his present role less plausible, or some whim of hers made it difficult to play, why then, at bottom, there was always the consciousness that 60 hours, or thereabouts, would see him safely settled in the morning's train to London. Throughout, it is probable that that morning train occupied the saving background of his thoughts. The 2 days passed by, and the squire's dinner party arrived. About 7 on the Thursday evening, a party of 4 might have been seen hurrying across the park, Langham and Catherine in front, Elsmere and Rose behind. Catherine had arranged it so, and Langham, who understood perfectly that his friendship with her young sister was not at all to Mrs. Elsmere's taste, and who had by now taken as much of a dislike to her as his nature was capable of, was certainly doing nothing to make his walk with her otherwise than difficult. And every now and then some languid epigram would bring Catherine's eyes on him with a fiery gleam in their grey depths. 14 more hours, and she would have shut the rectory gate on this most unwelcome of intruders. She had never felt so vindictively anxious to see the last of anyone in her life. There was in her a vehemence of antagonism to the man's manner, his pessimism, his infidelity, his very ways of speaking and looking, which astonished even herself. Robert's eager soul, meanwhile, for once irresponsive to Catherine's, was full of nothing but the squire. At last the moment was come, and that dumb spiritual friendship he had formed through these long months with the philosopher and the savant was to be tested by sight and speech of the man. He bade himself 100 times pitch his expectations low, but curiosity and hope were keen in spite of everything. Those parish worries! Robert caught the smoke of Mile End in the distance curling above the twilit woods, and laid about him vigorously with his stick on the squire's shrubs as he thought of those poisonous hovels, those ruined lives. But after all, it might be mere ignorance, and that wretch Henslow might have been merely trading on his master's morbid love of solitude. And then all men have their natural conceits. Robert Elsmere would not have been the very human creature he was, if, half-consciously, he had not counted a good deal on his own powers of influence. Life had been to him so far one long social success of the best kind. Very likely, as he walked on to the great house over whose threshold lay the answer to the enigma of months, his mind gradually filled with some naive young dream of winning the squire, playing him with all sorts of honest arts, beguiling him back to life, to his kind. Those friendly messages of his through Mrs. Darcy had been very pleasant. "I wonder whether my Oxford friends have been doing me a good turn with the squire," he said to Rose, laughing. "He knows the provost, of course. If they talked me over it is to be hoped my scholarship didn't come up. Precious little the provost used to think of my abilities for Greek prose." Rose yawned a little behind her gloved hand. Robert had already talked a good deal about the squire, and he was certainly the only person in the group who was thinking of him. Even Catherine, absorbed in other anxieties, had forgotten to feel any thrill at their approaching introduction to the man who must of necessity mean so much to herself and Robert. "Mr. and Mrs. Robert Elsmere," said the butler, throwing open the carved and gilded doors. Catherine, following her husband, her fine grave head and beautiful neck held a little more erect than usual, was at first conscious of nothing but the dazzle of western light which flooded the room, striking the stands of Japanese lilies and the white figure of a clown in the famous Watteau opposite the window. Then she found herself greeted by Mrs. Darcy, whose odd habit of holding her lace handkerchief in her right hand on festive occasions only left her 2 fingers for her guests. The mistress of the hall, as diminutive and elf-like as ever, in spite of the added dignity of her sweeping silk and the draperies of black lace with which her tiny head was adorned, kept tight hold of Catherine, and called a gentleman standing in a group just behind her. "Roger, here are Mr. and Mrs. Robert Elsmere. Mr. Elsmere, the squire remembers you in petticoats, and I'm not sure that I don't too." Robert, smiling, looked beyond her to the advancing figure of the squire, but if Mr. Wendover heard his sister's remark, he took no notice of it. He held out his hand stiffly to Robert, bowed to Catherine and Rose before extending to them the same formal greeting, and just recognized Langham as having met him at Oxford. Having done so, he turned back to the knot of people with whom he had been engaged on their entrance. His manner had been reserve itself. The hauteur of the grandee on his own ground was clearly marked in it, and Robert could not help fancying that towards himself there had even been something more. and not one of those phrases which, under the circumstances, would have been so easy and so gracious as to Robert's childish connection with the place, or as to the squire's remembrance of his father, even though Mrs. Darcy had given him a special opening of the kind. The young rector instinctively drew himself together, like one who has received a blow, as he moved across to the other side of the fireplace to shake hands with the worthy family doctor, old Merrick, who was already well known to him. Catherine, in some discomfort, for she too had felt the reception at the squire's hands to be a chilling one, sat down to talk to Mrs. Darcy, disagreeably conscious the while that Rose and Langham, left to themselves, were practically tete-a-tete, and that, moreover, a large stand of flowers formed a partial screen between her and them. She could see, however, the gleam of Rose's upstretched neck, as Langham, who was leaning on the piano beside her, bent down to talk to her. And when she looked next, she caught a smiling motion of Langham's head and eyes towards the Romney portrait of Mr. Wendover's grandmother, and was certain when he stooped afterwards to say something to his companion that he was commenting on a certain surface likeness there was between her and the young auburn-haired beauty of the picture. Hateful, and they would be sent down to dinner together, to a certainty. The other guests were Lady Charlotte Winstay, a cousin of the squire, a tall, imperious, loud-voiced woman, famous in London society for her relationships, her audacity, and the salon which in one way or another she managed to collect round her. Her dark, thin, irritable-looking husband, two neighbouring clerics, the first by name Longstaff, a somewhat inferior specimen of the cloth, whom Robert cordially disliked, and the other, Mr. Bickerton, a gentle evangelical, one of those men who help to ease the harshness of a cross-grained world, and to reconcile the cleverer or more impatient folk in it to the worries of living. Lady Charlotte was already known by name to the Elsmeres as the aunt of one of their chief friends of the neighbourhood, the wife of a neighbouring squire, whose property joined that of Murwell Hall, one Lady Helen Varley, of whom more presently. Lady Charlotte was the sister of the Duke of Sebber, one of the greatest of dukes, and the sister also of Lady Helen's mother, Lady Wanless. Lady Wanless had died prematurely, and her two younger children, Helen and Hugh Flaxman, creatures both of them of unusually fine and fiery quality, had owed a good deal to their aunt. There were family alliances between the Sebbers and the Wendovers, and Lady Charlotte made a point of keeping up with the squire. She adored cynics and people who said piquant things, and it amused her to make her large tyrannous hand felt by the squire's timid, crack-brained, ridiculous little sister. As to Dr. Merrick, he was tall and gaunt as Don Quixote. His grey hair made a ragged fringe round his straight-backed head. He wore an old-fashioned neckcloth. His long body had a perpetual stoop, as though of deference, and his spectacled look of mild attentiveness had nothing in common with that medical self-assurance with which we are all nowadays so familiar. Robert noticed presently that when he addressed Mrs. Darcy he said, "Ma'am," making no bones at all about it, and his manner generally was the manner of one to whom class distinctions were the profoundest reality, and no burden at all on a naturally humble temper. Dr. Baker of Windale, accustomed to trouncing Mrs. Seaton, would have thought him a poor creature. When dinner was announced, Robert found himself assigned to Mrs. Darcy. The squire took Lady Charlotte. Catherine fell to Mr. Bickerton, Rose to Mr. Winstay, and the rest found their way in as best they could. Catherine, seeing the distribution, was happy for a moment, till she found that if Rose was covered on her right, she was exposed to the full fire of the enemy on her left. In other words, that Langham was placed between her and Dr. Merrick. "Are your spirits damped at all by this magnificence?" Langham said to his neighbour as they sat down. The table was entirely covered with Japanese lilies, save for the splendid silver candelabra from which the light flashed, first onto the faces of the guests, and then onto those of the family portraits, hung thickly round the room. A roof embossed with gilded Tudor roses on a ground of black oak hung above them. A rose-water dish in which the merry monarch had once dipped his hands, and which bore a record of the fact in the inscription on its sides, stood before them, and the servants were distributing to each guest silver soup plates which had been the gift of Sarah, Duchess of Marlborough, in some moment of generosity or calculation, to the Wendover of her day. "Oh dear no," said Rose carelessly. "I don't know how it is. I think I must have been born for a palace." Langham looked at her, at the daring harmony of colour made by the reddish gold of her hair, the warm whiteness of her skin, and the brown-pink tints of her dress, at the crystals playing the part of diamonds on her beautiful neck, and remembered Robert's remarks to him. The same irony, mingled with the same bitterness, returned to him, and the elder brother's attitude became once more temporarily difficult. "Who is your neighbour?" he inquired of her presently. "Lady Charlotte's husband," she answered mischievously under her breath. "One needn't know much more about him, I imagine." "And that man opposite?" "Robert's pet aversion," she said calmly, without a change of countenance, so that Mr. Longstaff opposite, who was studying her as he always studied pretty young women, stared at her through her remark in sublime ignorance of its bearing. "And your sister's neighbour?" "I can't hit him off in a sentence. He's too good," said Rose, laughing. "All I can say is that Mrs. Bickerton has too many children, and the children have too many ailments for her ever to dine out." "That will do. I see the existence," said Langham with a shrug. "But he has the look of an apostle, though a rather hunted one. Probably nobody here except Robert is fit to tie his shoes." "The squire could hardly be called empressé," said Rose after a second, with a curl of her red lips. Mr. Winstay was still safely engaged with Mrs. Darcy, and there was a buzz of talk largely sustained by Lady Charlotte. "No," Langham admitted, "the manners, I thought, were not quite equal to the house." "What possible reason could he have for treating Robert with those airs?" said Rose indignantly, ready enough in girl fashion to defend her belongings against the outer world. "He ought to be only too glad to have the opportunity of knowing him and making friends with him." "You are a sister worth having." And Langham smiled at her as she leant back in her chair, her white arms and wrists lying on her lap, and her slightly flushed face turned towards him. They had been on these pleasant terms of camaraderie all day, and the intimacy between them had been still making strides. "Do you imagine I don't appreciate Robert because I make bad jokes about the choir and the clothing club?" she asked him, with a little quick repentance passing like a shadow through her eyes. "I always feel I play an odious part here. I can't like it. I can't, their life. I should hate it. And yet—" She sighed remorsefully, and Langham, who 5 minutes before could have wished her to be always smiling, could now have almost asked to fix her as she was, the eyes veiled, the soft lips relaxed in this passing instant of gravity. "Ah, I forgot," and she looked up again with light, bewitching appeal. "There is still that question, my poor little question of Sunday night, when I was in that fine moral frame of mind, and you were near giving me, I believe, the only good advice you ever gave in your life. How shamefully you have treated it!" One brilliant look, which Catherine for her torment caught from the other side of the table, and then in an instant the quick face changed and stiffened. Mr. Winstay was speaking to her, and Langham was left to the intermittent mercies of Dr. Merrick, who, though glad to talk, was also quite content apparently, to judge from the radiant placidity of his look, to examine his wine, study his menu, and enjoy his entrees in silence, undisturbed by the uncertain pleasures of conversation. Robert, meanwhile, during the first few minutes, in which Mr. Winstay had been engaged in some family talk with Mrs. Darcy, had been allowing himself a little deliberate study of Mr. Wendover across what seemed the safe distance of a long table. The squire was talking shortly and abruptly, yet with occasional flashes of shrill, ungainly laughter, to Lady Charlotte, who seemed to have no sort of fear of him and to find him good company, and every now and then Robert saw him turn to Catherine on the other side of him, and with an obvious change of manner address some formal and constrained remark to her. Mr. Wendover was a man of middle height and loose, bony frame, of which, as Robert had noticed in the drawing-room, all the lower half had a thin and shrunken look. But the shoulders, which had the scholar's stoop, and the head were massive and squarely outlined. The head was specially remarkable for its great breadth and comparative flatness above the eyes, and for the way in which the head itself dwarfed the face, which, as contrasted with the large angularity of the skull, had a pinched and drawn look. The hair was reddish-grey, the eyes small but deep-set under fine brows, and the thin-lipped, wrinkled mouth and long chin had a look of hard, sarcastic strength. Generally the countenance was that of an old man. The furrows were deep, the skin brown and shrivelled. but the alertness and force of the man's whole expression showed that, if the body was beginning to fail, the mind was as fresh and masterful as ever. His hair, worn rather longer than usual, his loosely fitting dress and slouching carriage gave him an un-English look. In general he impressed Robert as a sort of curious combination of the foreign savant with the English grandee, for while his manner showed a considerable consciousness of birth and social importance, the gulf between him and the ordinary English country gentleman could hardly have been greater, whether in points of appearance, or, as Robert very well knew, in points of social conduct. And as Robert watched him, his thoughts flew back again to the library, to this man's past, to all that those eyes had seen and those hands had touched. He felt already a mysterious, almost a yearning, sense of acquaintance with the being who had just received him with such chilling, such unexpected indifference. The squire's manners, no doubt, were notorious, but even so his reception of the new rector of the parish, the son of a man intimately connected for years with the place and with his father, and to whom he had himself shown what was for him considerable civility by letter and message, was sufficiently startling. Robert, however, had no time to speculate on the causes of it, for Mrs. Darcy, released from Mr. Winstay, threw herself with glee on to her longed-for prey, the young and interesting-looking rector. First of all she cross-examined him as to his literary employments, and when by dint of much questioning she forced particulars from him, Robert's mouth twitched as he watched her scuttling away from the subject, seized evidently with internal terrors lest she should have precipitated herself beyond hope of rescue into the jaws of the 6th century. Then, with a view to regaining the lead and opening another and more promising vein, she asked him his opinion of Lady Selden's last novel, Love in a Marsh, and when he confessed ignorance, she paused a moment, fork in hand, her small wrinkled face looking almost as bewildered as when 3 minutes before her rashness had well-nigh brought her face to face with Gregory of Tours as a topic of conversation. But she was not daunted long. With little airs and bridlings infinitely diverting, she exchanged inquiry for the most beguiling confidence. She could appreciate clever men, she said, for she too was literary. Did Mr. Elsmere know? This in a hurried whisper, with sidelong glances to see that Mr. Winstay was safely occupied with Rose, and the squire with Lady Charlotte, that she had once written a novel? Robert, who had been posted up in many things concerning the neighbourhood by Lady Helen Varley, could answer most truly that he had, whereupon Mrs. Darcy beamed all over. "Ah, but you haven't read it," she said regretfully. "It was when I was maid of honour, you know. No maid of honour has ever written a novel before. It was quite an event. Dear Prince Albert borrowed a copy of me one night to read in bed. I have it still, with the page turned down where he left off." She hesitated. "It was only in the 2nd chapter," she said at last, with a fine truthfulness. "But you know he was busy, all the Queen's work to do, of course, besides his own. Poor man!" Robert implored her to lend him the work, and Mrs. Darcy, with blushes which made her more weird than ever, consented. Then there was a pause, filled by an acid altercation between Lady Charlotte and her husband, who had not found Rose as grateful for his attentions as, in his opinion, a pink and white nobody at a country dinner-party ought to be, and was glad of the diversion afforded him by some aggressive remark of his wife. He and she differed on 3 main points: politics, the decoration of their London house, Mr. Winstay being a lover of Louis XV and Lady Charlotte a preacher of Morris, and the composition of their dinner-parties. Lady Charlotte, in the pursuit of amusement and notoriety, was fond of flooding the domestic hearth with all the people possessed of any sort of a name for any sort of a reason in London. Mr. Winstay loathed such promiscuity, and the company in which his wife compelled him to drink his wine had seriously soured a small irritable conservative with more family pride than either nerves or digestion. During the whole passage of arms, Mrs. Darcy watched Elsmere, cat-and-mouse fashion, with a further confidence burning within her, and as soon as there was once more a general burst of talk, she pounced upon him afresh. Would you like to know that after 30 years she had just finished her 2nd novel, unbeknown to her brother? As she mentioned him, the little face darkened, took a strange bitterness, and it was just about to be entrusted to the post and a publisher? Robert was all interest, of course, and inquired of the subject. Mrs. Darcy expanded still more, could in fact have hugged him. But just as she was launching into the plot, a thought, apparently a scruple of conscience, struck her. you remember," she began, looking at him a little darkly askance, "what I said about my hobbies the other day? Now, Mr. Elsmere, will you tell me, don't mind me, don't be polite, have you ever heard people tell stories of me? Have you ever, for instance, heard them call me a tuft hunter?" "Never," said Robert heartily. "They might," she said, sighing. "I am a tuft hunter. I can't help it. And yet we are a good family, you know. I suppose it was that year at court and that horrid Warham afterwards. 20 years in a cathedral town, and a very little cathedral town after Windsor and Buckingham Palace and dear Lord Melbourne. Every year I came up to town to stay with my father for a month in the season, and if it hadn't been for that I should have died. My husband knew I should. It was the world, the flesh, and the devil, of course, but it couldn't be helped. But now," and she looked plaintively at her companion, as though challenging him to a candid reply, "you would be more interesting, wouldn't you, to tell the truth, if you had a handle to your name?" "Immeasurably," cried Robert, stifling his laughter with immense difficulty, as he saw she had no inclination to laugh. "Well, yes, you know, but it isn't right." And again she sighed. "And so I've been writing this novel just for that. It is called, what do you think? Mr. Jones. Mr. Jones is my hero. It's so good for me, you know, to think about a Mr. Jones." She looked beamingly at him. "It must be indeed. Have you endowed him with every virtue?" "Oh, yes, and in the end, you know," and she bent forward eagerly, "it all comes right. His father didn't die in Brazil without children after all, and the title—" "What?" cried Robert. "So he wasn't Mr. Jones?" Mrs. Darcy looked a little conscious. "Well, no," she said guiltily, "not just at the end. But it really doesn't matter, not to the story." Robert shook his head with a look of protest as admonitory as he could make it, which evoked in her an answering expression of anxiety. But just at that moment a loud wave of conversation and of laughter seemed to sweep down upon them from the other end of the table, and their little private eddy was effaced. The squire had been telling an anecdote, and his clerical neighbours had been laughing at it. "Oh," cried Mr. Longstaff, throwing himself back in his chair with a chuckle, "that was an archbishop worth having." "It may be a curious story," said Mr. Bickerton benevolently, the point of it, however, to tell the truth, not being altogether clear to him. It seemed to Robert that the squire's keen eye, as he sat looking down the table with his large nervous hands clasped before him, was specially fixed upon himself. "May we hear the story?" he said, bending forward. Catherine, faintly smiling in her corner beside the host, was looking a little flushed and moved out of her ordinary quiet. "It is a story of Archbishop Manners Sutton," said Mr. Wendover, in his dry nasal voice. "You probably know it, Mr. Elsmere. After Bishop Heber's consecration to the See of Calcutta, it fell to the Archbishop to make a valedictory speech in the course of the luncheon at Lambeth which followed the ceremony. "I have very little advice to give you as to your future career," he said to the young bishop, "but all that experience has given me I hand on to you. Place before your eyes 2 precepts, and 2 only. One is, preach the gospel, and the other is, put down enthusiasm." There was a sudden gleam of steely animation in the squire's look as he told his story, his eyes all the while fixed on Robert. Robert divined in a moment that the story had been retold for his especial benefit, and that in some unexplained way the relations between him and the squire were already biassed. He smiled a little with faint politeness, and, falling back into his place, made no comment on the squire's anecdote. Lady Charlotte's eyeglass, having adjusted itself for a moment to the distant figure of the rector, with regard to whom she had been asking Dr. Merrick for particulars, quite unmindful of Catherine's neighbourhood, turned back again towards the squire. "An unblushing old worldling, I should call you, Archbishop," she said briskly, "and a very good thing for him that he lived when he did. Our modern good people would have dusted his apron for him." Lady Charlotte prided herself on these vigorous forms of speech, and the squire's neighbourhood generally called out an unusual crop of them. The squire was still sitting with his hands on the table, his great brows bent, surveying his guests. "Oh, of course all the sensible men are dead," he said indifferently. "But that is a pet saying of mine, the Church of England in a nutshell." Robert flushed, and after a moment's hesitation bent forward. "What did you suppose," he asked quietly, "your Archbishop meant, Mr. Wendover, by enthusiasm? Nonconformity, I imagine." "Oh, very possibly. and again Robert found the hawk-like glance concentrated on himself. "But I like to give his remark a much wider extension. One may make it a maxim of general experience, and take it as fitting all the fools with a mission who have teased our generation, all your Kingsleys and Morrises and Ruskins, every one bent upon making any sort of aimless commotion which may both serve him as an investment for the next world and an advertisement for this." "Upon my word, Squire," said Lady Charlotte, "I hope you don't expect Mr. Elsmere to agree with you." Mr. Wendover made her a little bow. "I have very little sanguineness of any sort in my composition," he said dryly. "I should like to know," said Robert, taking no notice of this by-play, "I should like to know, Mr. Wendover, leaving the Archbishop out of count, what you understand by this word enthusiasm in this maxim of yours." "An excellent manner," thought Lady Charlotte, who for all her noisiness was an extremely shrewd woman. "An excellent manner and an unprovoked attack." Catherine's trained eye, however, had detected signs in Robert's look and bearing which were lost on Lady Charlotte, and which made her look nervously on. As to the rest of the table, they had all fallen to watching the break between the new rector and their host with a good deal of curiosity. The squire paused a moment before replying. "It is not easy to put it tersely," he said at last, "but I may define it perhaps as the mania for mending the roof of your right-hand neighbour with straw torn off the roof of your left-hand neighbour. The custom, in short, of robbing Peter to propitiate Paul." "Precisely," said Mr. Wednesday warmly. "All the ridiculous radical nostrums of the last 50 years. You've hit them off exactly. Sometimes you rob more and propitiate less. Sometimes you rob less and propitiate more. But the principle is always the same." And mindful of all those intolerable evenings when these same radical nostrums had been forced down his throat at his own table, he threw a pugnacious look at his wife, who smiled back serenely in reply. There is small redress indeed for these things, when out of the common household stock the wife possesses most of the money and a vast proportion of the brains. "And the cynic takes pleasure in observing," interrupted the squire, "that the man who effects the change of balance does it in the loftiest manner, and profits in the vulgarest way. Other trades may fail. The agitator is always sure of his market." He spoke with a harsh, contemptuous insistence, which was gradually setting every nerve in Robert's body tingling. He bent forward again, his long, thin frame and boyish, bright-complexioned face making an effective contrast to the squire's bronzed and wrinkled squareness. "Oh, if you and Mr. Wednesday are prepared to draw an indictment against your generation and all its works, I have no more to say," he said, smiling still, though his voice had risen a little in spite of himself. "I should be content to withdraw with my Burke into the majority. I imagined your attack on enthusiasm had a narrower scope, but if it is to be made synonymous with social progress, I give up. The subject is too big. Only—" He hesitated. Mr. Wednesday was studying him with somewhat insolent coolness. Lady Charlotte's eyeglass never wavered from his face, and he felt through every fibre the tender, timid admonitions of his wife's eyes. "However," he went on after an instant, "I imagine that we should find it difficult anyhow to discover common ground. I regard your Archbishop's maxim, Mr. Wendover," and his tone quickened and grew louder, "as first of all a contradiction in terms, and in the next place to me almost all enthusiasms are respectable." "You are one of those people, I see," returned Mr. Wendover, after a pause, with the same nasal emphasis and the same hauteur, "who imagine we owe civilization to the heart, that mankind has felt its way, literally. The school of the majority, of course, I admit it amply. I, on the other hand, am with the benighted minority, who believe that the world, so far as it has lived to any purpose, has lived by the head." And he flung the noun at Robert scornfully. "But I am quite aware that in a world of claptrap, the philosopher gets all the kicks, and the philanthropists, to give them their own label, all the halfpence." The impassive tone had gradually warmed to a heat which was unmistakable. Lady Charlotte looked on with increasing relish. To her all society was a comedy played for her entertainment, and she detected something more dramatic than usual in the juxtaposition of these two men. The young rector might be worth looking after. The dinners in Martin Street were alarmingly in want of fresh blood. As for poor Mr. Bickerton, he had begun to talk hastily to Catherine, with the sense of something tumbling about his ears, while Mr. Longstaff, eyeglass in hand, surveyed the table with a distinct sense of pleasurable entertainment. He had not seen much of Elsmere yet, but it was as clear as daylight that the man was a firebrand, and should be kept in order. Meanwhile there was a pause between the two main disputants. The storm clouds were deepening outside, and rain had begun to patter on the windows. Mrs. Darcy was just calling attention to the weather, when the squire unexpectedly returned to the charge. "The one necessary thing in life," he said, turning to Lady Charlotte, a slight irritating smile playing round his strong mouth, "is not to be duped. Put too much faith in these fine things the altruists talk of, and you arrive one day at the condition of Louis XIV after the battle of Ramillies. Dieu a donc oublié tout ce que j'ai fait pour lui. Read your Renan. Remind yourself at every turn that it is quite possible after all the egotist may turn out to be the right of it, and you'll find at any rate that the world gets on excellently well without your blundering efforts to set it straight. And so we get back to the Archbishop's maxim, adapted no doubt to English requirements." And he shrugged his great shoulders expressively. "Pace, Mr. Elsmere, of course, and the rest of our clerical friends." Again he looked down the table, and the strident voice sounded harsher than ever as it rose above the sudden noise of the storm outside. Robert's bright eyes were fixed on the squire, and before Mr. Wendover stopped, Catherine could see the words of reply trembling on his lips. "I am well content," he said, with a curious dry intensity of tone. "I give you your Renan. Only leave us poor dupes our illusions. We will not quarrel with the division. With you, all the cynics of history; with us, all the scorners of the ground from the world's beginning until now." The squire made a quick, impatient movement. Mr. Winstay looked significantly at his wife, who dropped her eyeglass with a little irrepressible smile. As for Robert, leaning forward with hastened breath, it seemed to him that his eyes and the squire's crossed like swords. In Robert's mind there had arisen a sudden passion of antagonism. Before his eyes there was a vision of a child in a stifling room, struggling with mortal disease, imposed upon her, as he hotly reminded himself, by this man's culpable neglect. The dinner party, the splendour of the room, the conversation, excited a kind of disgust in him. If it were not for Catherine's pale face opposite, he could hardly have maintained his self-control. Mrs. Darcy, a little bewildered, and feeling that things were not going particularly well, thought it best to interfere. "Robert," she said plaintively, "you must not be so philosophical. It's too hot. We used to talk like that," she went on, bending over to Mr. Winstay, "to the French priests who came to see us last winter in Paris. They never minded a bit. They used to laugh. 'Monsieur votre frère, madame, c'est un homme qui a trop Louis,' they would say to me, when I gave them their coffee. Oh, they were such dears, those old priests. Roger said they had great hopes of me." The chatter was welcome. The conversation broke up. The squire turned to Lady Charlotte and rose to Langham. "Why didn't you support Robert?" she said to him impulsively, with a dissatisfied face. "He was alone against the table." "What good should I have done him?" he asked with a shrug. "And pray, my lady confessor, what enthusiasms do you suspect me of?" He looked at her intently. It seemed to her they were by the gate again, the touch of his lips on her hand. She turned from him hastily to stoop for her fan, which had slipped away. It was only Catherine who, for her annoyance, saw the scarlet flush leap into the fair face. An instant later Mrs. Darcy had given the signal. End of Book 2, Chapter 17. Book 2, Chapter 18 of Robert Elsmere by Mary Augusta Ward. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Book 2, Chapter 18. After dinner, Lady Charlotte fixed herself at first on Catherine, whose quiet dignity during the somewhat trying ordeal of the dinner had impressed her. But a few minutes' talk produced in her the conviction that without a good deal of pains, and why should a Londoner accustomed to the cream of things take pains with a country clergyman's wife, she was not likely to get much out of her. Her appearance promised more, Lady Charlotte thought, than her conversation justified, and she looked about for easier game. "Are you Mr. Elsmere's sister?" said a loud voice over Rose's head, and Rose, who had been turning over an illustrated book, with a mind wholly detached from it, looked up to see Lady Charlotte's massive form standing over her. "No, his sister-in-law," said Rose, flushing in spite of herself, for Lady Charlotte was distinctly formidable. "Ah," said her questioner, depositing herself beside her, "I never saw two sisters more unalike. You've got a very argumentative brother-in-law." Rose said nothing, partly from awkwardness, partly from rising antagonism. "Did you agree with him?" asked Lady Charlotte, putting up her glass and remorselessly studying every detail of the pink dress, its ornaments, and the slippered feet peeping out beneath it. "Entirely," said Rose fearlessly, looking her full in the face. "And what can you know about it, I wonder? However, you are on the right side. It is the fashion nowadays to have enthusiasms. I suppose you muddle about among the poor like other people." "I know nothing about the poor," said Rose. "Oh, then I suppose you feel yourself effective enough in some other line," said the other coolly. "What is it? Lawn tennis, or private theatricals, or prettiness?" And again the eyeglass went up. "Whichever you like," said Rose calmly, the scarlet on her cheek deepening, while she resolutely reopened her book. The manner of the other had quite effaced in her all that sense of obligation, as from the young to the old, which she had been very carefully brought up in. Never had she beheld such an extraordinary woman. "Don't read," said Lady Charlotte complacently. "Look at me. It's your duty to talk to me, you know, and I won't make myself any more disagreeable than I can help. I generally make myself disagreeable, and yet, after all, there are a great many people who like me." Rose turned a countenance rippling with suppressed laughter on her companion. Lady Charlotte had a large, fair face, with a great deal of nose and chin, and an erection of lace and feathers on her head that seemed in excellent keeping with the masterful emphasis of those features. Her eyes stared frankly and unblushingly at the world, only softened at intervals by the glasses which were so used as to make them a most effective adjunct of her conversation. Socially she was absolutely devoid of weakness or of shame. She found society extremely interesting, and she always struck straight for the desirable things in it, making short work of all those delicate tentative processes of acquaintanceship by which men and women ordinarily sort themselves. Rose's brilliant, vivacious beauty had caught her eye at dinner. She adored beauty, as she adored anything effective, and she always took a queer pleasure in bullying her way into a girl's liking. It is a great thing to be persuaded that at bottom you have a good heart. Lady Charlotte was so persuaded, and allowed herself many things in consequence. "What shall we talk about?" said Rose demurely. "What a magnificent old house this is!" "Stuff and nonsense! I don't want to talk about the house. I'm sick to death of it. And if your people live in the parish, you are too. I return to my question. Come, tell me, what is your particular line in life? I'm sure you have one by your face. You'd better tell me. It will do you no harm." Lady Charlotte settled herself comfortably on the sofa, and Rose, seeing that there was no chance of escaping her tormentor, felt her spirits rise to an encounter. "Really, Lady Charlotte," and she looked down and then up with a feigned bashfulness, I play a little." "Huh," said her questioner again, rather disconcerted by the obvious missishness of the answer. "You do you? More's the pity. No woman who respects herself ought to play the piano nowadays. A professional told me the other day that until 19/20ths of the profession was strung up, there would be no chance for the rest. And as for amateurs, there is simply no room for them whatever. I can't conceive anything more passé than amateur pianoforte playing." "I don't play the piano," said Rose meekly. "What, the fashionable instrument, the banjo?" laughed Lady Charlotte. "That would be really striking." Rose was silent again, the corners of her mouth twitching. "Mrs. Darcy," said her neighbour, raising her voice, "this young lady tells me she plays something. What is it?" Mrs. Darcy looked in a rather helpless way at Catherine. She was dreadfully afraid of Lady Charlotte. Catherine, with a curious reluctance, gave the required information, and then Lady Charlotte insisted that the violin should be sent for, as it had not been brought. "Who accompanies you?" she inquired of Rose. "Mr. Langham plays very well," said Rose indifferently. Lady Charlotte raised her eyebrows. "That dark, Byronic-looking creature who came with you? I should not have imagined him capable of anything sociable. Letitia, Shall I send my maid to the rectory, or can you spare a man?" Mrs. Darcy hurriedly gave orders, and Rose, inwardly furious, was obliged to submit. Then Lady Charlotte, having gained her point and secured a certain amount of diversion for the evening, lay back on the sofa, used her fan, and yawned till the gentleman appeared. When they came in, the precious violin, which Rose never trusted to any other hands but her own without trepidation, had just arrived, and its owner, more erect than usual, because more nervous, was trying to prop up a dilapidated music-stand which Mrs. Darcy had unearthed for her. As Langham came in, she looked up and beckoned to him. "Do you see?" she said to him impatiently. "They have made me play. Will you accompany me? I'm very sorry, but there is no one else." If there was one thing Langham loathed on his own account, it was any sort of performance in public. But the half-plaintive look which accompanied her last words showed that she knew it, and he did his best to be amiable. "I'm altogether at your service," he said, sitting down with resignation. "It's all that tiresome woman, Lady Charlotte Winstay," she whispered to him behind the music-stand. "I never saw such a person in my life." "Macaulay's Lady Holland without the brains," suggested Langham, with languid vindictiveness, as he gave her the note. Meanwhile, Mr. Winstay and the squire sauntered in together. "A village Norman Neruda?" whispered the guest to the host. The squire shrugged his shoulders. "Hush!" said Lady Charlotte, looking severely at her husband. Mr. Winstay's smile instantly disappeared. He leant against the doorway and stared sulkily at the ceiling. Then the musicians began on some Hungarian melodies put together by a younger rival of Brahms. They had not played 20 bars before the attention of every one in the room was more or less seized, unless we except Mr. Bickerton, whose children, good soul, were all down with some infantile ailment or other, and who was employed in furtively watching the clock all the time to see when it would be decent to order round the pony carriage which would take him back to his pale, overweighted spouse. First came wild snatches of march music, primitive, savage, non-European, then a waltz of the lightest, maddest rhythm, broken here and there by strange barbaric clashes, then a song, plaintive and clinging, rich in the subtlest shades and melancholies of modern feeling. "Ah, but excellent!" said Lady Charlotte once under her breath at a pause. "And what entrain, what beauty!" For Rose's figure was standing thrown out against the dusky blue of the tapestried walls, and from that delicate relief every curve, every grace, each tint, hair and cheek and gleaming arm gained an enchanting picture-like distinctness. There was jessamine at her waist and among the gold of her hair. The crystals on her neck and on the little shoe thrown forward beyond her dress caught the lamplight. "How can that man play with her and not fall in love with her?" thought Lady Charlotte to herself, with a sigh perhaps for her own youth. "He looks cool enough, however, the typical Dom with his nose in the air." Then the slow, passionate sweetness of the music swept her away with it, she being in her own way a connoisseur, and she ceased to speculate. When the sounds ceased, there was a silence for a moment. Mrs. Darcy, who had a piano in her sitting-room, whereon she strummed every morning with her tiny rheumatic fingers, and who had, as we know, strange little veins of sentiment running all about her, stared at Rose with open mouth. So did Catherine. Perhaps it was then for the first time that, touched by this publicity, this contagion of other people's feeling, Catherine realized fully against what a depth of stream she had been building her useless barriers. "More, more!" cried Lady Charlotte. The whole room seconded the demand, save the squire and Mr. Bickerton. They withdrew together into a distant oriel. Robert, who was delighted with his little sister-in-law's success, went smiling to talk of it to Mrs. Darcy, while Catherine, with a gentle coldness, answered Mr. Longstaff's questions on the same theme. "Shall we?" said Rose, panting a little, but radiant, looking down on her companion. "Command me," he said, his grave lips slightly smiling, his eyes taking in the same vision that had charmed Lady Charlotte's. What a child of grace and genius! "But do you like it?" she persisted. "Like it? Like accompanying your playing? Oh, no," impatiently. "Showing off. I mean, I'm quite ready to stop." Go on," he said, laying his finger on the A. "You've driven all my mauvaise honte away. I've not heard you play so splendidly yet." She flushed all over. "Then we will go on," she said briefly. So they plunged again into an andante and scherzo of Beethoven. How the girl threw herself into it, bringing out the wailing love-song of the andante, the dainty tripping mirth of the scherzo, in a way which set every nerve in Langham vibrating. Yet the art of it was wholly unconscious. The music was the mere natural voice of her inmost self. A comparison full of excitement was going on in that self between her first impressions of the man beside her and her consciousness of him, as he seemed tonight human, sympathetic, kind. A blissful sense of a mission filled the young, silly soul. Like David, she was pitting herself and her gift against those dark powers which may invade and paralyse a life. After the shouts of applause at the end had yielded to a burst of talk, in the midst of which Lady Charlotte, with exquisite infelicity, might have been heard laying down the law to Catherine as to how her sister's remarkable musical powers might be best perfected, Langham turned to his companion. "Do you know that for years I have enjoyed nothing so much as the music of the last 2 days?" His black eyes shone upon her, transfused with something infinitely soft and friendly. She smiled. "How little I imagined that first evening that you cared for music." "What about anything else worth caring for?" he asked her, laughing, but with always that little melancholy note in the laugh. "Oh, if you like," she said, with a shrug of her white shoulders. "I believe you talked to Catherine the whole of the first evening, when you weren't reading Hamlet in the corner, about the arrangements for women's education at Oxford." "Could I have found a more respectable subject?" he inquired of her. "The adjective is excellent," she said, with a little face, as she put her violin into its case. "If I remember right, Catherine and I felt it personal. None of us were ever educated, except in arithmetic, sewing, English history, the catechism, and Paradise Lost. I taught myself French at 17 because one Molière wrote plays in it, and German because of Wagner. But they are my French and my German. I wouldn't advise anybody else to steal them." Langham was silent, watching the movements of the girl's agile fingers. "I wonder," he said at last, slowly, "when I shall play that Beethoven again." "Tomorrow morning, if you have a conscience," she said dryly. "We murdered 1 or 2 passages in fine style." He looked at her, startled. "But I go by the morning train." There was an instant's silence. Then the violin case shut with a snap. "I thought it was to be Saturday," she said abruptly. "No," he answered with a sigh. "It was always Friday. There is a meeting in London I must get to tomorrow afternoon." "Then we shan't finish these Hungarian duets," she said slowly, turning away from him to collect some music on the piano. Suddenly a sense of the difference between the week behind him, with all its ups and downs, its quarrels, its ennuis, its moments of delightful intimacy, of artistic freedom and pleasure, and those threadbare, monotonous weeks into which he was to slip back on the morrow, awoke in him a mad, inconsequent sting of disgust, of self-pity. "No, we shall finish nothing," he said in a voice which only she could hear, his hands lying on the keys. "There are some whose destiny it is never to finish, never to have enough, to leave the feast on the table and all the edges of life ragged." Her lips trembled. They were far away in the vast room from the group Lady Charlotte was lecturing. Her nerves were all unsteady with music and feeling, and the face looking down on him had grown pale. "We make our own destiny," she said impatiently. "We choose. It is all our own doing. Perhaps destiny begins things, friendship, for instance, but afterwards it is absurd to talk of anything but ourselves. We keep our friends, our chances, our joys," she went on hurriedly, trying desperately to generalize, "or we throw them away wilfully because we choose." Their eyes were riveted on each other. "Not wilfully," he said under his breath, "but no matter. May I take you at your word, Miss Laban? Wretched shirker that I am, whom even Robert's charity despairs of. Have I made a friend? Can I keep her?" Extraordinary spell of the dark, effeminate face, of its rare smile. The girl forgot all pride, all discretion. "Try," she whispered. and as his hand, stretching along the keyboard, instinctively felt for hers, for one instant, and another, she gave it to him. "Albert, come here!" exclaimed Lady Charlotte, beckoning to her husband, and Albert, though with a bad grace, obeyed. "Just go and ask that girl to come and talk to me, will you? Why on earth didn't you make friends with her at dinner?" The husband made some irritable answer, and the wife laughed. "Just like you," she said, with a good humour which seemed to him solely caused by the fact of his non-success with the beauty at table. "You always expect to kill at the first stroke. I mean to take her in tow. Go and bring her here." Mr. Winster sauntered off with as much dignity as his stature was capable of. He found Rose tying up her music at one end of the piano, while Langham was preparing to shut up the keyboard. There was something appeasing in the girl's handsomeness. Mr. Winster laid down his airs, paid her various compliments, and led her off to Lady Charlotte. Langham stood by the piano, lost in a kind of miserable dream. Mrs. Darcy fluttered up to him. "Oh, Mr. Langham, you play so beautifully. Do play a solo." He subsided onto the music bench obediently. On any ordinary occasion tortures could not have induced him to perform in a room full of strangers. He had far too lively and fastidious a sense of the futility of the amateur. But he played. What, he knew not. Nobody listened but Mrs. Darcy, who sat lost in an armchair a little way off, her tiny foot beating time. Rose stopped talking, started, tried to listen. But Lady Charlotte had had enough music, and so had Mr. Longstaff, who was endeavouring to joke himself into the good graces of the Duke of Sedber's sister. The din of conversation rose at the challenge of the piano, and Langham was soon overcrowded. Musically it was perhaps as well, for the player's inward tumult was so great that what his hands did he hardly knew or cared. He felt himself the greatest criminal unhung. Suddenly, through all that wilful mist of Epicurean feeling which had been enwrapping him, there had pierced a sharp illumining beam from a girl's eyes, aglow with joy, with hope, with tenderness. In the name of heaven, what had this growing degeneracy of every moral muscle led him to now? What, smile and talk and smile and be a villain all the time? What, encroach on a young life like some creeping parasitic growth, taking all, able to give nothing in return, not even one genuine spark of genuine passion? Go philandering on till a child of 19 shows you her warm impulsive heart, play on her imagination, on her pity, safe all the while in the reflection, but by the next day you will be far away, and her task and yours will be alike to forget. He shrinks from himself, as one shrinks from a man capable of injuring anything weak and helpless. To despise the world's social code, and then to fall conspicuously below its simplest articles, to aim at being pure intelligence, pure open-eyed rationality, and not even to succeed in being a gentleman, as the poor commonplace world understands it. Oh, to fall at her feet and ask her pardon before parting for ever. But no more posing, no more dramatizing. How can he get away most quietly, make least sign? The thought of that walk home in the darkness fills him with a passion of irritable impatience. "Look at that Romney, Mr. Elsmere, just look at it," cried Dr. Merrick excitedly. "Did you ever see anything finer? There was one of those London dealer fellows down here last summer, offered the squire £4,000 done on the nail for it." In this way Merrick had been taking Robert round the drawing-room, doing the honours of every stick and stone in it, his eyeglass in his eye, his thin old face shining with pride over the Wendover possessions. And so the two gradually neared the oriel, where the squire and Mr. Bickerton were standing. Robert was in 20 minds as to any further conversation with the squire. After the ladies had gone, while every nerve in him was still tingling with anger, he had done his best to keep up indifferent talk on local matters with Mr. Bickerton. Inwardly he was asking himself whether he should ever sit at the squire's table and eat his bread again. It seemed to him that they had had a brush which would be difficult to forget. And as he sat there before the squire's wine, hot with righteous heat, all his grievances against the man and the landlord crowded upon him. A fig for intellectual eminence if it makes a man oppress his inferiors and bully his equals. But as the minutes passed on, the rector had cooled down. The sweet, placable, scrupulous nature began to blame itself. What, play your cards so badly, give up the game so rashly, the very first round? Nonsense. Patience, and try again. There must be some cause in the background. No need to be white-livered, but every need, in the case of such a man as the squire, to take no hasty, needless offence. So he had cooled and cooled. And now here were Merrick and he close to the squire and his companion. The two men, as the rector approached, were discussing some cases of common enclosure that had just taken place in the neighbourhood. Robert listened a moment, then struck in. Presently, when the chat dropped, he began to express to the squire his pleasure in the use of the library. His manner was excellent, courtesy itself, but without any trace of effusion. "I believe," he said at last, smiling, "my father used to be allowed the same privileges. If so, it quite accounts for the way in which he clung to Muirwell." "I had never the honour of Mr. Edward Elsmere's acquaintance," said the squire frigidly. "During the time of his occupation of the rectory I was not in England." "I know. Do you still go much to Germany? Do you keep up your relations with Berlin?" "I have not seen Berlin in 15 years," said the squire briefly, his eyes in their wrinkled sockets fixed sharply on the man who ventured to question him about himself uninvited. There was an awkward pause. Then the squire turned again to Mr. Bickerton. "Bickerton, have you noticed how many trees that storm of last February have brought down at the north-east corner of the park?" Robert was inexpressibly galled by the movement, by the words themselves. The squire had not yet addressed a single remark of any kind about Muirwell to him. There was a deliberate intention to exclude implied in this appeal to the man who was not the man of the place on such a local point, which struck Robert very forcibly. He walked away to where his wife was sitting. "What time is it?" whispered Catherine, looking up at him. "Time to go," he returned, smiling, but she caught the discomposure in his tone and looked at once, and her wifely heart rose against the squire. She got up, drawing herself together with a gesture that became her. "Then let us go at once," she said. "Where is Rose?" A minute later there was a general leave-taking. Oddly enough, it found the squire in the midst of a conversation with Langham. As though to show more clearly that it was the rector personally who was in his black books, Mr. Wendover had already devoted some cold attention to Catherine both at and after dinner, and he had no sooner routed Robert than he moved, in his slouching way, across from Mr. Bickerton to Langham. And now, another man altogether, he was talking and laughing, describing apparently a reception at the French Academy, the epigrams flying, the harsh face all lit up, the thin bony fingers gesticulating freely. The husband and wife exchanged glances as they stood waiting, while Lady Charlotte, in her loudest voice, was commanding Rose to come and see her in London any Thursday after the 1st of November. Robert was very sore. Catherine passionately felt it, and forgetting everything but him, longed to be out with him in the park, comforting him. "What an absurd fuss you've been making about that girl!" Winstay exclaimed to his wife as the Elsmere party left the room, the squire conducting Catherine with a chill politeness. "And now I suppose you will be having her up in town, and making some young fellow who ought to know better fall in love with her. I'm told the father was a grammar school headmaster. Why can't you leave people where they belong?" "I have already pointed out to you," Lady Charlotte observed calmly, "that the world has moved on since you were launched into it. I can't keep up class distinctions to please you. Otherwise, no doubt being the devoted wife I am, I might try. However, my dear, we both have our fancies. You collect Sèvres china with or without a pedigree," and she coughed dryly. "I collect promising young women. On the whole, I think my hobby is more beneficial to you than yours is profitable to me." Mr. Winstay was furious. Only a week before he had been childishly, shamefully taken in by a Jew curiosity dealer from Vienna, to his wife's huge amusement. If looks could have crushed her, Lady Charlotte would have been crushed. But she was far too substantial as she lay back in her chair, one large foot crossed over the other, and, as her husband very well knew, the better man of the two. He walked away, murmuring under his moustache words that would have hardly have borne publicity, while Lady Charlotte, through her glasses, made a minute study of a little French portrait hanging some 2 yards from her. Meanwhile the Elsmere party was stepping out into the warm damp of the night. The storm had died away, but a soft Scotch mist of rain filled the air. Everything was dark, save for a few ghostly glimmerings through the trees of the avenue, and there was a strong sweet smell of wet earth and grass. Rose had drawn the hood of her waterproof over her head, and her face gleamed an indistinct whiteness from its shelter. Oh, this leaping pulse, this bright glow of expectation! How had she made this stupid blunder about his going? Oh, it was Catherine's mistake, of course, at the beginning. But what matter? Here they were in the dark, side by side, friends now, friends always. Catherine should not spoil their last walk together. She felt a passionate trust that he would not allow it. "Wifey," exclaimed Robert, drawing her a little apart, "do you know it has just occurred to me that, as I was going through the park this afternoon by the lower footpath, I crossed Henslow coming away from the house? Of course this is what has happened. He's told his story first. No doubt just before I met him he'd been giving the squire a full and particular account, à la Henslow, of my proceedings since I came. Henslow lays it on thick, paints with a will. The squire receives me afterwards as the meddlesome pragmatical priest he understands me to be, puts his foot down to begin with, and hinc illae lacrimae. It's as clear as daylight. I thought that man had an odd twist of the lip as he passed me." "Then a disagreeable evening will be the worst of it," said Catherine proudly. "I imagine, Robert, you can defend yourself against that bad man." "He's got the start. He has no scruples, and it remains to be seen whether the squire has a heart to appeal to," replied the young rector with sore reflectiveness. "Oh, Catherine, have you ever thought, wifey, what a business it will be for us if I can't make friends with that man? Here we are at his gates, all our people in his power, the comfort, at any rate, of our social life depending on him. And what a strange, unimaginable, inexplicable being!" Elsmere sighed aloud. Like all quick, imaginative natures, he was easily depressed, and the squire's sombre figure had for the moment darkened his whole horizon. Catherine laid her cheek against his arm in the darkness, consoling, remonstrating, every other thought lost in her sympathy with Robert's worries. Langham and Rose slipped out of her head. Elsmere's step had quickened, as it always did when he was excited, and she kept up without thinking. When Langham found the others had shot ahead in the darkness, and he and his neighbour were tête-à-tête, despair seized him. But for once he showed a sort of dreary presence of mind. Suddenly, while the girl beside him was floating in a golden dream of feeling, he plunged with a stiff deliberation born of his inner conflict into a discussion of the German system of musical training. Rose, startled, made some vague and flippant reply. Langham pursued the matter. He had some information about it, it appeared, garnered up in his mind, which might perhaps some day prove useful to her. A St. Anselm's undergraduate, one Dashwood, an old pupil of his, had been lately in Berlin for 6 months, studying at the conservatorium. Not long ago, being anxious to become a schoolmaster, he had written to Langham for a testimonial. His letter had contained a full account of his musical life. Langham proceeded to recapitulate it. His careful and precise report of hours, fees, masters, and methods lasted until they reached the park gate. He had the smallest powers of social acting, and his role was dismally overdone. The girl beside him could not know that he was really defending her from himself. His cold, altered manner merely seemed to her a sudden and marked withdrawal of his petition for her friendship. No doubt she had received that petition too effusively, and he wished there should be no mistake. What a young, smarting soul went through in that half-mile of listening is better guessed than analysed. There are certain moments of shame which only women know, and which seem to sting and burn out of youth all its natural sweet self-love. A woman may outlive them, but never forget them. If she passed through one at 19, her cheek will grow hot over it at 70. Her companion's measured tone, the flow of deliberate speech which came from him, the nervous aloofness of his attitude, every detail in that walk seemed to Rose's excited sense an insult. As the park gate swung behind them, she felt a sick longing for Catherine's shelter. Then all the pride in her rushed to the rescue and held that swooning dismay of that heart of her in check. and forthwith she capped Langham's minute account of the scale method of a famous Berlin pianist by some witty stories of the latest London prodigy, a child violinist, incredibly gifted, dirty and greedy, whom she had made friends with in town. The girl's voice rang out sharp and hard under the trees. Where in fortune's name were the lights of the rectory? Would this nightmare never come to an end? At the rectory gate was Catherine, waiting for them, her whole soul one repentant alarm. "Mr. Langham, Robert has gone to the study. Will you go and smoke with him?" "By all means. Good night, then, Mrs. Elsmere." Catherine gave him her hand. Rose was trying hard to fit the lock of the gate into the hasp, and had no hand free. Besides, he did not approach her. "Good night," she said to him over her shoulder. "Oh, and Mr. Langham," Catherine called after him as he strode away, "will you settle with Robert about the carriage?" He turned, made a sound of assent, and went on. "When?" asked Rose lightly. "For the 9 o'clock train." "There should be a law against interfering with people's breakfast hour," said Rose, "though, to be sure, a guest may as well get himself gone early and be done with it. How you and Robert raced, Cathy! We did our best to catch you up, but the pace was too good." Was there a wild taunt, a spice of malice in the girl's reckless voice? Catherine could not see her in the darkness, but the sister felt a sudden trouble invade her. "Rose, darling, you're not tired?" "Oh dear, no. Good night. Sleep well. What a goose Mrs. Darcy is." And, barely submitting to be kissed, Rose ran up the steps and upstairs. Langham and Robert smoked till midnight. Langham for the first time gave Elsmere an outline of his plans for the future, and Robert, filled with dismay at this final breach with Oxford and human society, and the only form of practical life possible to such a man, threw himself into protests more and more vigorous and affectionate. Langham listened to them at first with sombre silence, then with an impatience which gradually reduced Robert to a sore puffing at his pipe. There was a long space during which they sat together, the ashes of the little fire Robert had made dropping on the hearth, and not a word on either side. At last Elsmere could not bear it, and when midnight struck he sprang up with an impatient shake of his long body, and Langham took the hint, gave him a cold good night, and went. As the door shut upon him, Robert dropped back into his chair, and sat on, his face in his hands, staring dolefully at the fire. It seemed to him the world was going crookedly. A day on which a man of singularly open and responsive temper makes a new enemy, and comes nearer than ever before to losing an old friend, shows very blackly to him in the calendar, and by way of aggravation, Robert Elsmere says to himself at once that somehow or other there must be fault of his own in the matter. Rose? Pshaw! Catherine little knows what stuff that cold, intangible soul is made of. Meanwhile, Langham was standing heavily, looking out into the night. The different elements in the mountain of discomfort that weighed upon him were so many that the weary mind made no attempt to analyze them. He had a sense of disgrace, of having stabbed something gentle that had leant upon him, mingled with a strong intermittent feeling of unutterable relief. Perhaps his keenest regret was that, after all, it had not been love. He had offered himself up to a girl's just contempt, but he had no recompense in the shape of a great addition to knowledge, to experience. Save for a few doubtful moments at the beginning, when he had all but surprised himself in something more poignant, what he had been conscious of had been nothing more than a suave and delicate charm of sentiment, a subtle surrender to one exquisite aesthetic impression after another. And these things in other relations the world had yielded him before. "Am I sane?" he muttered to himself. "Have I ever been sane? Probably not. The disproportion between my motives and other men's is too great to be normal. Well, at least I am sane enough to shut myself up. Long after that beautiful child has forgotten she ever saw me, I shall still be doing penance in the desert." He threw himself down beside the open window with a groan. An hour later he lifted a face blanched and lined, and stretched out his hand with avidity towards a book on the table. It was an obscure and difficult Greek text, and he spent the greater part of the night over it, rekindling in himself with feverish haste the embers of his one lasting passion. Meanwhile, in a room overhead, another last scene in this most futile of dramas was passing. Rose, when she came in, had locked the door, torn off her dress and her ornaments, and flung herself on the edge of the bed, her hands on her knees, her shoulders drooping, a fierce red spot on either cheek. There, for an indefinite time, she went through a torture of self-scorn. The incidents of the week passed before her, one by one. Her sallies, her defiances, her impulsive friendliness, the élan, the happiness of the last 2 days, the self-abandonment of this evening. Oh, intolerable, intolerable! And all to end with the intimation that she had been behaving like a forward child, had gone too far and must be admonished, made to feel accordingly. The poisoned arrow pierced deeper and deeper into the girl's shrinking pride. The very foundations of self-respect seemed overthrown. Suddenly her eye caught a dim and ghostly reflection of her own figure as she sat with locked hands on the edge of the bed, in a long glass near, the only one of the kind which the rectory household possessed. Rose sprang up, snatched at the candle which was flickering in the air of the open window, and stood erect before the glass, holding the candle above her head. What the light showed her was a slim form in a white dressing-gown that fell loosely about it, a rounded arm upstretched, a head still crowned with its jessamine wreath, from which the bright hair fell heavily over shoulders and bosom. Eyes under frowning brows, flashing a proud challenge at what they saw. 2 lips, indifferent red, just open to let the quick breath come through, all thrown into the wildest chiaroscuro by the wavering candle flame. Her challenge was answered. The fault was not there. Her arm dropped. She put down the light. "I am handsome," she said to herself, her mouth quivering childishly. "I am. I may say it to myself." Then, standing by the window, she stared into the night. Her room on the opposite side of the house from Langham's looked over the cornfields in the distance. The stubbles gleamed faintly. The dark woods, the clouds teased by the rising wind, sent a moaning voice to greet her. "I hate him! I hate him!" she cried to the darkness, clenching her cold little hand. Then presently she slipped onto her knees and buried her head in the bedclothes. She was crying, angry stifled tears which had the hot impatience of youth in them. It all seemed to her so untoward. This was not the man she had dreamed of, the unknown of her inmost heart. He had been young, ardent, impetuous, like herself. Hand in hand, eye flashing into eye, pulse answering to pulse, they would have flung aside the veil hanging over life and plundered the golden mysteries behind it. She rebels. She tries to see the cold alien nature which has laid this paralyzing spell upon her as it is, to reason herself back to peace, to indifference. The poor child flies from her own half-understood trouble, will none of it, murmurs again wildly, "I hate him! I hate him! Cold-blooded, ungrateful, unkind!" In vain. A pair of melancholy eyes haunt, enthrall her inmost soul. The charm of the denied, the inaccessible is on her, womanlike. That old sense of capture, of helplessness, as of some lassoed, struggling creature, descended upon her. She lay, sobbing there, trying to recall what she had been a week before, the whirl of her London visits, the ambitions with which it had filled her, the bewildering many-coloured light it had thrown upon life, the intoxicating sense of artistic power. In vain. The stream will not flow, and the hills will not rise, and the colours have all passed away from her eyes. She felt herself bereft, despoiled. And yet, through it all, as she lay weeping, there came flooding a strange contradictory sense of growth, of enrichment. In such moments of pain does a woman first begin to live? Ah, why should it hurt so, this long-awaited birth of the soul? End of Book 2, Chapter 18. Book 3, Chapter 19 of Robert Elsmere by Mary Augusta Ward. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Book 3, Chapter 19. The evening of the Muirwell Hall dinner party proved to be a date of some importance in the lives of 2 or 3 persons. Rose was not likely to forget it, Langham carried about with him the picture of the great drawing-room, its stately light and shade, and its scattered figures, through many a dismal subsequent hour. And to Robert it was the beginning of a period of practical difficulties such as his fortunate youth had never yet encountered. His conjecture had hit the mark. The squire's sentiments towards him, which had been on the whole friendly enough, with the exception of a slight nuance of contempt provoked in Mr. Wendover's mind by all forms of the clerical calling, had been completely transformed in the course of the afternoon before the dinner-party, and transformed by the report of his agent. Henslow, who knew certain sides of the squire's character by heart, had taken time by the forelock. For 14 years before Robert entered the parish he had been king of it. Mr. Preston, Robert's predecessor, had never given him a moment's trouble. The agent had developed a habit of drinking, had favoured his friends and spited his enemies, and had allowed certain distant portions of the estate to go finely to ruin, quite undisturbed by any sentimental meddling of the priestly sort. Then the old rector had been gathered to the majority, and this long-legged busybody had taken his place, a man, according to the agent, as full of communistical notions as an egg is full of meat, and always ready to poke his nose into other people's business. And as all men like mastery, but especially Scotchmen, and as during even the first few months of the new rector's tenure of office it became tolerably evident to Henslow that young Elsmere would soon become the ruling force of the neighbourhood unless measures were taken to prevent it, the agent, over his nocturnal drams, had taken sharp and cunning counsel with himself concerning the young man. The state of Mile End had been originally the result of indolence and caprice on his part, rather than of any set purpose of neglect. As soon, however, as it was brought to his notice by Elsmere, who did it to begin with in the friendliest way, it became a point of honour with the agent to let the place go to the devil, nay, to hurry it there. For some time, notwithstanding, he avoided an open breach with the rector. He met Elsmere's remonstrances by a more or less civil show of argument, belied every now and then by the sarcasm of his coarse blue eye, and so far the two men had kept outwardly on terms. Elsmere had reason to know that on one or two occasions of difficulty in the parish Henslow had tried to do him a mischief. The attempts, however, had not greatly succeeded, and their ill success had probably excited in Elsmere a confidence of ultimate victory, which had tended to keep him cool in the presence of Henslow's hostility. But Henslow had been all along merely waiting for the squire. He had served the owner of the Murewell estate for 14 years, and if he did not know that owner's peculiarities by this time, might he obtain certain warm corners in the next life to which he was fond of consigning other people. It was not easy to cheat the squire out of money, but it was quite easy to play upon his ignorance of the details of English land management, ignorance guaranteed by the learned habits of a lifetime, on his complete lack of popular sympathy, and on the contempt felt by the disciple of Bismarck and Mommsen for all forms of altruistic sentiment. The squire despised priests. He hated philanthropic cants. Above all things he respected his own leisure, and was abnormally, irritably sensitive as to any possible inroads upon it. All these things Henslow knew, and all these things he utilized. He saw the squire within 48 hours of his arrival at Murewell. His fancy picture of Robert and his doings was introduced with adroitness, and coloured with great skill, and he left the squire walking up and down his library, chafing alternately at the monstrous fate which had planted this sentimental agitator at his gates, and at the memory of his own misplaced civilities towards the intruder. In the evening those civilities were abundantly avenged, as we have seen. Robert was much perplexed as to his next step. His heart was very sore. The condition of Mile End, those gaunt-eyed women and wasted children, all the sordid details of their unjust, avoidable suffering weighed upon his nerves perpetually. But he was conscious that this state of feeling was one of tension, perhaps of exaggeration, and though it was impossible he should let the matter alone, he was anxious to do nothing rashly. However, 2 days after the dinner-party, he met Henslow on the hill leading up to the rectory. Robert would have passed the man with a stiffening of his tall figure and the slightest possible salutation. But the agent, just returned from a round wherein the bars of various local inns had played a conspicuous part, was in a truculent mood and stopped to speak. He took up the line of insolent condolence with the rector on the impossibility of carrying his wishes with regards to Mile End into effect. They had been laid before the squire, of course, but the squire had his own ideas and wasn't just easy to manage. "Seen him yet, sir?" Henslow wound up jauntily, every line of his flushed countenance, the full lips under the fair beard, and the light prominent eyes, expressing a triumph he hardly cared to conceal. "I have seen him, but I have not talked to him on this particular matter," said the rector quietly, though the red mounted in his cheek. "You may, however, be very sure, Mr. Henslow, that everything I know about Mile End the squire shall know before long." "Oh, Lord bless me, sir!" cried Henslow with a guffaw. "It's all one to me. And if the squire ain't satisfied with the way his work's done now, why, he can take you on as a second string, you know. You'd show us all, I'd be bound, how to make the money fly." Then Robert's temper gave way, and he turned upon the half-drunken brute before him with a few home truths delivered with a rapier-like force, which for the moment staggered Henslow, who turned from red to purple. The rector, with some of those pitiful memories of the hamlet of which he had glimpses in his talk with Langham burning at his heart, felt the man no better than a murderer, and as good as told him so. Then, without giving him time to reply, Robert strode on, leaving Henslow planted in the pathway. But he was hardly up the hill before the agent, having recovered himself by dint of copious expletives, was looking after him with a grim chuckle. He knew his master, and he knew himself, and he thought between them they would about manage to keep that young spark in order. Meanwhile, Robert went straight home into his study, and there fell upon ink and paper. What was the good of protracting the matter any longer? Something must and should be done for these people, if not one way, then another. So he wrote to the squire, showing the letter to Catherine when it was done, lest there should be anything over-fierce in it. It was the simple record of 12 months' experience, told with dignity and strong feeling. Henslow was barely mentioned in it, and the chief burden of the letter was to implore the squire to come and inspect certain portions of his property with his own eyes. The rector would be at his service any day or hour. Husband and wife went anxiously through the document, softening here, improving there, and then it was sent to the hall. Robert waited nervously through the day for an answer. In the evening, while he and Catherine were in the footpath after dinner, watching a chilly autumnal moonrise over the stubbles of the cornfield, the answer came. Said Robert dubiously, as he opened it, holding it up to the moonlight. "Can't be said to be lengthy." He and Catherine hurried into the house. Robert read the letter and handed it to her without a word. After some curt references to one or two miscellaneous points raised in the latter part of the rector's letter, the squire wound up as follows. "As for the bulk of your communication, I am at a loss to understand the vehemence of your remarks on the subject of my Mile End property. My agent informed me shortly after my return home that you had been concerning yourself greatly, and as he conceived unnecessarily, about the matter. Allow me to assure you that I have full confidence in Mr. Henslow, who has been in the district for as many years as you have spent months in it, and whose authority on points connected with the business management of my estate naturally carries more weight with me, if you will permit me to say so, than your own. I am, sir, your obedient servant, Roger Wendover." Catherine returned the letter to her husband with a look of dismay. He was standing with his back to the chimney-piece, his hands thrust far into his pockets, his upper lip quivering. In his happy, expansive life this was the sharpest personal rebuff that had ever happened to him. He could not but smart under it. "Not a word," he said, tossing his hair back impetuously, as Catherine stood opposite watching him. "Not one single word about the miserable people themselves. What kind of stuff can the man be made of?" "Does he believe you?" asked Catherine, bewildered. "If not, one must try and make him," he said energetically, after a moment's pause. "Tomorrow, Catherine, I go down to the hall and see him." She quietly acquiesced, and the following afternoon, first thing after luncheon, she watched him go, her tender, inspiring look dwelling with him as he crossed the park, which was lying delicately wrapped in one of the whitest of autumnal mists, the sun just playing through it with pale, invading shafts. The butler looked at him with some doubtfulness. It was never safe to admit visitors for the squire without orders. But he and Robert had special relations. As the possessor of a bass voice worthy of his girth, Vincent, under Robert's rule, had become the pillar of the choir, and it was not easy for him to refuse the rector. So Robert was led in through the hall and down the long passage to the curtained door, which he knew so well. "Mr. Elsmere, sir." There was a sudden hasty movement. Robert passed a magnificent lacquered screen newly placed round the door, and found himself in the squire's presence. The squire had half risen from his seat in a capacious chair with a litter of books round it, and confronted his visitor with a look of surprised annoyance. The figure of the rector, tall, thin, and youthful, stood out against the delicate browns and whites of the book-lined walls. The great room, so impressively bare when Robert and Langham had last seen it, was now full of the signs of a busy man's constant habitation. An odour of smoke pervaded it. The table in the window was piled with books just unpacked, and the half-emptied case from which they had been taken lay on the ground beside the squire's chair. "I persuaded Vincent to admit me, Mr. Wendover," said Robert, advancing hat in hand, while the squire hastily put down the German professor's pipe he had just been enjoying, and coldly accepted his proffered greeting. "I should have preferred not to disturb you without an appointment, but after your letter it seemed to me some prompt personal explanation was necessary." The squire stiffly motioned towards a chair, which Robert took, and then slipped back into his own, his wrinkled eyes fixed on the intruder. Robert, conscious of almost intolerable embarrassment, but maintaining in spite of it an excellent degree of self-control, plunged at once into business. He took the letter he had just received from the squire as a text, made a good-humoured defence of his own proceedings, described his attempt to move Henslow, and the reluctance of his appeal from the man to the master. The first thing he allowed himself to say about Henslow were in perfect temper, though by no means without an edge. Then, having disposed of the more personal aspects of the matter, he paused, and looked hesitatingly at the face opposite him, more like a bronze mask at this moment than a human countenance. The squire, however, gave him no help. He had received his remarks so far in perfect silence, and seeing there were more to come, he waited for them with the same rigidity of look and attitude. So, after a moment or two, Robert went on to describe in detail some of those individual cases of hardship and disease at Mile End during the preceding year which could be most clearly laid to the sanitary condition of the place. Filth, damp, leaking roofs, foul floors, poisoned water. He traced to each some ghastly human ill, telling his stories with a nervous brevity, a suppressed fire, which would have burnt them into the sense of almost any other listener. Not one of these woes but he and Catherine had tended with sickening pity and labour of body and mind. That side of it he kept rigidly out of sight. But all that he could hurl against the squire's feeling, as it were, he gathered up, strangely conscious through it all of his own young persistent yearning to right himself with this man, whose mental history, as it lay chronicled in these rooms, had been to him at a time of intellectual hunger so stimulating, so enriching. But passion and reticence and hidden sympathy were alike lost upon the squire. Before he paused, Mr. Wendover had already risen restlessly from his chair, and from the rug was glowering down on his unwelcome visitor. Good heavens, had he come home to be lectured in his own library by this fanatical slip of a parson? As for his stories, the squire barely took the trouble to listen to them. Every popularity-hunting fool with a passion for putting his hand into other people's pockets can tell pathetic stories, but it was intolerable that his scholar's privacy should be at the mercy of one of the tribe. "Mr. Elsmere," he broke out at last with contemptuous emphasis, "I imagine it would have been better, infinitely better, to have spared both yourself and me the disagreeables of this interview. However, I am not sorry we should understand each other. I have lived a life which is at least double the length of yours in very tolerable peace and comfort. The world has been good enough for me, and I for it, so far. I have been master in my own estate, and intend to remain so. As for the new-fangled ideas of a landowner's duty with which your mind seems to be full," the scornful irritation of the tone was unmistakable, I have never dabbled in them, nor do I intend to begin now. I'm like the rest of my kind. I have no money to chuck away in building schemes in order that the rector of the parish may pose as the apostle of the agricultural labourer. That, however, is neither here nor there. What is to the purpose is that my business affairs are in the hands of a business-man, deliberately chosen and approved by me, and that I have nothing to do with them. Nothing at all," he repeated with emphasis. "It may seem to you very shocking. You may regard it as the object in life of the English landowner to inspect the pigsties and amend the habits of the English labourer. I don't quarrel with the conception. I only ask you not to expect me to live up to it. I am a student, first and foremost, and desire to be left to my books. Mr. Henslow is there on purpose to protect my literary freedom. What he thinks desirable is good enough for me, as I have already informed you. I am sorry for it if his methods do not commend themselves to you, but I have yet to learn that the rector of the parish has an ex officio right to interfere between a landlord and his tenants." Robert kept his temper with some difficulty. After a pause he said, feeling desperately, however, that the suggestion was not likely to improve matters, "If I were to take all the trouble and all the expense off your hands, Mr. Wendover, would it be impossible for you to authorize me to make 1 or 2 alterations most urgently necessary for the improvement of the Mile End cottages?" The squire burst into an angry laugh. "I have never yet been in the habit, Mr. Elsmere, of doing my repairs by public subscription. You ask a little too much from an old man's powers of adaptation." Robert rose from his seat, his hand trembling as it rested on his walking-stick. "Mr. Wendover," he said, speaking at last with a flash of answering scorn in his young vibrating voice, "what I think you cannot understand is that at any moment a human creature may sicken and die, poisoned by the state of your property, for which you, and nobody else, are ultimately responsible." The squire shrugged his shoulders. "So you say, Mr. Elsmere. If true, every person in such a condition has a remedy in his own hands. I force no one to remain on my property." "The people who live there," exclaimed Robert, "have neither home nor subsistence if they are driven out. Murewell is full, Symes bad, most of the people old." "An eviction a sentence of death, I suppose?" interrupted the squire, studying him with sarcastic eyes. "Well, I have no belief in a Gladstonian Ireland, still less in a radical England. Supply and demand, cause and effect, are enough for me. The Mile End cottages are out of repair, Mr. Elsmere, so Mr. Henslow tells me, because the site is unsuitable, the type of cottage out of date. People live in them at their peril. I don't pull them down, or rather," correcting himself with exasperating consistency, "Mr. Henslow doesn't pull them down because, like other men, I suppose, he dislikes an outcry. But if the population stays, it stays at its own risk. Now have I made myself plain?" The two men eyed one another. "Perfectly plain," said Robert quietly. "Allow me to remind you, Mr. Wendover, that there are other matters than eviction capable of provoking an outcry." "As you please," said the other indifferently. "I have no doubt I shall find myself in the newspapers before long. If so, I dare say I shall manage to put up with it. Society is made up for fanatics and the creatures they hunt. If I am to be hunted, I shall be in good company." Robert stood, hat in hand, tormented with a dozen cross-currents of feeling. He was forcibly struck with the blind and comparatively motiveless pugnacity of the squire's conduct. There was an extravagance in it which for the first time recalled to him old Merrick's lucubrations. "I have done no good, I see, Mr. Wendover," he said at last, slowly. "I wish I could have induced you to do an act of justice and mercy. I wish I could have made you think more kindly of myself. I have failed in both. It is useless to keep you any longer. Good morning." He bowed. The squire also bent forward. At that moment Robert caught sight beside his shoulder of an antique standing on the mantelpiece, which was a new addition to the room. It was a head of Medusa, and the frightful stony calm of it struck on Elsmere's ruffled nerves with extraordinary force. It flashed across him that here was an apt symbol of that absorbing and overgrown life of the intellect which blights the heart and chills the senses. and to that spiritual Medusa, the man before him was not the first victim he had known. Possessed with a fancy, the young man made his way into the hall. Arrived there, he looked round with a kind of passionate regret. "Shall I ever see this again?" he asked himself. During the past 12 months his pleasure in the great house had been much more than sensuous. Within those walls his mind had grown, had reached to a fuller stature than before, and a man loves, or should love, all that is associated with the maturing of his best self. He closed the ponderous doors behind him sadly. The magnificent pile, grander than ever in the sunny autumnal mist which enwrapped it, seemed to look after him as he walked away, mutely wondering that he should have allowed anything so trivial as a peasant's grievance to come between him and its perfections. In the wooded lane outside the rectory gate he overtook Catherine. He gave her his report, and they walked on together, arm in arm, a very depressed pair. "What shall you do next?" she asked him. "Make out the law of the matter," he said briefly. "If you get over the inspector," said Catherine anxiously, "I'm tolerably certain Henslow will turn out the people." He would not dare, Robert thought. At any rate the law existed for such cases, and it was his bounden duty to call the inspector's attention. Catherine did not see what good could be done thereby, and feared harm. But her wifely chivalry felt that he must get through his first serious practical trouble his own way. She saw that he felt himself distressingly young and inexperienced, and would not for the world have harassed him by over-advice. So she let him alone, and presently Robert threw the matter from him with a sigh. "Let it be a while," he said, with a shake of his long frame. "I shall get morbid over it if I don't mind. I'm a selfish wretch, too. I know you have worries of your own, wifey." He took her hand under the trees and kissed it with a boyish tenderness. "Yes," said Catherine, sighing, and then paused. "Robert," she burst out again, "I am certain that man made love of a kind to Rose. He will never think of it again, but since the night before last she, to my mind, is simply a changed creature." "I don't see it," said Robert doubtfully. Catherine looked at him with a little angel scorn in her grey eyes. That men should make their seeing in such matters the measure of the visible. "You have been studying the squire, sir. I have been studying Rose." Then she poured out her heart to him, describing the little signs of change and suffering her anxious sense had noted, in spite of Rose's proud effort to keep all the world, but especially Catherine, at arm's length. And at the end her feeling swept her into a denunciation of Langham, which was to Robert like a breath from the past, from those stern hills wherein he had met her first. The happiness of their married life had so softened or masked all her ruggedness of character that there was a certain joy in seeing those strong forces in her which had struck him first reappear. "Of course I feel myself to blame," he said when she stopped. "But how could one foresee with such an inveterate hermit and recluse? And I owe him so much." "I know," said Catherine, but frowning still. It probably seemed to her that their old debt had been more than effaced. "You will have to send her to Berlin," said Elsmere after a pause. "You must play off her music against this unlucky feeling. If it exists, it is your only chance." "Yes, she must go to Berlin," said Catherine slowly. Then presently she looked up, a flash of exquisite feeling breaking up the delicate resolution of her face. "I'm not sad about that, Robert. Oh, how you've widened my world for me!" Suddenly that hour in Marysdale came back to her. They were in the wood-path. She crept inside her husband's arm and put up her face to him, swept away by an overmastering impulse of self-humiliating love. The next day Robert walked over to the little market town of Churton, saw the discreet and long-established solicitor of the place, and got from him a complete account of the present state of the rural sanitary law. The first step clearly was to move the sanitary inspector. If that failed for any reason, then any bona fide inhabitant had an appeal to the local sanitary authority, viz. the Board of Guardians. Robert walked home pondering his information, and totally ignorant that Henslow, who was always at Churton on market days, had been in the market-place at the moment when the rector's tall figure had disappeared within Mr. Dunstan's office door. That door was unpleasantly known to the agent in connection with some energetic measures for raising money he had been lately under the necessity of employing, and it had a way of attracting his eyes by means of the fascination that often attaches to disagreeable objects. In the evening Rose was sitting listlessly in the drawing-room. Catherine was not there, so her novel was on her lap, and her eyes were staring intently into a world whereof they only had the key. Suddenly there was a ring at the bell. The servant came, and there were several voices and a sound of much shoe-scraping. Then the swing door leading to the study opened, and Elsmere and Catherine came out. Elsmere stopped with an exclamation. His visitors were two men from Mile End. One was old Milsom, more sallow and palsied than ever. As he stood bent almost double, his old knotted hand resting for support on the table beside him, everything in the little hall seemed to shake with him. The other was Charlotte, the handsome father of the twins, whose wife had been fed by Catherine with every imaginable delicacy since Robert's last visit to the hamlet. Even his strong youth had begun to show signs of premature decay. The rolling gypsy eyes were growing sunken, the limbs dragged a little. They had come to implore the rector to let Mile End alone. Henslow had been over there in the afternoon, and had given them all very plainly to understand that if Mr. Elsmere meddled any more, they would all be turned out at a week's notice to shift as they could. "And if you don't find Thurston Common nice lying this weather, with the winter coming on, you'll know who to thank for it," the agent had flung behind him as he rode off. Robert turned white. Rose, watching the little scene with listless eyes, saw him towering over the group like an embodiment of wrath and pity. "If they turn us out, sir," said old Milsom, wistfully looking up at Elsmere with blear eyes, "there'll be nothing left for us but the house for us old uns. Why, Lord bless you, sir, it's not so bad we can make shift." "You, Milsom!" cried Robert, "and you've just all but lost your grandchild, and you know your wife will never be the same woman since that bout of fever in the spring, and—" His quick eyes ran over the old man's broken frame with a world of indignant meaning in them. "Aye, aye, sir," said Milsom, unmoved, "but if it isn't fevers, it's somewhat else. I can make a shilling or two where I be, especially in the first part of the year, in the basket work. My wife, she goes charing up at old Mr. Carter's farm, and Mr. Dodson, him at the farther farm, he do give us a bit sometimes. If you get us turned away, it will be a bad day's work for all on us, sir. You may take my word on it." "And my wife's so ill, Mr. Elsmere," said Charlotte, "and all those childer. I can't walk 3 miles farther to my work, Mr. Elsmere. I can't nohow. I haven't got the legs for it. Let 'em be, sir. We'll rub along." Robert tried to argue the matter. If they would but stand by him, he would fight the matter through, and they should not suffer if he had to get up a public subscription or support them out of his own pocket all the winter. A bold front, and Mr. Henslow must give way. The law was on their side, and every labourer in Surrey would be the better off for their refusal to be housed like pigs and poisoned like vermin. In vain. There is an inexhaustible store of cautious endurance in the poor, against which the keenest reformer constantly throws himself in vain. Elsmere was beaten. The two men got his word, and shuffled off back to their pestilential hovels, a pathetic content beaming on each face. Catherine and Robert went back into the study. Rose heard her brother-in-law's passionate sigh as the door swung behind them. "Defeated," she said to herself with a curious accent. "Well, everybody must have his turn. Robert has been too successful in his life, I think. You wretch," she added after a minute, laying her bright head down on the book before her. Next morning his wife found Elsmere after breakfast busily packing a case of books in the study. They were books from the hall library, which so far had been for months the inseparable companions of his historical work. Catherine stood and watched him sadly. "Must you, Robert?" "I won't be beholden to that man for anything an hour longer than I can help," he answered her. When the packing was nearly finished, he came up to where she stood in the open window. "Things won't be as easy for us in the future, darling," he said to her. "Our rector, with both squire and agent against him, is rather heavily handicapped. We must make up our minds to that." "I have no great fear," she said, looking at him proudly. "Oh, well, nor I, perhaps," he admitted after a moment. "We can hold our own. But I wish, oh, I wish," and he laid his hand on his wife's shoulder, "I could have made friends with the squire." Catherine looked less responsive. "As Squire Robert, or as Mr. Wendover?" "As both, of course, but especially as Mr. Wendover." "We can do without his friendship," she said with energy. Robert gave a great stretch, as though to work off his regrets. "Ah, but," he said half to himself as his arms dropped, "if you are just filled with the hunger to know, the people who know as much as the squire become very interesting to you." Catherine did not answer, but probably her heart went out once more in protest against a knowledge that was to her but a form of revolt against the awful powers of man's destiny. "However, here go his books," said Robert. 2 days later, Mrs. Leyburn and Agnes made their appearance. Mrs. Leyburn all in a flutter concerning the event over which, in her opinion, she had come to preside. In her gentle, fluid mind, all impressions were short-lived. She had forgotten how she had brought up her own babies, but Mrs. Thornburg, who never had any, had filled her full of nursery lore. She sat retailing a host of second-hand hints and instructions to Catherine, who would every now and then lay her hand smiling on her mother's knee, well pleased to see the flush of pleasure on the pretty old face, and ready, in her patient filial way, to let herself be experimented on to the utmost, if it did but make the poor foolish thing happy. Then came a night when every soul in the quiet rectory, even hot, smarting Rose, was possessed by one thought through many terrible hours, and one only, the thought of Catherine's safety. It was strange and unexpected, but Catherine, the most normal and healthy of women, had a hard struggle for her own life and her child's, and it was not till the grey autumn morning, after a day and night which left a permanent mark on Robert, that he was summoned at last, and with the sense of one emerging from black gulfs of terror, received from his wife's languid hand the tiny fingers of his firstborn. The days that followed were full of emotion for these two people, who were perhaps always over-serious, over-sensitive. They had no idea of minimizing the great common experiences of life. Both of them were really simple, brought up in old-fashioned, simple ways, easily touched, responsive to all that high spiritual education which flows from the familiar incidents of the human story, approached poetically and passionately. As the young husband sat in the quiet of his wife's room, the occasional restless movements of the small brown head against her breast causing the only sound perceptible in the country silence, he felt all the deep, familiar currents of human feeling sweeping through him, love, reverence, thanksgiving, and all the walls of the soul, as it were, expanding and enlarging as they passed. Responsive creature that he was, the experience of these days was hardly happiness. It went too deep, it brought him too poignantly near to all that is most real, and therefore most tragic, in life. Catherine's recovery also was slower than might have been expected, considering her constitutional soundness, and for the first week, after that first moment of joy when her child was laid upon her arm, and she saw her husband's quivering face above her, there was a kind of depression hovering over her. Robert felt it, and felt too that all his devotion could not soothe it away. At last she said to him one evening in the encroaching September twilight, speaking with a sudden hurrying vehemence, wholly unlike herself, as though a barrier of reserve had given way, "Robert, I cannot put it out of my head. I cannot forget it, the pain of the world." He shut the book he was reading, her hand in his, and bent over her with questioning eyes. "It seems," she went on, with that difficulty which a strong nature always feels in self-revelation, "to take the joy even out of our love, and the child. I feel ashamed almost that mere physical pain should have laid such hold on me, and yet I can't get away from it. It's not for myself," and she smiled faintly at him. Comparatively, I had so little to bear. But I know now for the first time what physical pain may mean, and I never knew before. I lie thinking, Robert, about all creatures in pain, workmen crushed by machinery, or soldiers, or poor things in hospitals, above all of women. Oh, when I get well, how I will take care of the women here! What women must suffer even here in out-of-the-way cottages! No doctor, no kind nursing, all blind agony and struggle. And women in London in dens like those Mr. Newcombe got into, degraded, forsaken, ill-treated, the thought of the child only an extra horror and burden. And the pain all the time, so merciless, so cruel, no escape. Oh, to give all one is, or ever can be, to comforting, and yet the great sea of it one can never touch. It is a nightmare. I am weak still, I suppose. I don't know myself, but I can see nothing but jarred, tortured creatures everywhere. All my own joys and comforts seem to lift me selfishly above the common lot. She stopped, her large grey blue eyes dim with tears, trying once more for that habitual self-restraint which physical weakness had shaken. "You are weak," he said, caressing her, "and that destroys for a time the normal balance of things. It is true, darling, but we are not meant to see it always so clearly. God knows we could not bear it if we did." "And to think," she said, shuddering a little, "that there are men and women who in the face of it can still refuse Christ and the cross, can still say this life is all. How can they live? How dare they live?" Then he saw that not only man's pain, but man's defiance had been haunting her, and he guessed what persons and memories had been flitting through her mind. But he dared not talk, lest she should exhaust herself. Presently, seeing a volume of Augustine's Confessions, her favourite book, lying beside her, he took it up, turning over the pages, and weaving passages together as they caught his eye. "Speak to me for thy compassion's sake, O Lord my God, and tell me what art thou to me. Say unto my soul, I am thy salvation. Speak it, that I may hear. Behold the ears of my heart, O Lord, open them, and say unto my soul, I am thy salvation. I will follow after this voice of thine. I will lay hold on thee. The temple of my soul, wherein thou shouldst enter, is narrow. Do thou enlarge it. It falleth into ruins. Do thou rebuild it. Woe to that bold soul which hopeth, if it do but let thee go, to find something better than thee. It turneth hither and thither, on this side and on that, and all things are hard and bitter unto it. For thou only art rest. Whithersoever the soul of a man turneth, it findeth sorrow, except only in thee. Fix there then thy resting place, my soul. Lay up in him whatever thou hast received from him. Commend to the keeping of the truth whatever the truth hath given thee, and thou shalt lose nothing. And thy dead things shall revive, and thy weak things shall be made whole." She listened, appropriating and clinging to every word, till the nervous clasp of the long delicate fingers relaxed, her head dropped a little gently against the head of the child, and tired with much feeling, she slept. Robert slipped away and strolled out into the garden in the fast-gathering darkness. His mind was full of that intense spiritual life of Catherine's, which in its wonderful self-containedness and strength was always a marvel, sometimes a reproach, to him. Beside her he seemed to himself a light creature, drawn hither and thither by this interest and by that, tangled in the fleeting shows of things, the toy and plaything of circumstance. He thought ruefully and humbly, as he wandered on through the dusk, of his own lack of inwardness. "Everything divides me from thee," he could have cried in St. Augustine's manner. "Books and friends and work all seem to hide thee from me. Why am I so passionate for this and that, for all these sections and fragments of thee? Oh, for the one, the all! Fix there thy resting place, my soul." And presently, after this cry of self-reproach, he turned to muse on that intuition of the world's pain which had been troubling Catherine, shrinking from it even more than she had shrunk from it, in proportion as his nature was more imaginative than hers. And Christ, the only clue, the only remedy, no other anywhere in this vast universe, where all men are under sentence of death, where the whole creation groaneth and travaileth in pain together until now. And yet what countless generations of men have borne their pain, knowing nothing of the one healer. He thought of Buddhist patience and Buddhist charity, of the long centuries during which Chaldean or Persian or Egyptian lived, suffered, and died, trusting the gods they knew. And how many other generations, nominally children of the great hope, had used it as the mere instrument of passion or of hate, cursing in the name of love, destroying in the name of pity. For how much of the world's pain was not Christianity itself responsible? His thoughts recurred, with a kind of anguished perplexity, to some of the problems stirred in him of late by his historical reading. The strifes and feuds and violences of the early Church returned to weigh upon him, the hair-splitting superstition, the selfish passion for power. He recalled Gibbon's lamentation over the age of the Antonines, and Mommsen's grave doubt whether, taken as a whole, the area once covered by the Roman Empire can be said to be substantially happier now than in the days of Severus. O corruptio optimi, that men should have been so little affected by that shining ideal of the New Jerusalem, descended out of heaven from God into their very midst, that the print of the blessed feet along the world's highway should have been so often buried in the sands of cruelty and fraud. The September wind blew about him as he strolled through the darkening column, set thick with great bushes of sombre juniper among the yellowing fern, which stretched away on the left-hand side of the road leading to the hall. He stood and watched the masses of restless, discordant clouds which the sunset had left behind it, thinking the while of Mr. Gray, of his assertions and his denials. Certain phrases of his which Robert had heard drop from him on one or two rare occasions during the later stages of his Oxford life ran through his head. The fairy tale of Christianity, the origins of Christian mythology. He could recall, as the words rose in his memory, the simplicity of the rugged face, and the melancholy mingled with fire which had always marked the great tutor's sayings about religion. Fairy tale! Could any reasonable man watch a life like Catherine's and believe that nothing but a delusion lay at the heart of it? And as he asked the question, he seemed to hear Mr. Gray's answer. All religions are true, and all are false. In them all, more or less visibly, man grasps at the one thing needful, self-forsaken, God laid hold of. The spirit of them all is the same, answers eternally to reality. It is but the letter, the fashion, the imagery that are relative and changing. He turned and walked homeward, struggling with a host of tempestuous ideas as swift and varying as the autumn clouds hurrying overhead. And then, through a break in a line of trees, he caught sight of the tower and chancel window of the little church. In an instant he had a vision of early summer mornings, dewy, perfumed, silent, save for the birds, and all the soft stir of rural birth and growth, of a chancel fragrant with many flowers, of a distant church with scattered figures, of the kneeling form of his wife close beside him, himself bending over her, the sacrament of the Lord's death in his hand. The emotion, the intensity, the absolute self-surrender of innumerable such moments in the past, moments of a common faith, a common self-abasement, came flooding back upon him. With a movement of joy and penitence he threw himself at the feet of Catherine's master and his own. Fix there thy resting place, my soul. End of Book 3, Chapter 19. Book 3, Chapter 20 of Robert Elsmere by Mary Augusta Ward. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Book 3, Chapter 20. Catherine's later convalescence dwelt in her mind in after years as a time of peculiar softness and peace. Her baby girl throve. Robert had driven the squire and Henslow out of his mind, and was all eagerness as to certain negotiations with a famous naturalist for a lecture at the village club. At Mile End, as though to put the rector in the wrong, serious illness had for the time disappeared, and Mrs. Leyburn's mild chatter, as she gently poked about the house and garden, went out in Catherine's pony carriage, inspected Catherine's stores, and hovered over Catherine's babe, had a constantly cheering effect on the still languid mother. Like all theorists, especially those at second hand, Mrs. Leyburn's maxims had been very much rooted by the event. The babe had ailments she did not understand, or it developed likes and dislikes she had forgotten existed in babies, and Mrs. Leyburn was nonplussed. She would sit with it on her lap, anxiously studying its peculiarities. She was sure it squinted, that its back was weaker than other babies', that it cried more than hers had ever done. She loved to be plaintive. It would have seemed to her unladylike to be too cheerful, even over a first grandchild. Agnes, meanwhile, made herself practically useful, as was her way, and she did almost more than anybody to beguile Catherine's recovery by her hours of long window chat. She had no passionate feeling about the place and the people as Catherine had, but she was easily content, and she had a good wholesome feminine curiosity as to the courtings and weddings and buryings of the human beings about her. So she would sit and chat, working the while with the quickest, neatest of fingers, till Catherine knew as much about Jenny Tyson's Wimborough lover and Farmer Treadle's troubles with his son, and the way in which that odious woman Molly Redgold bullied her little consumptive husband, as Agnes knew, which was saying a good deal. About themselves, Agnes was frankness itself. "Since you went," she would say with a shrug, "I keep the coach steady, perhaps, but Rose drives, and we shall have to go where she takes us. By the way, Cathy, what have you been doing to her here? She's not a bit like herself. I don't generally mind being snubbed. It amuses her and doesn't hurt me. And of course I know I am meant to be her foil. But really sometimes she's too bad even for me." Catherine sighed, but held her peace. Like all strong persons, she kept things very much to herself. It only made vexations more real to talk about them. But she and Agnes discussed the winter and Berlin. "You had better let her go," said Agnes significantly. "She will go anyhow." A few days afterwards, Catherine, opening the drawing-room door unexpectedly, came upon Rose sitting idly at the piano, her hands resting on the keys, and her great grey eyes straining out of her white face with an expression which sent the sister's heart into her shoes. "How you steal about, Catherine!" cried the player, getting up and shutting the piano. "I declare you're just like Millet's Grey Lady in that ghostly gown." Catherine came swiftly across the floor. She had just left her child, and the sweet dignity of motherhood was in her step, her look. She came and threw her arms round the girl. "Rose, dear, I've settled it all with mamma. The money can be managed, and you shall go to Berlin for the winter when you like." She drew herself back a little, still with her arms round Rose's waist, and looked at her, smiling, to see how she took it. Rose had a strange movement of irritation. She drew herself out of Catherine's grasp. "I don't know that I had settled on Berlin," she said coldly. "Very possibly Leipzig would be better." Catherine's face fell. "Whichever you like, dear. I've been thinking about it ever since that day you spoke of it, you remember, and now I have talked it over with mamma. If she can't manage all the expense, we will help. Oh, Rose," and she came nearer again, timidly, her eyes melting, "I know we haven't understood each other. I've been ignorant, I think, and narrow, but I meant it for the best, dear. I did." Her voice failed her, but in her look there seemed to be written the history of all the prayers and yearnings of her youth over the pretty wayward child who had been her joy and torment. Rose could not but meet that look, its nobleness, its humble surrender. Suddenly 2 large tears rolled down her cheeks. She dashed them away impatiently. "I'm not a bit well," she said, as though in irritable excuse both to herself and Catherine. "I believe I've had a headache for a fortnight." And then she put her arms down on a table near and hid her face upon them. She was one bundle of jarring nerves, saw, poor passionate child, that she was betraying herself, saw still that, as she told herself, Catherine was sending her to Berlin as a consolation. When girls have love troubles, the first thing their elders do is to look for a diversion. She felt sick and humiliated. Catherine had been talking over her with the family, she supposed. Meanwhile, Catherine stood by her tenderly, stroking her hair and saying soothing things. "I'm sure you will be happy at Berlin, Rose, and you mustn't leave me out of your life, dear, though I am so stupid and unmusical. You must write to me about all you do. We must begin a new time. Oh, I feel so guilty sometimes," she went on, falling into a low intensity of voice that startled Rose and made her look hurriedly up. I fought against your music, I suppose, because I thought it was devouring you, leaving no room for religion, for God. I was jealous of it for Christ's sake, and all the time I was blundering. Oh, Rose," and she sank on her knees beside the chair, resting her head against the girl's shoulder, "Papa charged me to make you love God, and I torture myself with thinking that, instead, it has been my doing, my foolish, clumsy doing, that you've come to think religion dull and hard. Oh, my darling, if I could make amends, if I could get you not to love your art less, but to love it in God. Christ is the first reality. All things else are real and lovely in him. Oh, I have been frightening you away from him. I ought to have drawn you near. I've been so silent, so shut up. I've never tried to make you feel what it was that kept me at his feet. Oh, Rose, darling, you think the world real, and pleasure and enjoyment real. But if I could have made you see and know the things I have seen up in the mountains, among the poor, the dying, you would have felt him saving, redeeming, interceding, as I did. Oh, then you would have known that Christ only is real, that our joys can only truly exist in him. I should have been more open, more faithful, more humble." She paused with a long quivering sigh. Rose suddenly lifted herself up, and they fell into each other's arms. Rose, shaken and excited, thought of course of that night at Burwood, when she had won leave to go to Manchester. This scene was the sequel to that, the next stage in one and the same process. Her feeling was much the same as that of the naturalist who comes close to any of the hidden operations of life. She had come near to Catherine's spirit in the growing. Beside that sweet expansion, how poor and feverish and earth-stained the poor child felt herself. But there were many currents in Rose, many things striving for the mastery. She kissed Catherine once or twice, then she drew herself back suddenly, looking into the other's face. A great wave of feeling rushed up and broke. "Catherine, could you have ever married a man that did not believe in Christ?" She flung the question out, a kind of morbid curiosity, a wild wish to find an outlet of some sort for things pent up in her, driving her on. Catherine started, but she met Rose's half-frowning eyes steadily. "Never, Rose. To me it would not be marriage." The child's face lost its softness. She drew one hand away. "What have we to do with it?" she cried. "Each one for himself." "But marriage makes two one," said Catherine, pale but with a firm clearness. "And if husband and wife are only one in body and estate, but not one in soul, why, who that believes in the soul would accept such a bond, endure such a miserable second best?" She rose, but though her voice had recovered all its energy, her attitude, her look, was still tenderness, still yearning itself. "Religion does not fill up the soul," said Rose slowly. Then she added carelessly, a passionate red flying into her cheek against her will, "However, I cannot imagine any question that interests me personally less. I was curious what you would say." And she too got up, drawing her hand lightly along the keyboard of the piano. Her pose had a kind of defiance in it. Her knit brows forbade Catherine to ask questions. Catherine stood irresolute. Should she throw herself on her sister, imploring her to speak, opening her own heart on the subject of this wild, unhappy fancy for a man who would never think again of the child he had played with? But the north country dread of words, of speech that only defines and magnifies, prevailed. Let there be no words, but let her love and watch. So, after a moment's pause, she began in a different tone upon the inquiries she had been making, the arrangements that would be wanted for this musical winter. Rose was almost listless at first. A stranger would have thought she was being persuaded into something against her will. But she could not keep it up. The natural instinct reasserted itself, and she was soon planning and deciding as sharply and with as much young omniscience as usual. By the evening it was settled. Mrs. Laban, much bewildered, asked Catherine doubtfully, the last thing at night, whether she wanted Rose to be a professional. Catherine exclaimed. "But, my dear," said the widow, staring pensively into her bedroom fire, "what's she to do with all this music?" Then after a second she added, half severely, "I don't believe her father would have liked it. I don't indeed, Catherine." Poor Catherine smiled and sighed in the background, but made no reply. "However, she never looks so pretty as when she's playing the violin. Never," said Mrs. Leyburn presently in the distance, with a long breath of satisfaction. "She's got such a lovely hand and arm, Catherine. They're prettier than mine, and even your father used to notice mine." Even. The word had a little sound of bitterness. In spite of all his love, had the gentle, puzzle-headed woman found her unearthly husband often very hard to live with? Rose, meanwhile, was sitting up in bed with her hands round her knees, dreaming. So she had got her heart's desire. There did not seem to be much joy in the getting, but that was the way of things, one was told. She knew she should hate the Germans, great, bouncing, overfed, sentimental creatures. Then her thoughts ran into the future. After 6 months, yes, by April, she would be home, and Agnes and her mother could meet her in London. London. Ah, it was London she was thinking of all the time, not Berlin. She could not stay in the present, or rather the Rose of the present went straining to the Rose of the future, asking to be righted, to be avenged. "I will learn. I will learn fast, many things besides music," she said to herself feverishly. "By April I shall be much cleverer. Oh, then I won't be a fool so easily. We shall be sure to meet, of course. But you shall find out that it was only a child, only a silly, soft-hearted baby he played with down here. I shan't care for him in the least, of course not after 6 months. I don't mean to, and I will make him know it. Oh, I will, though he is so wise and so much older, and mounts on such stilts when he pleases." So once more Rose flung her defiance at fate. But when Catherine came along the passage an hour later, she heard low sounds from Rose's room, which ceased abruptly as her step drew near. The elder sister paused. Her eyes filled with tears. Her hand closed indignantly. Then she came closer, all but went in, thought better of it, and moved away. If there was any truth in brainwaves, Langham should have slept restlessly that night. 10 days later an escort had been found, all preparations had been made, and Rose was gone. Mrs. Leyburn and Agnes lingered a while, and then they too departed under an engagement to come back after Christmas for a long stay, that Mrs. Leyburn might cheat the northern spring a little. So husband and wife were alone again. How they relished their solitude! Catherine took up many threads of work which her months of comparative weakness had forced her to let drop. She taught vigorously in the school. In the afternoons, so far as her child would let her, she carried her tender presence and her practical knowledge of nursing to the sick and feeble. And on 2 evenings in the week she and Robert threw open a little room there was on the ground floor between the study and the dining-room to the women and girls of the village as a sort of drawing-room. Hard-worked mothers would come, who put their fretful babies to sleep, and given their lords to eat, and had just energy left while the eldest daughter watched, and the member at the club or the Blue Boar, to put on a clean apron and climb the short hill to the rectory. Once there was nothing to think of for an hour but the bright room, Catherine's kind face, the rector's jokes, and the illustrated papers or the photographs that were spread out for them to look at if they would. The girls learned to come, because Catherine would teach them a simple dressmaking, and was clever in catching stray persons to set them singing, and because Mr. Elsmere read exciting stories, and because nothing any one of them ever told Mrs. Elsmere was forgotten by her, or failed to interest her. Any of her social equals of the neighbourhood would have hardly recognized the reserved and stately Catherine on these occasions. Here she felt herself at home, at ease. She would never indeed have Robert's pliancy, his quick divination, and for some time after her transplanting the north country woman had found it very difficult to suit herself to a new shade of local character. But she was learning from Robert every day. She watched him among the poor, recognizing all his gifts with the humble intensity of admiring love, which said little but treasured everything, and for herself her inward happiness and peace shone through her quiet ways, making her the mother and the friend of all about her. As for Robert, he of course was living at high pressure all round. Outside his sermons and his school, his natural history club had perhaps most of his heart, and the passion for science, little continuous work as he was able to give it, grew on him more and more. He kept up as best he could, working with one hand, so to speak, when he could not spare two, and in his long rambles over moor and hill, gathering in with his quick eye a harvest of local fact wherewith to feed their knowledge and his own. The mornings he always spent at work among his books, the afternoons in endless tramps over the parish, sometimes alone, sometimes with Catherine, and in the evenings, if Catherine was at home, twice a week to womankind, he had his nights when his study became the haunt and prey of half the boys in the place, who were free of everything as soon as he had taught them to respect his books and not to taste his medicines. Other nights when he was lecturing or story-telling in that club or in some outlying hamlet, or others again, when with Catherine beside him he would sit trying to think some of that religious passion which burned in both their hearts into clear words or striking illustrations for his sermons. Then his choir was much upon his mind. He knew nothing about music, nor did Catherine. Their efforts made Rose laugh irreverently when she got their letters at Berlin. But Robert believed in a choir chiefly as an excellent social and centralizing instrument. There had been none in Mr. Preston's day. He was determined to have one, and a good one, and by sheer energy he succeeded, delighting in his boyish way over the opposition some of his novelties excited among the older and more stiff-backed inhabitants. "Let them talk," he would say brightly to Catherine. "They will come round, and talk is good. Anything to make them think, to stir the pool." Of course, that old problem of the agricultural labourer weighed upon him, his grievances, his wants. He went about pondering the English land system, more than half inclined one day to sink part of his capital in a peasant proprietor experiment, and engulfed the next in all the moral and economical objection to the French system. Land for allotments, at any rate, he had set his heart on. But in this direction, as in many others, the way was barred. All the land of the parish was the squire's, and not 1 inch of the squire's land would Henslow let young Elsmere have anything to do with if he knew it. He would neither repair nor enlarge the Workmen's Institute, and he had a way of forgetting the squire's customary subscriptions to parochial objects, always paid through him, which gave him much food for chuckling whenever he passed Elsmere in the country lanes. The man's coarse insolence and mean hatred made themselves felt at every turn, besmirching and embittering. Still, it was very true that neither Henslow nor the squire could do Robert much harm. His hold on the parish was visibly strengthening. His sermons were not only filling the church with his own parishioners, but attracting hearers from the districts round Muirwell, so that even on these winter Sundays there was almost always a sprinkling of strange faces among the congregation, and his position in the county and diocese was becoming every month more honourable and important. The gentry about showed them much kindness, and would have shown them much hospitality if they had been allowed. But though Robert had nothing of the ascetic about him, and liked the society of his equals as much as most good-tempered and vivacious people do, he and Catherine decided that for the present they had no time to spare for visits and county society. Still, of course, there were many occasions on which the routine of their life brought them across their neighbours, and it began to be pretty widely recognised that Elsmere was a young fellow of unusual promise and intelligence, that his wife too was remarkable, and that between them they were likely to raise the standard of clerical effort considerably in their part of Surrey. All the factors of this life, his work, his influence, his recovered health, the lavish beauty of the country, Elsmere enjoyed with all his heart. But at the root of all there lay what gave value and savour to everything else, that exquisite home life of theirs, that tender triple bond of husband, wife, and child. Catherine, coming home tired from teaching or visiting, would find her step quickening as she reached the gate of the rectory, and the sense of delicious possession waking up in her, which is one of the first fruits of motherhood. There at the window, between the lamplight behind and the winter dusk outside, would be the child in its nurse's arms, little wondering, motiveless smiles passing over the tiny puckered face that was so oddly like Robert already. And afterwards, in the fire-lit nursery, with the bath in front of the high fender, and all the necessaries of baby life beside it, she would go through those functions which mothers love and linger over, let the kicking, dimpled creature principally concerned protest as it may against the over-refinements of civilization. Then, when the little restless voice was stilled, and the cradle left silent in the darkened room, there would come the short watching for Robert, his voice, his kiss, their simple meal together, a moment of rest, of laughter and chat, before some fresh effort claimed them. Every now and then, white letter days, there would drop on them a long evening together. Then out would come one of the few books, Dante or Virgil or Milton, which had entered into the fibre of Catherine's strong nature. The two heads would draw close over them, or Robert would take some thought of hers as a text, and spout away from the hearth-rug, watching all the while for her smile, her look of assent. Sometimes, late at night, when there was a sermon on his mind, he would dive in his pocket for his Greek Testament and make her read, partly for the sake of teaching her, for she knew some Greek and longed to know more, but mostly that he might get from her some of that garnered wealth of spiritual experience which he adored in her. They would go from verse to verse, from thought to thought, till suddenly perhaps the tide of feeling would rise, and while the wind swept round the house and the owls hooted in the elms, they would sit hand in hand, lost in love and faith, Christ near them, eternity warm with God, enwrapping them. So much for the man of action, the husband, the philanthropist. In reality, great as was the moral energy of this period of Elsmere's life, the dominant distinguishing note of it was not moral, but intellectual. In matters of conduct he was but developing habits and tendencies already strongly present in him. In matters of thinking, with every month this winter he was becoming conscious of fresh forces, fresh hunger, fresh horizons. "One half of your day be the king of your world," Mr. Gray had said to him. "The other half be the slave of something which will take you out of your world, into the general life, the life of thought, of man as a whole, of the universe." The counsel, as we have seen, had struck root and flowered into action. So many men of Elsmere's type gave themselves up once and for all, as they became mature, to the life of doing and feeling, practically excluding the life of thought. It was Henry Gray's influence, in all probability perhaps too the training of an earlier Langham, that saved from Elsmere the life of thought. The form taken by this training of his own mind he had been thus encouraged not to abandon was, as we know, the study of history. He had well mapped out before him that book on the origins of France which he had described to Langham. It was to take him years, of course, and meanwhile, in his first enthusiasm, he was like a child, revelling in the treasure of work that lay before him. As he had told Langham, he had just got below the surface of a great subject and was beginning to dig into the roots of it. Hitherto he had been under the guidance of men of his own day, of the 19th century historian, who refashions the past on the lines of his own mind, who gives it rationality, coherence, and, as it were, modernness, so that the main impression he produces on us, so long as we look at that past through him only, is on the whole an impression of continuity, of resemblance. Whereas, on the contrary, the first impression left on a man by the attempt to plunge into the materials of history for himself is almost always an extraordinarily sharp impression of difference, of contrast. Ultimately, of course, he sees that these men and women whose letters and biographies, whose creeds and general conceptions he is investigating, are in truth his ancestors, bone of his bone, flesh of his flesh. But at first the student who goes back, say, in the history of Europe, behind the Renaissance or behind the Crusades, into the actual deposits of the past, is often struck with a kind of vertigo. The men and women whom he had dragged forth into the light of his own mind are to him like some strange puppet show. They are called by names he knows, kings, bishops, judges, poets, priests, men of letters. But what a gulf between him and them! What motives, what beliefs, what embryonic processes of thought and morals, what bizarre combinations of ignorance and knowledge, of the highest sanctity with the lowest credulity or falsehood! What extraordinary prepossessions, born with a man and tainting his whole ways of seeing and thinking from childhood to the grave! Amid all the intellectual dislocation of the spectacle, indeed, he perceives certain Greeks and certain Latins who represent a forward strain, who belongs, it seems, to a world of their own, a world ahead of them. To them he stretches out his hand. "You," he says to them, "though your priests spoke to you not of Christ, but of Zeus and Artemis, You are really my kindred. But intellectually they stand alone. Around them, after them, for long ages, the world spake as a child, felt as a child, understood as a child. Then he sees what it is makes the difference, digs the gulf. Science, the mind cries, ordered knowledge. And so for the first time the modern recognizes what the accumulations of his forefathers have done for him. He takes the torch which man has been so long and patiently fashioning to his hand, and turns it on the past, and at every step the sight grows stranger and yet more moving, more pathetic. The darkness into which he penetrates does but make him grasp his own guiding light the more closely. And yet, bit by bit, it has been prepared for him by these groping, half-conscious generations, and the scrutiny which began in repulsion and laughter ends in a marvelling gratitude. But the repulsion and the laughter come first, and during this winter of work Elsmere felt them both very strongly. He would sit in the morning buried among the records of decaying Rome and emerging France, surrounded by chronicles, by church councils, by lives of the saints, by primitive systems of law, pushing his imaginative, impetuous way through them. Sometimes Catherine would be there, and he would pour out on her something of what was in his own mind. One day he was deep in the life of a certain saint. The saint had been bishop of a diocese in southern France. His biographer was his successor in the see, a man of high political importance in the Burgundian state, renowned besides for sanctity and learning. Only some 20 years separated the biography, at the latest, from the death of its subject. It contained some curious material for social history, and Robert was reading it with avidity. But it was, of course, a tissue of marvels. The young bishop had practised every virtue known to the time, and wrought every conceivable miracle, and the miracles were better than usual, with more ingenuity, more imagination. Perhaps on that account they struck the reader's sense more sharply. And the saint said to the sorcerer and to the practisers of unholy arts that they should do those evil things no more, for he had bound the spirits of whom they were wont to inquire, and they would get no further answers to their incantations. Then those stiff-necked sons of the devil fell upon the man of God, scourged him sore, and threatened him with death, if he would not instantly loose those spirits he had bound. And seeing he could prevail nothing, and being moreover admonished by God so to do, he permitted them to work their own damnation. For he called for a parchment, and wrote upon it, Ambrose unto Satan, enter. Then was the spell loosed, the spirits returned, the sorcerers inquired as they were accustomed, and received answers. But in a short space of time every one of them perished miserably, and was delivered unto his natural lord Saturnus, whereunto he belonged. Robert made a hasty exclamation, and turning to Catherine, who was working beside him, read the passage to her with a few words as to the book and its author. Catherine's work dropped a moment onto her knee. "What extraordinary superstition!" she said, startled. "A bishop, Robert, and an educated man?" Robert nodded. "But it is the whole habit of mind," he said, half to himself, staring into the fire, "that is so astounding. No one escapes it. The whole age really is non-sane." "I suppose the devout Catholic will believe that." "I am not sure," said Robert dreamily, and remained sunk in thought for long after, while Catherine worked and pondered a Christmas entertainment for her girls. Perhaps it was his scientific work, fragmentary as it was, that was really quickening and sharpening these historical impressions of his. Evolution, once a mere germ in the mind, was beginning to press, to encroach, to intermeddle with the mind's other furniture. And the comparative instinct, that tool par excellence of modern science, was at last fully awake, was growing fast, taking hold, now here, now there. "It is tolerably clear to me," he said to himself suddenly one winter afternoon, as he was trudging home alone from Mile End, "that some day or other I must set to work to bring a little order into one's notions of the Old Testament. At present they are just a chaos." He walked on a while, struggling with the rainstorm which had overtaken him, till again the mind's quick life took voice. But what matter? God in the beginning, God in the prophets, in Israel's best life, God in Christ. How are any theories about the Pentateuch to touch that? And into the clear eyes, the young face aglow with wind and rain, there leapt a light, a softness indescribable. But the vivider and the keener grew this new mental life of Elsmere's, the more constant became his sense of soreness as to that foolish and motiveless quarrel which divided him from the squire. Naturally he was forever being harassed and pulled up in his work by the mere loss of the Murewell library. To have such a collection so close and to be cut off from it was a state of things no student could help feeling severely. But it was much more than that. It was the man he hankered after, the man who was a master where he was a beginner, the man who had given his life to learning and who was carrying all his vast accumulations sombrely to the grave, unused, untransmitted. He might have given me his knowledge, thought Elsmere sadly, and I would have been a son to him. Why is life so perverse? Meanwhile, he was as much cut off from the great house and its master as though both had been surrounded by the thorn hedge of fairy tale. The Hall had its visitors during these winter months, but the Elsmeres saw nothing of them. Robert gulped down a natural sigh when, one Saturday evening, as he passed the Hall gates, he saw, driving through them, the chief of English science side by side with the most accomplished of English critics. "There are good times in the world, and I ain't in 'em," he said to himself with a laugh and a shrug as he turned up the lane to the rectory, and then, boy-like, was ashamed of himself and greeted Catherine with all the tenderer greeting. Only on 2 occasions during 3 months could he be sure of having seen the squire. Both were in the twilight, when, as the neighbourhood declared, Mr. Wendover always walked, and both made a sharp impression on the rector's nerves. In the heart of one of the loneliest commons of the parish, Robert, swinging along one November evening through the scattered furze bushes, growing ghostly in the darkness, was suddenly conscious of a cloaked figure with slouching shoulders and head bent forward, coming towards him. It passed without recognition of any kind, and for an instant Robert caught the long, sharpened features and haughty eyes of the squire. At another time Robert was walking, far from home, along a bit of level road. The pools in the ruts were just filmed with frost, and gleamed under the sunset. The winter dusk was clear and chill. A horseman turned into the road from a side lane. It was the squire again, alone. The sharp sound of the approaching hoofs stirred Robert's pulse, and as they passed each other, the rector raised his hat. He thought his greeting was acknowledged, but could not be quite sure. From the shelter of a group of trees he stood a moment and looked after the retreating figure. It and the horse showed dark against a wide sky barred by stormy reds and purples. The wind whistled through the withered oaks. The long road with its lines of glimmering pools seemed to stretch endlessly into the sunset, and with every minute the night strode on. Age and loneliness could have found no fitter setting. A shiver ran through Elsmere as he stepped forward. Undoubtedly the quarrel, helped by his work and the perpetual presence of that beautiful house commanding the whole country round it from its plateau above the river, kept Elsmere specially in mind of the squire. As before their first meeting, and in spite of it, he became more and more imaginatively preoccupied with it. One of the signs of it was a strong desire to read the squire's 2 famous books, one, The Idols of the Market-place, an attack on English beliefs, the other, Essays on English Culture, an attack on English ideas of education. He had never come across them as it happened, and perhaps Newcome's denunciation had some effect in inducing him for a time to refrain from reading them. But in December he ordered them and waited their coming with impatience. He said nothing of the order to Catherine. Somehow there were by now 2 or 3 portions of his work, 2 or 3 branches of his thought, which had fallen out of their common discussion. After all, she was not literary, and with all their oneness of soul, there could not be an identity of interests or pursuits. The books arrived in the morning. Oh, how dismally well, with what a tightening of the heart, did Robert always remember that day in after years. He was much too busy to look at them, and went off to a meeting. In the evening, come home late from his night school, he found Catherine tired, sent her to bed, and went himself into his study to put together some notes for a cottage lecture he was to give the following day. The packet of books, unopened, lay on his writing-table. He took off the wrapper, and in his eager way fell to reading the first he touched. It was the first volume of The Idols of the Market-place. 10 or 12 years before, Mr. Wendover had launched this book into a startled and protesting England. It had been the fruit of his first renewal of contact with English life and English ideas after his return from Berlin. Fresh from the speculative ferment of Germany and the far profaner scepticism of France, he had returned to a society where the first chapter of Genesis and the theory of verbal inspiration were still regarded as valid and important counters on the board of thought. The result had been this book. In it, each stronghold of English popular religion had been assailed in turn, at a time when English orthodoxy was a far more formidable thing than it is now. The Pentateuch, the Prophets, the Gospels, St. Paul, tradition, the Fathers, Protestantism and justification by faith, the 18th century, the Broad Church movement, Anglican theology, the squire had his say about them all. And while the coolness and frankness of the method sent a shock of indignation and horror through the religious public, the subtle and caustic style and the epigrams with which the book was strewn forced both the religious and irreligious public to read, whether they would or no. A storm of controversy rose round the volumes, and some of the keenest observers of English life had said at the time, and maintained since, that the publication of the book had made or marked an epoch. Robert had lit on those pages in the essay on the Gospels where the squire fell to analysing the evidence for the resurrection, following up his analysis by an attempt at reconstructing the conditions out of which the belief in the legend arose. Robert began to read vaguely at first, then to hurry on through page after page, still standing, seized at once by the bizarre power of the style, the audacity and range of the treatment. Not a sound in the house. Outside, the tossing, moaning December night. Inside, the faintly crackling fire, the standing figure. Suddenly, it was to Robert as though a cruel, torturing hand were laid upon his inmost being. His breath failed him. The book slipped out of his grasp. He sank down upon his chair, his head in his hands. Oh, what a desolate, intolerable moment! Over the young idealist's soul there swept a dry, destroying whirlwind of thought. Elements gathered from all sources, from his own historical work, from the squire's book, from the secret, half-conscious recesses of the mind, entered into it, and as it passed it seemed to scorch the heart. He stayed bowed there a while. Then he roused himself with a half-groan, and, hastily extinguishing his lamp, he groped his way upstairs to his wife's room. Catherine lay asleep. The child, lost among its white coverings, slept too. There was a dim light over the bed, the books, the pictures. Beside his wife's pillow was a table on which there lay open her little testament and the imitation her father had given her. Elsmere sank down beside her, appalled by the contrast between this soft religious peace and that black agony of doubt which still overshadowed him. He knelt there, restraining his breath lest it should wake her, wrestling piteously with himself, crying for pardon, for faith, feeling himself utterly unworthy to touch even the dear hand that lay so near him. But gradually the traditional forces of his life reasserted themselves. The horror lifted. Prayer brought comfort and a passionate, healing self-abasement. "Master, forgive, defend, purify," cried the aching heart. "There is none other that fighteth for us, but only thou, O God." He did not open the book again. Next morning he put it back into his shelves. If there were any Christian who could affront such an antagonist with a light heart, he felt with a shudder of memory it was not he. "I have neither learning nor experience enough yet," he said to himself slowly as he moved away. "Of course it can be met, but I must grow, must think first." And of that night's wrestle he said not a word to any living soul. He did penance for it in the tenderest, most secret ways, but he shrank in misery from the thought of revealing it even to Catherine. End of Book 3, Chapter 20. Book 3, Chapter 21 of Robert Elsmere by Mary Augusta Ward. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Book 3, Chapter 21. Meanwhile, the poor poisoned folk at Mile End lived and apparently throve, in defiance of all the laws of the universe. Robert, as soon as he found that radical measures were for the time hopeless, had applied himself with redoubled energy to making the people use such palliatives as were within their reach, and had preached boiled water and the removal of filth, till, as he declared to Catherine, his dreams were one long sanitary nightmare. But he was not confiding enough to believe that the people paid much heed, and he hoped more from a dry, hard winter than from any exertion either of his or theirs. But alas, with the end of November, a season of furious rain set in. Then Robert began to watch Mile End with anxiety, for so far every outbreak of illness there had followed upon unusual damp. But the rains passed, leaving behind them no worse results than the usual winter crop of lung ailments and rheumatism, and he breathed again. Christmas came and went, and with the end of December the wet weather returned. Day after day rolling masses of south-west cloud came up from the Atlantic and wrapped the whole country in rain, which reminded Catherine of her Westmoreland rain more than any she had yet seen in the south. Robert accused her of liking it for that reason, but she shook her head with a sigh, declaring that it was nothing without the Becks. One afternoon she was shutting the door of the school behind her and stepping out on the road skirting the green, the bedabbled wintry green, when she saw Robert emerging from the Mile End lane. She crossed over to him, wondering as she neared him that he seemed to take no notice of her. He was striding along, his wide awake over his eyes, and so absorbed that she had almost touched him before he saw her. "Darling, is that you? Don't stop me. I'm going to take the pony carriage in for Merrick. I've just come back from that accursed place. 3 cases of diphtheria in one house, Charlon's wife, and 2 others down with fever." She made a horrified exclamation. "It will spread," he said gloomily. "I know it will. I never saw the children look such a ghastly crew before. Well, I must go for Merrick and a nurse, and we must isolate and make a fight for it." In a few days the diphtheria epidemic in the hamlet had reached terrible proportions. There had been 1 death, others were expected, and soon Robert and his brief hours at home could find no relief in anything, so heavy was the oppression of the day's memories. At first Catherine, for the child's sake, kept away, but the little Mary was weaned, had a good Scotch nurse, was in every way thriving, and after a day or two Catherine's craving to help, to be with Robert in his trouble, was too strong to be withstood. But she dared not go backwards and forwards between her baby and the diphtheretic children, so she bethought herself of Mrs. Elsmere's servant, old Martha, who was still inhabiting Mrs. Elsmere's cottage till a tenant could be found for it, and doing good service meanwhile as an occasional parish nurse. The baby and its nurse went over to the cottage. Catherine carried the child there, wrapped close in maternal arms, and, leaving her on old Martha's lap, went back to Robert. Then she and he devoted themselves to a hand-to-hand fight with the epidemic. At the climax of it there were about 20 children down with it in different stages, and 7 cases of fever. They had 2 hospital nurses. One of the better cottages, turned into a sanatorium, accommodated the worst cases under the nurses, and Robert and Catherine, directed by them and the doctors, took the responsibility of the rest, he helping to nurse the boys and she the girls. Of the fever cases, Charlon's wife was the worst. A feeble creature at all times, it seemed almost impossible she could weather through. But day after day passed, and by dint of incessant nursing she still lived. A youth of 20, the main support of a mother and 5 or 6 younger children, was also desperately ill. Robert hardly ever had him out of his thoughts, and the boy's dog-like affection for the rector, struggling with his deathly weakness, was like a perpetual exemplification of Ahriman and Ormuzd, the power of life struggling with the power of death. It was a fierce fight. Presently it seemed to the husband and wife as though the few daily hours spent at the rectory were mere halts between successive acts of battle with the plague fiend, a more real and grim Grendel of the marshes, for the lives of the children. Catherine could always sleep in these intervals, quietly and dreamlessly. Robert very soon could only sleep by the help of some prescription of old Merrick's. On all occasions of strain since his boyhood there had been signs in him of a certain lack of constitutional hardness, which his mother knew very well, but which his wife was only just beginning to recognize. However, he laughed to scorn any attempt to restrain his constant goings and comings, all those hours of night nursing, in which, as the hospital nurses were the first to admit, no one was so successful as the rector. And when he stood up on Sundays to preach in Murmel Church, the worn and spiritual look of the man, and the knowledge warm at each heart of those before him of how the rector not only talked but lived, carried every word home. The The strain upon all the moral and physical forces, however, strangely enough, came to Robert as a kind of relief. It broke through a tension of brain which of late had become an impression. And for both him and Catherine these dark times had moments of intensest joy, points of white light illuminating heaven and earth. There were cloudy nights, wet, stormy January nights, when sometimes it happened to them to come back both together from the hamlet, Robert carrying a lantern, Catherine clothed in waterproof from head to foot, walking beside him, the rays flashing now on her face, now on the wooded sides of the lane, while the wind howled through the dark vault of branches overhead. And then, as they talked or were silent, suddenly a sense of the intense blessedness of this comradeship of theirs would rise like a flood in the man's heart, and he would fling his free arm round her, forcing her to stand a moment in the January night and storm, while he said to her words of passionate gratitude, of faith in an immortal union reaching beyond change or death, lost in a kiss which was a sacrament. Then there were the moments when they saw their child, held high in Martha's arms at the window and leaping towards her mother, the moments when one pallid, sickly being after another was pronounced out of danger, and by the help of them the weeks passed away. Nor were they left without help from outside. Lady Helen Varley no sooner heard the news than she hurried over. Robert, on his way one morning from one cottage to another, saw her pony carriage in the lane. He hastened up to her before she could dismount. "No, Lady Helen, you mustn't come here," he said to her peremptorily, as she held out her hand. "Oh, Mr. Elsmere, let me. My boy is in town with his grandmother. Let me just go through at any rate, and see what I can send you." Robert shook his head, smiling. A common friend of theirs and hers had once described this little lady to Elsmere by a French sentence which originally applied to the Duchesse de Choiseul. "Une charmante petite fille sortie d'un œuf enchanté," so it ran. Certainly, as Elsmere looked down upon her now, fresh from those squalid, death-stricken hovels behind him, he was brought more abruptly than ever upon the contrasts of life. Lady Helen wore a green velvet and fur mantle, in the production of which even Worth had felt some pride. A little green velvet bonnet perched on her fair hair. One tiny hand, ungloved, seemed ablaze with diamonds. There were opals and diamonds somewhere at her throat, gleaming among her sables. But she wore her jewels as carelessly as she wore her high birth, her quaint, irregular prettiness, or the one or two brilliant gifts which made her sought after wherever she went. She loved her opals as she loved all bright things. If it pleased her to wear them in the morning, she wore them, and in 5 minutes she was capable of making the sourest Puritan forget to frown on her and them. To Robert she always seemed the quintessence of breeding, of aristocracy at their best. All her freaks, her sallies, her absurdities even, were graceful. At her freest and gayest there were things in her, restraints, reticences, perceptions, which implied behind her generations of rich, happy, important people, with ample leisure to cultivate all the more delicate niceties of social feeling and relation. Robert was often struck by the curious differences between her and Rose. Rose was far the handsomer. She was at least as clever, and she had a strong imperious will, where Lady Helen had only impulses and sympathies and engouements. But Rose belonged to the class which struggles, where each individual depends on itself and knows it. Lady Helen had never struggled for anything. All the best things of the world were hers so easily that she hardly gave them a thought, or rather, what she gathered without pain she held so lightly, she dispensed so lavishly, that men's eyes followed her, fluttering, through life, with much the same feeling as was struck from Clough's radical hero by the peerless Lady Maria. Live, be lovely, forget us, be beautiful even to proudness. Even for their poor sakes whose happiness is to behold you, live, be uncaring, be joyous, be sumptuous, only be lovely. Uncaring, however, little Lady Helen never was. If she was a fairy, she was a fairy all heart, all frank, foolish smiles and tears. "No, Lady Helen, no," Robert said again. "There is no place for you, and we are getting on capitally." She pouted a little. "I believe you and Mrs. Elsmere are just killing yourselves all in a corner, with no one to see," she said indignantly. "If you won't let me see, I shall send Sir Harry. But who," and her brown fawn's eyes ran startled over the cottages before her, Who, Mr. Elsmere, does this dreadful place belong to?" "Mr. Wendover," said Robert shortly. "Impossible!" she cried incredulously. "Why, I wouldn't ask one of my dogs to sleep there." And she pointed to the nearest hovel, whereof the walls were tottering outwards, the thatch was falling to pieces, and the windows were mended with anything that came handy, rags, paper, or the crown of an old hat. "No, you would be ill-advised," said Robert, looking with a bitter little smile at the sleek dachshund that sat blinking beside its mistress. "But what is the agent about?" Then Robert told her the story, not mincing his words. Since the epidemic had begun, all that sense of imaginative attraction which had been reviving in him towards the squire had been simply blotted out by a fierce heat of indignation. When he thought of Mr. Wendover now, he thought of him as the man to whom in strict truth it was owing that helpless children died in choking torture. All that agony of wrath and pity he had gone through in the last 10 days sprang to his lips now as he talked to Lady Helen, and poured itself into his words. "Old Merrick and I have taken things into our own hands now," he said at last, briefly. "We've already made 2 cottages fairly habitable. Tomorrow the inspector comes. I told the people yesterday I wouldn't be bound by my promise a day longer. He must put the screw on Henslow, and if Henslow dawdles, why, we should just drain and repair and sink for a well ourselves. I can find the money somehow. At present we get all our water from one of the farms on the brow." "Money?" said Lady Helen impulsively, her looks warm with sympathy for the pale, harassed young rector. "Sir Harry shall send you as much as you want. And anything else? Blankets? Coals?" Out came her notebook, and Robert was drawn into a list. Then, full of joyfulness at being allowed to help, she gathered up her reins, she nodded her pretty little head at him, and was just starting off her ponies at full speed, equally eager to tell Harry and to ransack Churton for the stores required, when it occurred to her to pull up again. "Oh, Mr. Elsmere, my aunt, Lady Charlotte, does nothing but talk about your sister-in-law. Why did you keep her all to yourself? Is it kind, is it neighbourly, to have such a wonder to stay with you and let nobody share?" "A wonder?" said Robert, amused. "Rose plays the violin very well, but—" "As if relations ever saw one in proper perspective!" exclaimed Lady Helen. "My aunt wants to be allowed to have her in town next season, if you will all let her. I think she would find it fun. Aunt Charlotte knows all the world and his wife, and if I'm there, and Miss Leyburn will let me make friends with her, why, you know, I can just protect her a little from Aunt Charlotte." The little laughing face bent forward again. Robert, smiling, raised his hat, and the ponies whirled her off. In anybody else, Elsmere would have thought all this effusion as insincere or patronizing, but Lady Helen was the most spontaneous of mortals, and the only high-born woman he had ever met who was really, and not only apparently, free from the nonsense of rank. Robert shrewdly suspected Lady Charlotte's social tolerance to be a mere varnish, but this little person, and her favourite brother Hugh, to judge from the accounts of him, must always have found life too romantic, too wildly and delightfully interesting from top to bottom, to be measured by any but romantic standards. Next day, Sir Harry Varley, a great burly country squire, who adored his wife, kept the hounds, owned a model estate, and thanked God every morning that he was an Englishman, rode over to Mile End. Robert, who had just been round the place with the inspector and was dead tired, had only energy to show him a few of the worst enormities. Sir Harry, leaving a cheque behind him, rode off with a discharge of strong language, at which Robert, clergyman as he was, only grimly smiled. A few days later, Mr. Wendover's crimes as a landowner, his agent's brutality, young Elsmere's devotion, and the horrors of the Mile End outbreak were in everybody's mouths. The county was roused. The Radical newspaper came out on the Saturday with a flaming article. Robert, much to his annoyance, found himself the local hero, and money began to come into him freely. On the Monday morning, Henslow appeared on the scene with an army of workmen. A racy communication from the inspector had reached him 2 days before, so had a copy of the Churton Advertiser. He had spent Sunday in a drinking bout, turning over all possible plans of vengeance and evasion. Towards the evening, however, his wife, a gaunt, clever Scotchwoman, who saw ruin before them, and had on occasion an even sharper tongue than her husband, managed to capture the supplies of brandy in the house and effectually conceal them. Then she waited for the moment of collapse which came on towards morning, and with her hands on her hips she poured into him a volley of home truths which not even Sir Harry Varley could have bettered. Henslow's nerve gave way. He went out at daybreak, white and sullen, to look for workmen. Robert, standing on the step of a cottage, watched him give his orders, and took vigilant note of their substance. They embodied the inspector's directions, and the rector was satisfied. Henslow was obliged to pass him on his way to another group of houses. At first he affected not to see the rector. Then suddenly Elsmere was conscious that the man's bloodshot eyes were on him. Such a look! If hate could have killed, Elsmere would have fallen where he stood. Yet the man's hand mechanically moved to his hat, as though the spell of his wife's harangue were still potent over his shaking muscles. Robert took no notice whatever of the salutation. He stood calmly watching till Henslow disappeared into the last house. Then he called out one of the agent's train, heard what was to be done, gave a sharp nod of assent, and turned on his heel. So far, so good. The servant had been made to feel, but he wished it had been the master. Oh, those three little emaciated creatures whose eyes he had closed, whose clammy hands he had held to the last! What reckoning should be asked for their undeserved torments when the great account came to be made up? Meanwhile, not a sound apparently of all this reached the squire in the sublime solitude of Muirwell. A fortnight had passed. Henslow had been conquered. The county had rushed to Elsmere's help, and neither he nor Mrs. Darcy had made a sign. Their life was so abnormal that it was perfectly possible they had heard nothing. Elsmere wondered when they would hear. The rector's chief help and support all through this had been old Merrick. The parish doctor had been in bed with rheumatism when the epidemic broke out, and Robert, feeling it a comfort to be rid of him, had thrown the whole business into the hands of Merrick and his son. This son was nominally his father's junior partner, but as he was besides a young and brilliant M.D. fresh from a great hospital, and his father was just a poor old general practitioner with the barest qualification and only 40 years' experience to recommend him, it will easily be imagined that the subordination was purely nominal. Indeed, young Merrick was fast ousting his father in all directions, and the neighbourhood, which had so far found itself unable either to enter or to quit this mortal scene without old Merrick's assistance, was beginning to send notes to the house in Churton High Street, whereon the superscription Dr. Edward Merrick was underlined with ungrateful emphasis. The father took his deposition very quietly. Only on Muirwell Hall would he allow no trespassing, and so long as his son left him undisturbed there, he took his effacement in other quarters with perfect meekness. Young Elsmere's behaviour to him, however, at a time when all the rest of the Churton world was beginning to hold him cheap and let him see it, had touched the old man's heart, and he was the rector's slave in this Mile-End business. Edward Merrick would come whirling in and out of the hamlet once a day. Robert was seldom sorry to see the back of him. His attainments, of course, were useful, but his cocksureness was irritating, and his manner to his father abominable. The father, on the other hand, came over in the shabby pony cart he had driven for the last 40 years, and having himself no press of business, would spend hours with the rector over the cases, giving them an infinity of patient watching, and amusing Robert by the cautious hostility he would allow himself every now and then towards his son's new-fangled devices. At first Merrick showed himself fidgety as to the squire. Had he been seen, been heard from? He received Robert's sharp negatives with long sighs, but Robert clearly saw that, like the rest of the world, he was too much afraid of Mr. Wendover to go and beard him. Some months before, as it happened, Elsmere had told him the story of his encounter with the squire, and had been a good deal moved and surprised by the old man's concern. One day, about 3 weeks from the beginning of the outbreak, when the state of things in the hamlet was beginning decidedly to mend, Merrick arrived for his morning round, much preoccupied. He hurried his work a little, and after it was done asked Robert to walk up the road with him. I have seen the squire, sir," he said, turning on his companion with a certain excitement. Robert flushed. "Have you?" he replied with his hands behind him and a world of expression in his sarcastic voice. You misjudge him, Mr. Elsmere, the old man said tremulously. I told you he could know nothing of this business, and he didn't. He's been in town part of the time, and down here, how is he to know anything? He sees nobody. That man Henslow, sir, must be a real bad fellow. Don't abuse the man, said Robert, looking up. It's not worth while when you can say your mind of the master. Old Merrick sighed. Well, said Robert after a moment, his lip drawn and quivering, you told him the story, I suppose. 7 deaths, is it, by now? Well, what sort of impression did these unfortunate accidents, and he smiled, produce? He talked of sending money, said Merrick doubtfully. He said he would have Henslow up and inquire. He seemed put about and annoyed. Oh, Mr. Elsmere, you think too hardly of the squire, that you do. They strolled on together in silence. Robert was not inclined to discuss the matter, but old Merrick seemed to be labouring under some suppressed emotion, and presently he began upon his own experiences as a doctor of the Wendover family. He had already broached the subject more or less vaguely with Robert. Now, however, he threw his medical reserve, generally his strongest characteristic, to the winds. He insisted on telling his companion, who listened reluctantly, the whole miserable and ghastly story of the old squire's suicide. He described the heir's summons, his arrival just in time for the last scene, with all its horrors, and that mysterious condition of the squire for some months afterwards, when no one, not even Mrs. Darcy, had been admitted to the hall, and old Merrick, directed at intervals by a great London doctor, had been the only spectator of Roger Wendover's physical and mental breakdown, the only witness of that dark consciousness of inherited fatality, which at that period of his life not even the squire's iron will had been able wholly to conceal. Robert, whose attention was inevitably roused after a while, found himself with some curiosity realizing the squire from another man's totally different point of view. Evidently Merrick had seen him at such moments as wring from the harshest nature whatever grains of tenderness, of pity, or of natural human weakness may be in it. And it was clear, too, that the squire, conscious perhaps of a shared secret, and feeling a certain soothing influence in the naivety and simplicity of the old man's sympathy, had allowed himself at times, in the years succeeding that illness of his, an amount of unbending in Merrick's presence, such as probably no other mortal had ever witnessed in him since his earliest youth. And yet how childish the old man's whole mental image of the squire was after all! What small account it made of the subtleties, the gnarled intricacies and contradictions of such a character! Horror at his father's end, and dread of a like fate for himself. Robert did not know very much of the squire, but he knew enough to feel sure that this confiding, indulgent theory of Merrick's was ludicrously far from the mark as an adequate explanation of Mr. Wendover's later life. Presently Merrick became aware of the sort of tacit resistance which his companion's mind was opposing to his own. He dropped the wandering narrative he was busy upon with a sigh. "Ah, well, I dare say it's hard, he said, with patient acquiescence in his voice, to believe a man can't help himself. I dare say we doctors get to muddle up right and wrong, but if there ever was a man sick in mind, for all his book learning they talk about, and sick in soul, that man is the squire." Robert looked at him with a softer expression. There was a new dignity about the simple old man, the old-fashioned deference which had never let him forget in speaking to Robert that he was speaking to a man of family, and which showed itself in all sorts of antiquated locutions which were a torment to his son, had given way to something still more deeply ingrained. His gaunt figure, with the stoop, and the spectacles, and the long straight hair, like the figure of a superannuated schoolmaster, assumed, as he turned again to his younger companion, something of authority, something almost of stateliness. "Ah, Mr. Elsmere," he said, laying his shrunk hand on the younger man's sleeve and speaking with emotion, "you're very good to the poor. We're all proud of you, you and your good lady. But when you were coming, and I heard tell all about you, I thought of my poor squire, and I said to myself, that young man will be good to him. The squire will make friends with him, and Mr. Elsmere will have a good wife, and there'll be children born to him, and the squire will take an interest, and maybe—" The old man paused. Robert grasped his hand silently. "And there was something in the way between you," the speaker went on, sighing. "I dare say you were quite right, quite right. I can't judge. And there are ways of doing a thing, and it was a last chance, and now it's missed. It's missed. It's no good talking. He has a heart, he has. Many's the kind thing he's done in old days, for me and mine. I'll never forget them. But all these last few years, I know. You can't go and shut your heart up and fly in the face of all the duties the Lord laid on you, without losing yourself and setting the Lord against you. But it is pitiful, Mr. Elsmere. It's pitiful." It seemed to Robert suddenly as though there was a divine breath passing through the wintry lane and through the shaking voice of the old man. Beside the spirit looking out of those wrinkled eyes, his own hot youth, its justest resentments, its most righteous angers, seemed crude, harsh, inexcusable. "Thank you, Merrick. Thank you, and God bless you. Don't imagine I'll forget a word you have said to me." The rector shook the hand he held warmly twice over. A gentle smile passed over Merrick's aging face, and they parted. That night it fell to Robert to sit up after midnight with John Allwood, the youth of 20 whose case had been a severer tax on the powers of the little nursing staff than perhaps any other. Mother and neighbours were worn out, and it was difficult to spare a hospital nurse for long together from the diphtheria places. Robert, therefore, had insisted during the preceding week on taking alternate nights with one of the nurses. During the first hours before midnight he slept soundly on a bed made up in the ground-floor room of the little sanatorium. Then at 12 the nurse called him, and he went out, his eyes still heavy with sleep, into a still, frosty winter's night. After so much rain, so much restlessness of wind and cloud, the silence and the starry calm of it were infinitely welcome. The sharp, cold air cleared his brain and braced his nerves, and by the time he reached the cottage whither he was bound, he was broad awake. He opened the door softly, passed through the lower room, crowded with sleeping children, climbed the narrow stairs as noiselessly as possible, and found himself in a garret, faintly lit, a bed in one corner, and a woman sitting beside it. The woman glided away. The rector looked carefully at the table of instructions hanging over the bed, assured himself that wine and milk and beef essence and medicines were ready to his hand, put out his watch on the wooden table near the bed, and sat him down to his task. The boy was sleeping the sleep of weakness. Food was to be given every half hour, and in this perpetual impulse to the system lay his only chance. The rector had his Greek Testament with him, and could just read it by the help of the dim light. But after a while, as the still hours passed on, it dropped onto his knee, and he sat thinking, endlessly thinking. The young labourer lay motionless beside him, the lines of the long emaciated frame showing through the bedclothes. The night-light flickered on the broken discoloured ceiling. Every now and then a mouse scratched in the plaster. The mother's heavy breathing came from the next room. Sometimes a dog barked or an owl cried outside. Otherwise, deep silence, such silence as drives the soul back upon itself. Elsmere was conscious of a strange sense of moral expansion. The stern judgments, the passionate condemnations which his nature housed so painfully, seemed lifted from it. The soul breathed an ampler ether, a diviner air. Oh, the mysteries of life and character, the subtle, inexhaustible claims of pity! The problems which hang upon our being here, its mixture of elements, the pressure of its inexorable physical environment, the relations of mind to body, of man's poor will to this tangled, tyrannous life. It was along these old lines his thought went painfully groping. And always at intervals it came back to the squire, pondering, seeking to understand, a new soberness, a new humility and patience entering in. And yet it was not Merrick's facts exactly that had brought this about. Robert thought them imperfect, only half true. Rather was it the spirit of love, of infinite forbearance, in which the simpler, duller nature had declared itself, that had appealed to him, nay, reproached him. Then these thoughts led him on farther and farther from man to God, from human defect to the eternal perfectness. Never once during those hours did Elsmere's hand fail to perform its needed service to the faint sleeper beside him, and yet that night was one long dream and strangeness to him, nothing real anywhere but consciousness, and God its source. The soul attacked every now and then by phantom stabs of doubt, of bitter, brief misgiving, as the barriers of sense between it and the eternal enigma grew more and more transparent, wrestling a while, and then prevailing. And each golden moment of certainty, of conquering faith, seemed to Robert in some sort a gift from Catherine's hand. It was she who led him through the shades. It was her voice murmuring in his ear. When the first grey dawn began to creep in slowly imperceptible waves into the room, Elsmere felt as though not hours but years of experience lay between him and the beginnings of his watch. "It is by these moments we should date our lives," he murmured to himself as he rose. "They are the only real landmarks." It was 8 o'clock, and the nurse who was to relieve him had come. The results of the night for his charge were good. The strength had been maintained, the pulse was firmer, the temperature lower. The boy, throwing off his drowsiness, lay watching the rector's face as he talked in an undertone to the nurse, his haggard eyes full of a dumb, friendly wistfulness. When Robert bent over him to say good-bye, this expression brightened into something more positive, and Robert left him, feeling at last that there was a promise of life in his look and touch. In another moment he had stepped out into the January morning. It was clear and still as the night had been. In the east there was a pale promise of sun. The reddish-brown trunks of the fir-woods had just caught it, and rose faintly glowing in endless vistas and colonnades, one behind the other. The flooded river itself rushed through the bridge as full and turbid as before, but all the other water surfaces had gleaming films of ice. The whole ruinous place had a clean, almost a festal air under the touch of the frost, while on the side of the hill leading to Muirwell, tree rose above tree, the delicate network of their wintry twigs and branches set against stretches of frost-whitened grass, till finally they climbed into the pale, all-completing blue. In a copse close at hand there were woodcutters at work, and piles of gleaming laths shining through the underwood. Robins hopped along the frosty road, and as he walked on through the houses towards the bridge, Robert's quick ear distinguished that most wintry of all sounds, the cry of a flock of fieldfares passing overhead. As he neared the bridge, he suddenly caught sight of a figure upon it, the figure of a man wrapped in a large Inverness cloak, leaning against the stone parapet. With a start, he recognized the squire. He went up to him without an instant's slackening of his steady step. The squire heard the sound of someone coming, turned, and saw the rector. "I am glad to see you here, Mr. Wendover," said Robert, stopping and holding out his hand. "I meant to have come to talk to you about this place this morning. I ought to have come before." He spoke gently and quite simply, almost as if they had parted the day before. The squire touched his hand for an instant. "You may not perhaps be aware, Mr. Elsmere," he said, endeavouring to speak with all his old hauteur, while his heavy lips twitched nervously, "that for one reason and another I knew nothing of the epidemic here till yesterday, when Merrick told me." "I heard from Mr. Merrick that it was so. As you are here now, Mr. Wendover, and I am in no great hurry to get home, may I take you through and show you the people?" The squire at last looked at him straight, at the face worn and pale, yet still so extraordinarily youthful, in which something of the solemnity and high emotion of the night seemed to be still lingering. "Are you just come?" he said abruptly, "or are you going back?" "I have been here through the night, sitting up with one of the fever cases. It's hard work for the nurses, and the relations sometimes, without help." The squire moved on mechanically towards the village, and Robert moved beside him. "And Mrs. Elsmere?" "Mrs. Elsmere was here most of yesterday. She used to stay the night when the diphtheria was at its worst, but there are only 4 anxious cases left, the rest all convalescent." The squire said no more, and they turned into the lane where the ice lay thick in the deep ruts. On either hand curls of smoke rose into the clear, cold sky. The squire looked about him with eyes which no detail escaped. Robert, without a word of comment, pointed out this feature and that, showing where Henslow had begun repairs, where the new well was to be, what the water supply had been till now, drew the squire's attention to the roofs, the pigsties, the drainage, or rather complete absence of drainage, and all in the dry voice of someone going through a catalogue. Word had already fled like wildfire through the hamlet that the squire was there. Children and adults, a pale, emaciated crew, poured out into the wintry air to look. The squire knit his brows with annoyance as the little crowd in the lane grew. Robert took no notice. Presently he pushed open the door of the house where he had spent the night. In the kitchen a girl of 16 was clearing away the various nondescript heaps on which the family had slept, and was preparing breakfast. The squire looked at the floor. "I thought I understood from Henslow," he muttered, as though to himself, "that there were no mud floors left on the estate." "There are only 3 houses in Mile End without them," said Robert, catching what he said. They went upstairs, and the mother stood open-eyed while the squire's restless look gathered in the details of the room, the youth's face as he lay back on his pillows, whiter than they, exhausted and yet refreshed by the sponging with vinegar and water which the mother had just been administering to him. The bed, the gaps in the worm-eaten boards, the spots in the roof where the plaster bulged inward as though a snake would bring it down, the coarse china shepherdesses on the mantel-shelf, and the flowers which Catherine had put there the day before. He asked a few questions, said an abrupt word or two to the mother, and they tramped downstairs again and into the street. Then Robert took him across to the little improvised hospital, saying to him on the threshold, with a moment's hesitation, "As you know, for adults there is not much risk, but there is always some risk." A peremptory movement of the squire's hand stopped him, and they went in. In the downstairs room were 6 convalescents, pale, shadowy creatures, 4 of them under 10, sitting up in their little cots, each of them with a red flannel jacket drawn from Lady Heron's stores, and enjoying the breakfast which a nurse in white cap and apron had just brought them. Upstairs, in a room from which a lath and plaster partition had been removed, and which had been adapted, warmed, and ventilated by various contrivances to which Robert and Merrick had devoted their practical minds, were the 4 anxious cases. One of them, a little creature of 6, one of Chardon's black-eyed children, was sitting up, supported by the nurse, and coughing its little life away. As soon as he saw it, Robert's step quickened. He forgot the squire altogether. He came and stood by the bedside, rigidly still, for he could do nothing, but his whole soul absorbed in that horrible struggle for air. How often he had seen it now, and never without the same wild sense of revolt and protest. At last the hideous membrane was loosened. The child got relief, and lay back, white and corpse-like, but with a pitiful momentary relaxation of the drawn lines on its little brow. Robert stooped and kissed the damp, tiny hand. The child's eyes remained shut, but the fingers made a feeble effort to close on his. "Mr. Elsmere," said the nurse, a motherly body, looking at him with friendly admonition, "if you don't go home and rest, you'll be ill too. I'd like to know who'll be the better for that." "How many deaths?" asked the squire abruptly, touching Elsmere's arm, and so reminding Robert of his existence. "Merrick spoke of deaths." He stood near the door, but his eyes were fixed on the little bed, on the half-swooning child. "7, said Robert, turning upon him. 5 of diphtheria, 2 of fever. That little one will go too." "Horrible," said the squire under his breath, and then moved to the door. The 2 men went downstairs in perfect silence. Below, in the convalescent room, the children were capable of smiles and of quick, coquettish beckonings to the rector to come and make game with them as usual. But he could only kiss his hand to them and escape, for there was more to do. He took the squire through all the remaining fever cases, and into several of the worst cottages, Milsom's among them, and when it was all over they emerged into the lane again, near the bridge. There was still a crowd of children and women hanging about, watching eagerly for the squire, whom many of them had never seen at all, and about whom various myths had gradually formed themselves in the countryside. The squire walked away from them hurriedly, followed by Robert, and again they halted on the centre of the bridge. A horse, led by a groom, was being walked up and down on a flat piece of road just beyond. It was an awkward moment. Robert never forgot the thrill of it, or the association of wintry sunshine streaming down upon a sparkling world of ice and delicate woodland and foam-flecked river. The squire turned towards him irresolutely, his sharply cut, wrinkled lips opening and closing again. Then he held out his hand. "Mr. Elsmere, I did you a wrong. I did this place and its people a wrong. In my view, regret for the past is useless. Much of what has occurred here is plainly irreparable. I will think what can be done for the future. As for my relation to you, it rests with you to say whether it can be amended. I recognize that you have just cause of complaint." What invincible pride there was in the man's very surrender! But Elsmere was not repelled by it. He knew that in their hour together the squire had felt. His soul had lost its bitterness. The dead and their wrong were with God. He took the squire's outstretched hand, grasping it cordially, a pure, unworldly dignity in his whole look and bearing. "Let us be friends, Mr. Wendover. It will be a great comfort to us, my wife and me. Will you remember us both very kindly to Mrs. Darcy?" Commonplace words, but words that made an epoch in the life of both. In another minute the squire, on horseback, was trotting along the side road leading to the hall, and Robert was speeding home to Catherine as fast as his long legs could carry him. She was waiting for him on the steps, shading her eyes against the unwonted sun. He kissed her with the spirits of a boy, and told her all his news. Catherine listened bewildered, not knowing what to say, or how all at once to forgive, to join Robert in forgetting. But that strange spiritual glow about him was not to be withstood. She threw her arms about him at last with a half sob. "Oh, Robert, yes, dear Robert, thank God!" "Never think any more," he said at last, leading her in from the little hall, "of what has been, only of what shall be. Oh, Catherine, give me some tea. And never did I see anything so tempting as that armchair." He sank down into it, and when she put his breakfast beside him, she saw with a start that he was fast asleep. The wife stood and watched him, the signs of fatigue round eyes and mouth, the placid expression, and her face was soft with tenderness and joy. Of course, even that hard man must love him. Who could help it? My Robert. And so now in this disguise, now in that, the supreme hour of Catherine's life stole on towards her. End of Part 3, Chapter 21. Book 3, Chapter 22 of Robert Elsmere by Mary Augusta Ward. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Book 3, Chapter 22. As may be imagined, the Churton Advertiser did not find its way to Murwell. It was certainly no pressure of social disapproval that made the squire go down to Mile End in that winter's dawn. The county might talk, or the local press might harangue till doomsday, and Mr. Wendover would either know nothing or care less. Still, his interview with Merrick in the park after his return from a week in town, whither he had gone to see some old Berlin friends, had been a shock to him. A man may play the intelligent recluse, may refuse to fit his life to his neighbour's notions as much as you please, and still find death, especially death for which he has some responsibility, as disturbing a fact as the rest of us. He went home in much irritable discomfort. It seemed to him probably that fortune need not have been so eager to put him in the wrong. To relieve his mind, he sent for Henslow, and in an interview, the memory of which sent a shiver through the agent to the end of his days, he let it be seen that though it did not for the moment suit him to dismiss the man who had brought this upon him, that man's reign in any true sense was over. But afterwards the squire was restless. What was astir in him was not so much pity or remorse as certain instincts of race which still survived under the strange superstructure of manners he had built upon them. It may be the part of a gentleman and a scholar to let the agent whom you have interposed between yourself and a boorish peasantry have a free hand, but after all the estate is yours, and to expose the rector of the parish to all sorts of avoidable risks in the pursuit of his official duty by reason of the gratuitous filth of your property is an act of doubtful breeding. The squire, in his most rough-and-tumble days at Berlin, had always felt himself the grandee as well as the student. He abhorred sentimentalism, but neither did he choose to cut an unseemly figure in his own eyes. After a night, therefore less tranquil or less meditative than usual, he rose early and sallied forth at one of those unusual hours he generally chose for walking. The thing must be put right somehow, and at once, with as little waste of time and energy as possible, and Henslow had shown himself not to be trusted. So telling a servant to follow him, the squire had made his way with difficulty to a place he had not seen for years. Then had followed the unexpected and unwelcome apparition of the rector. The squire did not want to be impressed by the young man, did not want to make friends with him. No doubt his devotion had served his own purposes. Still, Mr. Wendover was one of the subtlest living judges of character when he pleased, and his enforced progress through these hovels with Elsmere had not exactly softened him, but had filled him with a curious contempt for his own hastiness of judgment. "History would be inexplicable after all without the honest fanatic," he said to himself on the way home. "I suppose I had forgotten it. There's nothing like a dread of being bored for blunting your psychological instinct." In the course of the day he sent off a letter to the rector intimating in the very briefest, driest way that the cottages should be rebuilt on a different site as soon as possible, and enclosing a liberal contribution towards the expenses incurred in fighting the epidemic. When the letter was gone, he drew his books towards him with a sound which was partly disgust, partly relief. This annoying business had wretchedly interrupted him, and his concessions left him mainly conscious of a strong nervous distaste for the idea of any fresh interview with young Elsmere. He got his money and his apology. Let him be content. However, next morning, after breakfast, Mr. Wendover once more saw his study door open to admit the tall figure of the rector. The note and cheque had reached Robert late the night before, and, true to his new-born determination to make the best of the squire, he caught up his wide-awake at the first opportunity, and walked off to the hall to acknowledge the gift in person. The interview opened as awkwardly as it was possible, and with their former conversation on the same spot fresh in their minds, both men spent a sufficiently difficult 10 minutes. The squire was asking himself indeed, impatiently all the time, whether he could possibly be forced in the future to put up with such an experience again, and Robert found his host, if less sarcastic than before, certainly as impenetrable as ever. At last, however, the Mile End matter was exhausted, and then Robert, as good luck would have it, turned his longing eyes on the squire's books, especially on the latest volumes of a magnificent German Urgeschichte lying near his elbow, which he had coveted for months without being able to conquer his conscience sufficiently to become the possessor of it. He took it up with an exclamation of delight, and a quiet critical remark that exactly hit the value and scope of the book. The squire's eyebrows went up, and the corners of his mouth slackened visibly. Half an hour later, the two men, to the amazement of Mrs. Darcy, who was watching them from the drawing-room window, walked back to the park gates together, and what Robert's nobility and beauty of character would never have won him, though he had worn himself to death in the service of the poor and the tormented under the squire's eyes, a chance coincidence of intellectual interest had won him almost in a moment. The squire walked back to the house under a threatening sky, his mackintosh cloak wrapped about him, his arms folded, his mind full of an unwonted excitement. The sentiment of long-past days in Berlin, in Paris, where conversations such as that he had just passed through were the daily relief and reward of labour, was stirring in him. Occasionally he had endeavoured to import the materials for them from the Continent, from London. But as a matter of fact, it was years since he had had any such talk as this with an Englishman on English ground, and he suddenly realized that he had been unwholesomely solitary, and that for the scholar there is no nerve stimulus like that of an occasional interchange of ideas with someone acquainted with his Fach. Who would ever have thought of discovering instincts and aptitudes of such a kind in this long-legged optimist? The squire shrugged his shoulders as he thought of the attempt involved in such a personality to combine both worlds, the world of action and the world of thought. Absurd! Of course, ultimately one or other must go to the wall. Meanwhile, what a ludicrous waste of time and opportunity that he and this man should have been at cross purposes like this. Why the deuce couldn't he have given some rational account of himself to begin with? Thought the squire irritably, forgetting, of course, who it was that had wholly denied him the opportunity. And then the sending back of those books. What a piece of idiocy! Granted an historical taste in this young parson, it was a curious chance, Mr. Wendover reflected, that his choice of a subject he should just have fallen on the period of the later empire, of the passage from the old world to the new, where the squire was a master. The squire fell to thinking of the kind of knowledge implied in his remarks, of the stage he seemed to have reached, and then to cogitating as to the books he must now be in want of. He went back to his library, ran over the shelves, picking out volumes here and there with an unwonted glow and interest all the while. He sent for a case, and made the youth who sometimes acted as his secretary pack them. And still, as he went back to his own work, new names would occur to him, and, full of the scholar's avaricious sense of the shortness of time, he would shake his head and frown over the 3 months which young Elsmere had already passed, grappling with problems like Teutonic Arianism, the spread of monasticism in Gaul, and heaven knows what besides, half a mile from the man in the library who could have supplied him with the best help to be got in England, unbenefited by either. Mile End was obliterated, and the annoyance of the morning forgotten. The next day was Sunday, a wet January Sunday, raw and sleety, the frost breaking up on all sides and flooding the roads with mire. Robert, rising in his place to begin morning service, and wondering to see the congregation so good on such a day, was suddenly startled as his eye travelled mechanically over to the hall pew, usually tenanted by Mrs. Darcy in solitary state, to see the characteristic figure of the squire. His amazement was so great that he almost stumbled in the exhortation, and his feeling was evidently shared by the congregation, which throughout the service showed a restlessness, an excited tendency to peer round corners and pillars that was not favourable to devotion. "Has he come to spy out the land?" the rector thought to himself, and could not help a momentary tremor at the idea of preaching before so formidable an auditor. Then he pulled himself together by a great effort, and fixing his eyes on a shock-headed urchin half-way down the church, read the service to him. Catherine, meanwhile, in her seat on the northern side of the nave, her soul lulled in Sunday peace, knew nothing of Mr. Wendover's appearance. Robert preached on the first sermon of Jesus, on the first appearance of the young master in the synagogue at Nazareth. "This day is this scripture fulfilled in your ears." The sermon dwelt on the messianic aspect of Christ's mission, on the mystery and poetry of that long national expectation, on the pathos of Jewish disillusion, on the sureness and beauty of Christian insight, as faith gradually transferred trait after trait of the Messiah of prophecy to the Christ of Nazareth. At first there was a certain amount of hesitation, a slight wavering hither and thither, a difficult choice of words, and then the soul freed itself from man, and the preacher forgot all but his master and his people. At the door, as he came out, stood Mr. Wendover, and Catherine, slightly flushed and much puzzled for conversation, beside him. The hall carriage was drawn close up to the door, and Mrs. Darcy, evidently much excited, had her small head out of the window, and was showering a number of flighty inquiries and suggestions on her brother, to which he paid no more heed than to the patter of the rain. When Robert appeared, the squire addressed him ceremoniously. With your leave, Mr. Elsmere, I will walk with you to the rectory. Then in another voice, Go home, Laetitia, and don't send anything or anybody. He made a signal to the coachman, and the carriage started, Mrs. Darcy's protesting head remaining out of window as long as anything could be seen of the group at the church door. The odd little creature had paid one or two hurried and recent visits to Catherine during the quarrel, visits so filled, however, with vague railing against her brother, and by a queer incoherent melancholy, that Catherine felt them extremely uncomfortable, and took care not to invite them. Clearly she was mortally afraid of Roger, and yet ashamed of being afraid. Catherine could see that all the poor thing's foolish whims and affectations were trampled on, that she suffered, rebelled, found herself no more able to affect Mr. Wendover than if she had been a fly buzzing round him, and became all the more foolish and whimsical in consequence. The squire and the Elsmeres crossed the common to the rectory, followed at a discreet interval by groups of villagers curious to get a look at the squire. Robert was conscious of a good deal of embarrassment, but did his best to hide it. Catherine felt all through as if the skies had fallen. The squire alone was at his ease, or as much at his ease as he ever was. He commented on the congregation, even condescended to say something of the singing, and passed over the staring of the choristers with a magnanimity of silence which did him credit. They reached the rectory door, and it was evidently the squire's purpose to come in, so Robert invited him in. Catherine threw open her little drawing-room door, and then was seized with shyness as the squire passed in, and she saw over his shoulder her baby, lying kicking and crowing on the hearth-rug in anticipation of her arrival, the nurse watching it. The squire in his great cloak stopped, and looked down at the baby as if it had been some curious kind of reptile. The nurse blushed, curtsied, and caught up the gurgling creature in a twinkling. Robert made a laughing remark on the tyranny and ubiquity of babies. The squire smiled grimly. He supposed it was necessary that the human race should be carried on. Catherine meanwhile slipped out and ordered another place to be laid at the dinner-table, devoutly hoping that it might not be used. It was used. The squire stayed till it was necessary to invite him, then accepted the invitation, and Catherine found herself dispensing boiled mutton to him, while Robert supplied him with some very modest claret, the sort of wine which a man who drinks none thinks it necessary to have in the house, and watched the nervousness of their little parlour-maid with a fellow-feeling which made it difficult for him during the early part of the meal to keep a perfectly straight countenance. After a while, however, both he and Catherine were ready to admit that the squire was making himself agreeable. He talked of Paris, of a conversation he had had with Monsieur Renan, whose name luckily was quite unknown to Catherine, as to the state of things in the French chamber. "A set of chemists and quill-drivers," he said contemptuously. "But as Renan remarked to me, there is one thing to be said for a government of that sort. Ils ne font pas la guerre. And so long as they don't run France into adventures, and a man can keep a roof over his head and a sou in his pocket, the men of letters at any rate can rub along. The really interesting thing in France just now is not French politics, heaven save the mark, but French scholarship. There never was so little original genius going in Paris, and never there was so much good work being done." Robert thought the point of view eminently characteristic. "Catholicism, I suppose," he said, "as a force to be reckoned with, is dwindling more and more?" "Absolutely dead," said the squire emphatically, "as an intellectual force. They haven't got a writer, scarcely a preacher. Not one decent book has been produced on that side for years." "And the Protestants too," said Robert, "have lost all their best men of late." And he mentioned one or two well-known French Protestant names. "Oh, as to French Protestantism," and the squire's shrug was superb, "Teutonic Protestantism is in the order of things, so to speak, but Latin Protestantism, there's no more sterile hybrid in the world." Then, becoming suddenly aware that he might have said something inconsistent with his company, the squire stopped abruptly. Robert, catching Catherine's quick compression of the lips, was grateful to him, and the conversation moved on in another direction. Yes, certainly, all things considered, Mr. Wendover made himself agreeable. He ate his boiled mutton and drank his ordinaire like a man, and when the meal was over and he and Robert had withdrawn into the study, he gave an emphatic word of praise to the coffee which Catherine's housewifely care sent after them, and, accepting a cigar, he sank into the arm-chair by the fire and spread a bony hand to the blaze, as if he had been at home in that particular corner for months. Robert, sitting opposite to him, and watching his guest's eyes travel round the room, with its medicine shelves, its rods and nets, and preparations of uncanny beasts, its parish litter, and its teeming bookcases, felt that the Mile End matter was turning out oddly indeed. "I have packed you a case of books, Mr. Elsmere," said the squire, after a puff or two at his cigar. "How have you got on without that collection of counsels?" He smiled a little awkwardly. It was one of the books Robert had sent back. Robert flushed. He did not want the squire to regard him as wholly dependent on Muriel. "I bought it," he said rather shortly. "I have ruined myself some books lately, and the London Library, too, supplies me really wonderfully well." "Are these your books?" The squire got up to look at them. Not at all bad for a beginning. I've sent you so and so." And he named one or two costly folios that Robert had long pined for in vain. The rector's eyes glistened. "That was very good of you," he said simply. "They will be most welcome." "And now, how much time?" said the other, settling himself again to his cigar, his thin legs crossed over each other, and his great head sunk into his shoulders. "How much time do you give to this work?" "Generally the mornings, not always. A man with 1,200 souls to look after, you know, Mr. Wendover," said Elsmere with a bright, half-defiant accent, "can't make grubbing among the Franks his main business." The squire said nothing, and smoked on. Robert gathered that his companion thought his chances of doing anything worth mentioning very small. "Oh no," he said, following out his own thought with a shake of his curly hair. "Of course I shall never do very much, but if I don't, it won't be for want of knowing what the scholar's ideal is." And he lifted his hand with a smile towards the squire's book on English culture, which stood in the bookcase just above him. The squire, following the gesture, smiled too. It was a faint, slight illumining, but it changed the most hideous forms of bodily ill, this interruption. These great names, this talk of great movements and great causes, had a special savour and relish. All the horizons of the mind expanded, the current of the blood ran quicker. Suddenly, however, he sprang up. "I beg your pardon, Mr. Wendover, it is too bad to interrupt you. I have enjoyed it immensely, but the fact is I have only 2 minutes to get to Sunday school in." Mr. Wendover rose also, and resumed his ordinary manner. "It is I who should apologize," he said with stiff politeness, "for having encroached in this way on your busy day, Mr. Elsmere." Robert helped him on with his coat, and then suddenly the squire turned to him. "You were preaching this morning on one of the Isaiah quotations in St. Matthew. It would interest you, I imagine, to see a recent Jewish book on the subject of the prophecies quoted in the Gospels, which reached me yesterday. There's nothing particularly new in it, but it looked to me well done." "Thank you," said Robert, not, however, with any great heartiness, and the squire moved away. They parted at the gate, Robert running down the hill to the village as fast as his long legs could carry him. "Sunday school, pshaw!" cried the squire, as he tramped homeward in the opposite direction. Next morning a huge packing-case arrived from the hall, and Robert could not forbear a little gloating over the treasures in it before he tore himself away to pay his morning visit to Mile End. There everything was improving. The poor Charland's child indeed had slipped away on the night after the squire's visit, but the other bag cases in the diphtheria ward were mending fast. John Allwood was gaining strength daily, and poor Mary Charland was feebly struggling back to a life which seemed hardly worth so much effort to keep. Robert felt, with a welcome sense of slackening strain, that the daily and hourly superintendence which he and Catherine had been giving to the place might lawfully be relaxed, that the nurses on the spot were now more than equal to their task, and after having made his round, he raced home again in order to secure an hour with his books before luncheon. The following day a note arrived while they were at luncheon in the squire's angular, precise handwriting. It contained a request that, unless otherwise engaged, the rector would walk with Mr. Wendover that afternoon. Robert flung it across to Catherine. "Let me see," he said, deliberating. "Have I any engagement I must keep?" There was a sort of jealousy for his work within him, contending with this new fascination of the squire's company. But honestly, there was nothing in the way, and he went. That walk was the first of many. The squire had no sooner convinced himself that young Elsmere's society did in reality provide him with the stimulus and recreation he had been too long without, than in his imperious, wilful way he began to possess himself of it as much as possible. He never alluded to the trivial matters which had first separated and then united them. He worked the better, he thought the more clearly, for these talks and walks with Elsmere, and therefore these talks and walks became an object with him. They supplied a long-stifled want, the scholar's want of disciples, of some form of investment for all that heaped-up capital of thought he had been accumulating during a lifetime. As for Robert, he soon felt himself so much under the spell of the squire's strange and powerful personality that he was forced to make a fight for it, lest this new claim should encroach upon the old ones. He would walk when the squire liked, but 3 times out of 4 these walks must be parish rounds, interrupted by descents into cottages and chats in farmhouse parlours. The squire submitted. The neighbourhood began to wonder over the strange spectacle of Mr. Wendover waiting grimly in the winter dusk outside one of his own farmhouses, while Elsmere was inside, or patrolling a bit of lane till Elsmere should have inquired after an invalid or beaten up a recruit for his confirmation class, dogged the while by stealthy children with fingers in their mouths, who ran away in terror directly he turned. Rumours of this new friendship spread. One day, on the bit of road between the hall and the rectory, Lady Helen behind her ponies whirled past the 2 men, and her arch look at Elsmere said as plain as words, "Ho, you young wonder, what hook has served you with this Leviathan?" On another occasion, close to Churton, a man in a cassock and cloak came towards them. The squire put up his eyeglass. "Huh," he remarked. "Do you know this Merry Andrew, Elsmere?" It was Newcombe. As they passed, Robert, with slightly heightened colour, gave him an affectionate nod and smile. Newcombe's quick eye ran over the companions. He responded stiffly, and his step grew more rapid. A week or 2 later, Robert noticed with a little prick of remorse that he had seen nothing of Newcombe for an age. If Newcombe would not come to him, he must go to Mottringham. He planned an expedition, but something happened to prevent it. And Catherine, naturally this new and most unexpected relation of Robert's to the man who had begun by insulting him, was of considerable importance to the wife. In the first place, it broke up to some extent the exquisite tete-a-tete of their home life. It encroached often upon time that had always been hers. It filled Robert's mind more and more with matters in which she had no concern. All these things many wives might have resented. Catherine Elsmere resented none of them. It is probable, of course, that she had her natural moments of regret and comparison, when love said to itself a little sorely and hungrily, "It is hard to be even a fraction less to him than I once was." But if so, these moments never betrayed themselves in word or act. Her tender common sense, her sweet humility, made her recognise at once Robert's need of intellectual comradeship, isolated as he was in this remote rural district. She knew perfectly well that a clergyman's life of perpetual giving forth becomes morbid and unhealthy if there is not some corresponding taking in. If only it had not been Mr. Wendover! She marvelled over the fascination Robert found in his dry, cynical talk. She wondered that a Christian pastor could ever forget Mr. Wendover's antecedents, that the man who had nursed those sick children could forgive Mile End. All in all, as they were to each other, she felt for the first time that she often understood her husband imperfectly. His mobility, his eagerness, was sometimes now a perplexity, even a pain, to her. It must not be imagined, however, that Robert let himself drift into this intellectual intimacy with one of the most distinguished of anti-Christian thinkers without reflecting on its possible consequences. The memory of that night of misery which the idols of the market-place had inflicted on him was enough. He was no match in controversy for Mr. Wendover, and he did not mean to attempt it. One morning the squire unexpectedly plunged into an account of a German monograph he had just received on the subject of the Johannine authorship of the Fourth Gospel. It was almost the first occasion on which he had touched what may strictly be called the materiel of orthodoxy in their discussions, at any rate directly. But the book was a striking one, and in the interest of it he had clearly forgotten his ground a little. Suddenly the man who was walking beside him interrupted him. "I think we ought to understand one another, perhaps, Mr. Wendover," Robert said, speaking under a quick sense of oppression, but with his usual dignity and bright courtesy. "I know your opinions, of course, from your books. You know what mine, as an honest man, must be, from the position I hold. My conscience does not forbid me to discuss anything, only I am no match for you on points of scholarship, and I should just like to say once and for all that, to me, whatever else is true, the religion of Christ is true. I am a Christian and a Christian minister. Therefore, whenever we come to discuss what may be called Christian evidence, I do it with reserves which you would not have. I believe in an incarnation, a resurrection, a revelation. If there are literary difficulties, I must want to smooth them away. You may want to make much of them. You will not quarrel with me for wanting to make it clear. It isn't as if we differed slightly. We differ fundamentally. Is it not so?" The squire was walking beside him with bent shoulders, the lower lip pushed forward, as was usual with him when he was considering a matter with close attention, but did not mean to communicate his thoughts. After a pause he said, with a faint, inscrutable smile, "Your reminder is perfectly just. Naturally, we all have our reserves. Neither of us can be expected to stoutify his own." And the talk went forward again, Robert joining in more buoyantly than ever, perhaps because he had achieved a necessary but disagreeable thing, and got done with it. In reality, he had but been doing as a child does when it sets up its sand barrier against the tide. End of Book 3, Chapter 22. Book 3, Chapter 23 of Robert Elsmere by Mary Augusta Ward. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Book 3, Chapter 23. It was the beginning of April. The gorse was fast extending its golden empire over the commons. On the sunny slopes of the copses, primroses were breaking through the hazel roots and beginning to gleam along the edges of the river. On the grass commons between Muirwell and Mile End, the birches rose like green clouds against the browns and purples of the still leafless oaks and beeches. The birds were twittering and building. Every day Robert was on the lookout for the swallows, or listening for the first notes of the nightingale amid the bare spring coverts. But the spring was less perfectly delightful to him than it might have been, for Catherine was away. Mrs. Leyburn, who was to have come south to them in February, was attacked by bronchitis instead at Burwood, and forbidden to move even to a warmer climate. In March, Catherine, feeling restless and anxious about her mother, and thinking it hard that Agnes should have all the nursing and responsibility, tore herself from her man and her baby, and went north to Windale for a fortnight, leaving Robert forlorn. Now, however, she was in London, whither she had gone for a few days on her way home, to meet Rose and to shop. Robert's opinion was that all women, even St. Elizabeth's, have somewhere rooted in them an inordinate partiality for shopping. Otherwise, why should that operation take 4 or 5 mortal days? Surely with a little energy one might buy up the whole of London in 12 hours. However, Catherine lingered, and as her purchases were made, Robert crossly supposed it must be all Rose's fault. He believed that Rose spent a great deal too much on dress. Catherine's letters, of course, were full of her sister. Rose, she said, had come back from Berlin handsomer than ever, and playing, she supposed, magnificently. At any rate, the letters which followed her in shoals from Berlin flattered her to the skies, and during the 3 months preceding her return, Joachim himself had taken her as a pupil and given her unusual attention. "And now, of course," wrote Catherine, "she is desperately disappointed that Mamma and Agnes cannot join her in town, as she had hoped. She does her best, I know, poor child, to conceal it, and to feel as she ought about Mamma. But I can see that the idea of an indefinite time at Burwood is intolerable to her. As to Berlin, I think she has enjoyed it, but she talks very scornfully of German Schwärmerei and German women, and she tells the oddest stories of her professors. With 1 or 2 of them she seems to have been in a state of war from the beginning. But some of them, my dear Robert, I am persuaded were just simply in love with her. I never shall believe that independent, exciting student's life is good for a girl. But I never say so to Rose. When she forgets to be irritable and to feel that the world is going against her, she's often very sweet to me, and I can't bear there should be any conflict." His next day's letter contained the following: "Are you properly amused, sir, at your wife's performances in town? Our 3 concerts you have heard all about. I still can't get over them. I go about haunted by the seriousness, the life and death interest people throw into music. It is astonishing. And outside, as we got into our hansom, such sights and sounds, such starved, fierce-looking men, such ghastly women. But since then Rose has been taking me into society. Yesterday afternoon, after I wrote to you, we went to see Rose's artistic friends, the Pearsons, with whom she was staying last summer, and today we've even called on Lady Charlotte Winstay. As to Mrs. Pearson, I never saw such an odd bundle of ribbons and rags and queer embroideries as she looked when we called. However, Rose says that, for an aesthete, she despises them now herself, Mrs. Pearson has wonderful taste, and that her wallpapers and her gowns, if I only understood them, are not the least like those of other aesthetic persons, but very recherché, which may be. She talks to Rose of nothing but acting, especially of Madame Desforêts. No one, according to her, has anything to do with an actress's private life, or ought to take it into account. But, Robert dear, an actress is a woman, and has a soul." Then Lady Charlotte, you would have laughed at our entrée. We found she was in town, and went on her day, as she has asked Rose to do. The room was rather dark. None of these London rooms seemed to me to have any light and air in them. The butler got our names wrong, and I marched in first, more shy than I have ever been before in my life. Lady Charlotte had 2 gentlemen with her. She evidently did not know me in the least. She stood staring at me with her eyeglass on, and her cap so crooked I could think of nothing but a wish to put it straight. Then Rose followed, and in a few minutes it seemed to me as though it were Rose who were hostess, talking to the 2 gentlemen and being kind to Lady Charlotte. I am sure everybody in the room was amused by her self-possession, Lady Charlotte included. The gentlemen stared at her a great deal, and Lady Charlotte paid her 1 or 2 compliments on her looks, which I thought she would not have ventured to pay to any one in her own circle. We stayed about half an hour. One of the gentlemen was, I believe, a member of the government, and under-secretary for something, but he and Rose and Lady Charlotte talked again of nothing but musicians and actors. It is strange that politicians should have time to know so much of these things. The other gentleman reminded me of Hotspur's popinjay. I think now I made out that he wrote for the newspapers, but at the moment I should have felt it insulting to accuse him of anything so humdrum as an occupation in life. He discovered somehow that I had an interest in the church, and he asked me, leaning back in his chair and lisping, whether I really thought the church could still totter on a while in the rural districts. He was informed her condition was so very death-wet. Then I laughed outright, and found my tongue. Perhaps his next article on the church will have a few facts in it. I did my best to put some into him. Rose at last looked round at me astonished. But he did not dislike me, I think. I was not impertinent to him, husband mine. If I might have described just one of your days to his high mightiness, there is no need to tell you, I think, whether I did or not. Then, when we got up to go, Lady Charlotte asked Rose to stay with her. Rose explained why she couldn't, and Lady Charlotte pitied her dreadfully for having a family, and the Under-Secretary said that it was one's first duty in life to trample on one's relations, and that he hoped nothing would prevent his hearing her play some time later in the year. Rose said very decidedly she should be in town for the winter. Lady Charlotte said she would have an evening specially for her, and as I said nothing, we got away at last. The letter of the following day recorded a little adventure. I got Rose to come with me to the National Gallery on our way to her dressmaker. We were standing before Raphael's Vigil of the Night, when suddenly I saw Rose, who was looking away towards the door into the long gallery, turn perfectly white. I followed her eye, and there, in the doorway, disappearing, I am almost certain, was Mr. Langham. One cannot mistake his walk or his profile. Before I could say a word, Rose had walked away to another wall of pictures, and when we joined again, we did not speak of it. Did he see us, I wonder, and purposely avoid us? Something made me think so. Oh, I wish I could believe she had forgotten him. I'm certain she would laugh me to angry scorn if I mentioned him, but there she sits by the fire now while I am writing, quite drooping and pale, because she thinks I am not noticing. If she did but love me a little more, it must be my fault, I know. Yes, as you say, Burwood may as well be shut up or let. My dear, dear father." Robert could imagine the sigh with which Catherine had laid down her pen. Dear tender soul, with all its world fidelities and pieties pure and unimpaired. He raised the signature to his lips. Next day Catherine came back to him. Robert had no words too opprobrious for the widowed condition from which her return had rescued him. It seemed to Catherine, however, that life had been very full and keen with him since her departure. He lingered with her after supper, vowing that his club boys might make what hay in the study they pleased. He was going to tell her the news, whatever happened. "I told you of my 2 dinners at the Hall. The first was just tete-a-tete with the Squire. Oh, and Mrs. Darcy, of course. I'm always forgetting her, poor little thing, which is most ungrateful of me. A pathetic life, that, Catherine. She seems to me, in her odd way, perpetually hungering for affection, for praise. No doubt, if she got them, she wouldn't know what to do with them. She would just touch and leave them as she does everything else. Her talk and she are both as light and wandering as thistledown. But still, meanwhile, she hungers and is never satisfied. There seems to be something peculiarly antipathetic in her to the Squire. I can't make it out. He's sometimes quite brutal to her when she's more inconsequent than usual. I often wonder if she goes on living with him." Catherine made some indignant comment. "Yes," said Robert, musing. "Yes, it is bad." But Catherine thought his tone might have been more unqualified, and marvelled again at the curious lenity of judgment he had always shown of late towards Mr. Wendover. And all his judgments of himself and others were generally so quick, so uncompromising. On the second occasion we had Freak and Dashwood, naming 2 well-known English antiquarians, very learned, very jealous, very snuffy, altogether too genuine, as poor mother used to say of those old chairs we got for the dining-room. But afterwards, when we were all smoking in the library, the Squire came out of his shell and talked. I never heard him more brilliant." He paused a moment, his bright eyes looking far away from her, as though fixed on the scene he was describing. "Such a mind," he said at last with a long breath. "Such a memory. Catherine, my book has been making great strides since you left. With Mr. Wendover to go to, all the problems are simplified. One is saved all false starts, all beating about the bush. What a piece of luck it was that put one down beside such a guide, such a living storehouse of knowledge." He spoke in a glow of energy and enthusiasm. Catherine sat looking at him wistfully, her grey eyes crossed by many varying shades of memory and feeling. At last his look met hers, and the animation of it softened at once, grew gentle. "Do you think I am making knowledge too much of a god just now, Madonna mine?" he said, throwing himself down beside her. "I have been full of qualms myself. The Squire excites one so, makes one feel as though intellect, accumulation, were the whole of life. But I struggle against it, I do. I go on, for instance, trying to make the Squire do his social duties, behave like a human." Catherine could not help smiling at his tone. "Well?" she inquired. He shook his head ruefully. "The Squire is a tough customer, and men of 67 with strong wills are, I suppose. At any rate, he's like one of the Thurston trout, sees through all my manoeuvres. But one piece of news will astonish you, Catherine." And he sprang up to deliver it with effect. "Henslow is dismissed." "Henslow dismissed!" Catherine sat properly amazed while Robert told the story. The dismissal of Henslow indeed represented the price which Mr. Wendover had been so far willing to pay for Elsmere society. Some quid pro quo there must be, that he was prepared to admit, considering their relative positions as squire and parson. But as Robert shrewdly suspected, not one of his wiles so far had imposed on the master of Muirwell. He had his own sarcastic smiles over them, and over Elsmere's pastoral naivety in general. The evidences of the young rector's power and popularity were, however, on the whole, pleasant to Mr. Wendover. If Elsmere had his will with all the rest of the world, Mr. Wendover knew perfectly well who it was that at the present moment had his will with Elsmere. He found a great piquancy in this shaping of a mind more intellectually eager and pliant than any he had yet come across among younger men. Perpetual food, too, for his sense of irony in the intellectual contradictions wherein Elsmere's developing ideas and information were now, according to the squire, involving him at every turn. "His religious foundations are gone already, if he did but know it," Mr. Wendover grimly remarked to himself one day about this time. "But he will take so long finding it out that the results are not worth speculating on." Cynically assured, therefore, at bottom of his own power with his ebullient nature, the squire was quite prepared to make external concessions, or, as we have said, to pay his price. It annoyed him that when Elsmere would press for allotment land, or a new institute, or a better supply of water for the village, it was not open to him merely to give carte blanche, and refer his petitioner to Henslow. Robert's opinion of Henslow, and Henslow's now more cautious but still incessant hostility to the rector, were patent at last even to the squire. The situation was worrying and wasted time. It must be changed. So one morning he met Elsmere with a bundle of letters in his hand, calmly informed him that Henslow had been sent about his business, and that it would be a kindness if Mr. Elsmere would do him the favour of looking through some applications for the vacant post just received. Elsmere, much taken by surprise, felt at first as it was natural for an oversensitive, over-scrupulous man to feel. His enemy had been given into his hand, and instead of victory he could only realize that he had brought a man to ruin. "He has a wife and children," he said quickly, looking at the squire. "Of course I have pensioned him," replied the squire impatiently. "Otherwise I imagine he would be hanging round our necks to the end of the chapter." There was something in the careless indifference of the tone which sent a shiver through Elsmere. After all, this man had served the squire for 15 years, and it was not Mr. Wendover who had much to complain of. No one with a conscience could have held out a finger to keep Henslow in his post. But though Elsmere took the letters and promised to give them his best attention, as soon as he got home he made himself irrationally miserable over the matter. It was not his fault that, from the moment of his arrival in the parish, Henslow had made him the target of a vulgar and embittered hostility, and so far as he had struck out in return, it had been for the protection of persecuted and defenceless creatures. But all the same he could not get the thought of the man's collapse and humiliation out of his mind. How at his age was he to find other work, and how was he to endure life at Murwell without his comfortable house, his smart gig, his easy command of spirits, and the cringing of the farmers? Tormented by the sordid misery of the situation, almost as though it had been his own, Elsmere ran down impulsively in the evening to the agent's house. Could nothing be done to assure the man that he was not really his enemy, and that anything the parson's influence and the parson's money could do to help him to a more decent life, and work which offered fewer temptations and less power over human beings, should be done? It need hardly be said that the visit was a complete failure. Henslow, who was drinking hard, no sooner heard Elsmere's voice in the little hall than he dashed open the door which separated them, and in a paroxysm of drunken rage hurled at Elsmere all the venomous stuff he had been garnering up for months against some such occasion. The vilest abuse, the foulest charges, there was nothing that the maddened sot, now fairly unmasked, denied himself. Elsmere, pale and erect, tried to make himself heard. In vain. Henslow was physically incapable of taking in a word. At last the agent, beside himself, made a rush. His 3 untidy children, who had been hanging open-mouthed in the background, set up a howl of terror, and his Scotch wife, more pinched and sour than ever, who had been so far a gloomy spectator of the scene, interposed. "Have done with ye," she said sullenly, putting out a long bony arm in front of her husband. "I'll lock you up that brandy where you'll ne'er find it if you pull the house down. Now, sir," turning to Elsmere, "would you just be going? You mean it well, I dare say, but if you've done your work, and you mun leave it." And she motioned him out, not without a sombre dignity. Elsmere went home, crestfallen. The enthusiast is a good deal too apt to underestimate the stubbornness of moral fact, and these rebuffs have their stern uses for character. "They intend to go on living here, I am told," Elsmere said, as he wound up the story, and as Henslow is still churchwarden, he may do us a world of mischief yet. However, I think that his wife will keep him in order. No doubt vengeance will be sweet to her as to him, but she has a shrewd eye, poor soul, to the squire's remittances. It is a wretched business, and I don't take a man's hate easily, Catherine, though it may be a folly to say so. Catherine was irresponsive. The Old Testament element in her found a lawful satisfaction in Henslow's fall, and a wicked man's hatred, according to her, mattered only to himself. The squire's conduct, on the other hand, made her uneasily proud. To her, naturally, it simply meant that he was falling under Robert's spell. So much the better for him. But... End of Book 3, Chapter 23.